I'm forgetful.
Let me type it in the
Hey,
chat
okay,
here.
I
Hold
think I'm
on.
live.
1 + 1.
I should be
2.
live right now. All right, so we are setting up cameras for Star Trek Initiative right now. Give us about 10, 15 minutes tops, and we should have that all set up. Until then, here are some very pretty images. I'll see you shortly. And we're live.
Hi, friends.
Yay!
Look who's back. I don't know if there's an intro thing I'm supposed to do here, Aram. You're probably better at it than I am.
That's
but...
probably a really good point.
Yeah.
So, hi, my name is Aram, also known as Ensign Siltek Knoll, the Cardassian cowboy, and we are here as part of the USS Initiative, which is a show we did 3 years ago.
2 years, I think.
Nearly 3 years
Might
ago.
be
I
three.
think now.
Yeah. Time has a habit of doing
Way
that.
back.
Yeah. And that's how most of us met. So when our good friend Darby needed a little bit of help, we decided to bring the team back together, and that's why we are here now, under the amazing leadership of Virginia.
You haven't seen me play a captain in this game. There is no leadership skill there. Trust me, I'm just Kirk all the way through. But no, I'm glad to be back with this fantastic crew. Some of you probably watched that original campaign, and it was a whole ton of fun to play. So I feel very lucky to have everyone back here to play some more, so I can throw them into danger once again and see what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, we're ready to start whenever, unless there's any other information we need to give chat.
Well, the totals on the board underneath Virginia will update every minute live. So if you have donations, we will shout you out. Maybe even Virginia will let you say a little bit of advantage in the game or something if you're really nice. So please watch and donate and just have fun.
Let me know about those as they come in our chat, Aram, and maybe I can make some fun things happen.
Awesome.
Good fun things.
Give Siltek a horse.
At your own peril.
Yeah, that tracks.
If you can find a horse where we're going, I'll be very impressed.
Fair. There's always a holodeck.
There is always a holodeck.
Siltek's trying to push a holodeck and a replicator together. Make me a horse.
Oh no, there's a science experiment gone wrong here. Okay, so I guess we just jump in then, friends. It's probably been a while since you as a crew have been together. Shortly after the last adventures we saw you on, I imagine many of you were moved off to other departments, as is the constant turn of Starfleet, with new ships being commissioned all the time, needing experienced crew members. So I imagine that it's been, probably the best part of 6 months, maybe a year, that you've been away from the initiative. It's been decommissioned to be refitted, outfitted, and you've been split up across other ships. Some of you on diplomatic missions, some of you on exploratory missions, maybe some of you back at Starfleet HQ even, working away in various labs or on various tech. However, all of you one morning awake to having a message sent through your personal comms. It is from Starfleet Command, and the gist of the message is that the initiative has been put back into commission for an emergency rescue, and further details are to follow, but you are to make your way to the nearest dock to board depending on where we find you, to board a shuttlecraft or to board another ship that will take you to the station at which the initiative is currently finishing its refit. And I guess that's where we find you as you arrive at this station and head towards the briefing room. Who would be the first person to arrive? Who's the one who's definitely early on time?
It's probably not Ro.
I feel like Alira would be. But she's not going to be crazy early. She's going to be 60 seconds before it's time. So she has time to sit down, get everything in order in front of her, and be ready. Also, she has to mentally prepare to see Siltek again.
So you are the first to arrive to this briefing room. It's like any other briefing room that you've seen in Starfleet. There's a selection of panels on the wall of screens, a fairly comfortable large table and chair for you to sit at as you await everyone else to come in. Where has Illyria been? since we've seen her last, after the initiative is kind of decommissioned for a refit. Where does she get sent off to with Starfleet?
I think she definitely gets sent to well, I'm gonna say this, you can correct me. I assume that she's gonna get sent back to HQ, but more for to help improve things, because the last time there was a lot of issues with holodeck and she was not really feeling that. And so she definitely went back to try and like tell people like, you didn't do your job right, so I'm gonna help you figure out how to do your job right so that we don't have this problem again, because I didn't enjoy that. And so that's probably where she's been. So she hasn't had a lot of time necessarily doing what she wants to do, which essentially being one with the ship. So she's really excited to get outside of holodeck improvement.
Yeah, so like a more administrative role where your skills come into use, but you're not on ships. You're kind of managing people.
Yeah.
And here you are, going to be soon, hopefully, back aboard the beloved USS Initiative. Who is the next person that comes in as you're kind of sitting there getting everything ready, waiting to see what this is all about?
On time to the second, Siltek comes walking up, and you can hear him coming before he even gets there because the clank of the spurs on his boots, because what Siltek has been doing this whole time is he's been back in Montana. He's been at the actual museum. He was assigned as help to the museum because there was nowhere to put him during the off time. There was just a little bit of mix up. So when he wasn't basically being a guard at the museum, he was given horseback riding lessons. So he comes back in glistening with sweat down his neck ridges, big old saddle thrown up, like looking for his bunk.
Yeah, I imagine that you were probably pulled straight out of a lesson to be given this message.
Yep.
And made your way to the nearest starbase.
I never checked my email, so they had to literally zap me off the horse.
Somebody had to come out into a field, like some poor officer dressed in a fine uniform, walking through the middle of a field to let you know that you needed to go with him.
100%.
Illyria, this is who comes through the door next. You hear the spurs coming all the way up. You know who it is. There's no one else that this could be. And when the doors slide open, it is Siltek who steps through.
Lieutenant?
Siltek?
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. You gonna break my ship again?
Siltek puts down his saddle. He sees that there's some mud on his boots, and he carefully makes sure it doesn't get on the rug of the ship. No, ma'am. I'm here to serve and be an honorable member of Starfleet.
Okay. And she's like very intensely watching what you're doing with the mud. Like intensely.
He's very careful. Like, you would not have been careful, but now that you're looking at him, he's like self-conscious, so he's really careful.
No, but it will like relax in body posture, because she is gonna she might give you another chance.
I appreciate that, Lieutenant.
But you take a seat at this briefing table. This is not something that is unusual. You have been in these rooms before. Who is next to arrive? Hot on Siltek's heels.
I think Ro will show up next, just a couple of minutes late, like intentionally. Like she's been there on time, but doesn't like to play by the rules to the letter. So she just purposely waits a couple minutes just to be technically late. Walks up to the conference table, does the Riker chair maneuver, and sort of plops down and nods like, Siltek,
Lieutenant Commander, good to see you.
Good to see you too. What's everybody been up to?
Well, I figured you'd be telling us, Commander.
Command? Oh no, I'm still a chief.
Oh, right. I don't know rank. I've only been in Starfleet for 4 years. Still can't figure out rank.
Yeah, just like, I don't want to be a commander. That's too many headaches.
Well, Chief,
do
you don't know what's happening?
I just got the call. They pulled me out of class. I've been teaching cadets.
As have I, on horseback riding, and also the proper history of the Starfleet Academy.
Yeah, I've been teaching cadets something kind of like that, except instead of horses, it's spaceships with big engines and. they go a little faster. But
Well, thank God that's over, right? We actually get to do something.
yeah, could be a fun change of pace.
Well, I will happily inform both of you we should no longer have holodeck issues. And if we do, I'm going to be talking to Mark about it.
Absolutely. All right,
Yeah,
Mark.
Somewhere
still not-
in a
Oh, sorry.
holodeck lab, Mark feels a shiver down his spine and does not know why.
I forgot about that one dude we blamed for everything.
Yeah. I think a lot of demoted him at one point.
Yeah.
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 He got on our shit list.
Yeah.
He's just cabin boy now. Like there's not even a rank
It's
left.
like proper lower decks kind of thing. Who is the next one to enter then?
I think Tristan would roll up next.
You...
I think.
Sorry, no, go on.
Sorry.
Go on.
I think Tristan has probably spent a lot of time hopping from place to place, researching his holotech and trying to advance his research into improving AI and things like that for Starfleet. So I think he's had a busy time of it, just keeping busy, going from place to place. And yeah, he's a bit worried about the call, but glad to know that everyone's back together.
Yeah, I imagine that you have been sent to, dozens of Federation planets, dozens of star bases and labs, probably never in the same place for more than a week, just over the last kind of 6 to 12 months, just being sent and flown from one place to another to meet with people, to look at new equipment. But here you are back, and all of you would have seen as you kind of entered in the initiative just waiting in the space dock.
Nice.
That you can see from out of the windows, probably even from this briefing room. You can just see the side of the hull of the ship that you all know so well.
There she
And
is.
Tristan, the doors open, and before you is Siltek, is Ro, is Illyria, your old crew, who you probably haven't seen in a while.
Siltek goes for a big hug. Arms wide, big hug.
Yep.
Yes.
Tristan's in.
Oh!
Yeah.
They hook you up to any more ships?
Not recently.
All right,
That
good.
seems to be more of this group.
And he
thing.
kind of
Apparently, it's not a regular thing that happens.
he's like got his hands on your shoulders after the hug, and he like looks around and he leans in. You talking to this ship right now?
No,
Okay. If you hear it, you tell me what it said.
I'll let you know.
All right. We're back.
And then I guess Malco is the last one to arrive in. Whoever's supposed to be giving this briefing has not arrived yet, so you have made it in time. What has Malco been doing?
I would imagine Malco's been first and foremost probably continuing to study up on medical procedure. He's very focused on that, but spending a lot of his time trying to find even more sports movies to watch and just fill his one hole of knowledge that he consistently has. As I would say, as he comes in, he's kind of checking something, and he's like, probably would hear as he walks into the room, like, wait, why is Mark on this list? I don't, what? And he kind of has like a sour look on his face as he kind of comes in and then just sees the rest of the group.
And that's what you see, the same conference table, your old crew, and all of you see Malco as the last to enter.
Hot. So sorry to jump in, but we just got a 300-pound donation from an anonymous source. So thank you so much for that. That is a huge
amazing.
help. We love you all. Thank you so much. Sorry, please continue.
If all of you wanna, that's a pretty big donation. So
Yeah.
I'll give all of you a re-roll for that.
Ooh, thank you, dude. Thank you, anonymous stranger.
But that's what you see. I mean, your old crew right there. The initiative just so close. Short walk down to dock. Is there anything else you guys want to say to each other?
Hi.
Hey there, Malco.
Hey, Malco.
Hey, have you been?
Studying a lot. Trying to occasionally training some new people. I think Mark the technician wanted to get somehow into medical, and it's not. I don't know that.
That does not sound like a good idea.
No, I'm not feeling too good about that one. But it's.
Has he
good to see.
considered a civilian career? Maybe.
Yeah.
I might have to recommend him for that. We'll see.
It's a good call.
Maybe something where it's moving like really heavy things that can't break. Something like that.
Yeah.
Might be a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Or light things that can't break. They don't have to be heavy. I don't want to punish the guy. I'm just saying things that can't break. I think that's got to be the key thing here.
I mean, heavy things can break other people, so yeah, light's
That's a good
probably
point.
better.
Yeah, get him in like a pillow factory. I think that would be good for him. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like we got the band back together.
Yeah. You know, I was out riding the other day, and I swear, one of the clouds looked just like our ship. And I thought, man, remember those guys? And then I got the message. Must have been fate.
And as you say this, Siltek, the doors slide open a final time. And in walks a woman that you don't know. None of you recognize her. She is tall. She has very, very dark, black, long hair that is pulled back into a regulation bun. She's clearly not human, but where she's from is difficult to place. She looks human-like, but there's something else there. And she comes in, and you see an impressive number of pips along her collar. This looks like an admiral.
Shit.
She carries a pad with her that's kind of hugged close to her chest, and she comes in, doesn't address anyone for a moment. You see that she discards the chair that's at the head of the table where she might sit, and instead props the pad up on the desk, takes a moment to read as she rubs her hands together, clears her throat a little. Thank all of you for answering the call. I assume none of you know why you're here.
No, ma'am.
See.
No, Admiral.
Well, this is a sensitive mission. So you will be taking out the initiative on a limited crew. And she takes a deep breath in and turns as she points towards a screen and taps something on the pad, and it comes to life. You're looking at a stellar chart. You can see there are a number of planetary bodies listed on here, all circling their orbits in a kind of sped up fashion. As she begins to talk and this kind of video, I suppose, begins to play. We have been investigating a small planetary system, and a number of the planets are deemed unsuitable for exploration or habitation. However, we did find some kind of signal coming from one. Small team, exclusive, looking for a particular kind of life. And unfortunately, the crew of that shuttlecraft or small ship have gone missing when attempting to land on the planet. They were fully prepared for its hospitable nature, but we have not yet been able to contact them. It has been 4 days. And you watch as the video zooms into a planet which looks like it's been given some kind of long numerical title rather than a name. This is a planet that we are calling at the moment Kepler for short, as she kind of indicates the length of this kind of numerical system that's been used to classify planets and stars and give them some kind of registry. Its entire atmosphere is unbreathable to most life. It is entirely made of silica. The surface temperature is incredibly hot. and the pressure on the planet makes it difficult to do anything without life support systems and specialized suits. Generally, the atmosphere is hot and incredibly dangerous as it rains glass sideways.
That does sound like a
And
problem.
you watch a shaky video, what looks like probably taken on some kind of handheld piece of equipment. And it looks like it's being taken through the kind of porthole of a shuttlecraft. And you can see these needle-like shards raining down across.
Jeez.
And the way that within a few moments, the shuttlecraft windows, you can see the nicks and the scratches in there before the video cuts off. That is some footage that we received from the landing party when they touched down. They were waiting for the storm to pass until the air settled so that they could spend some time having a look around the planet's surface. All we know is that sometime after this they sent a distress call and we haven't heard from them since. The reason that I have called all of you in is because not only are you incredibly experienced and have suffered some very strange phenomena in the past, but also one of a personal nature. The lead expeditionary on that shuttlecraft was your captain.
Oh.
I think Ro will pipe up a little bit and be like, "Well, we said we'd follow Cap to hell and back, so a demon planet class Y sounds about right."
Sure looks like hell to me. Question, Admiral. If this planet is not hospitable and this is a standard search and rescue, why all the secrecy?
We believe that there could be a new kind of life form on the planet. We know that silica-based life forms have been seen in other places out here in the universe, some of which are now Federation planets. However, we do have a strict no interference policy. This was purely meant to be exploratory, and we did not want to alert other parties, which is said with a very kind of inferred tone.
Mm-hmm.
whose
Siltech heard big
orders-
alien on planet. It is already like reaching for a lasso. Like, I'm gonna pack 2 lassos.
The planet itself is very close, shall we say, to some borders that we have, and you all know what she's referencing. It is the Federation Romulan border, and we did not want to alert such individuals in case they tried to move forward in taking them to their own side, shall we say, as they have done in the past with other planets close to the border in certain disputed areas. Hence the small team previously to not attract any attention.
Right.
Right. So Prime Directive still applies. Don't let the Romulans see us either.
That would be ideal. They have a nasty habit of when we have interest in something, finding a way to find their own interests there, especially along that zone. Recently, some of that area, due to general shifts and charting, has been under dispute as to whose land exactly it is. So,
All right.
we have outfitted the USS Initiative. There is equipment on board that will allow you to get down to the planet's surface. You will have to watch out for the atmospheric storms and any other potential threats down there, and recover the crew alive if they still are, but otherwise their bodies and their logs at the very most. And you are to tell no one of this. If it turns out that we have in fact made mistakes, or the Romulans try to lay claim to that particular area of space, we don't need to give them a reason to start a war.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can consider yourselves the senior crew aboard the ship with all the ranks and titles that would normally come with. Whether or not you get to keep them, we shall see.
Yes, ma'am.
I suggest that you appoint one of yourselves effective captain until you recover your own, and you may make your way to the ship. The crew are waiting.
Rose
Lyra
got her
immediately.
finger on her nose.
Lyra's immediately pointing at Ro.
Siltek got up to like accept it, to like, you know, he just turned to everyone to ready to accept the captain, then everyone's already turned to Ro. And he's like, yeah, of course. No, of course that's what it would be. Yeah. That's what I was thinking too.
And Ro just looks at everybody and just goes, damn it. Fine.
The Admiral walks over to you as I imagine you've all kind of got up, done the Picard maneuver a little bit.
Yeah.
Hand out. Congratulations, Acting Captain Ro. The USS initiative is yours.
Thank you, Admiral. That's an unexpected honor. And she sort of looks at the rest of the crew like, thanks, guys, sort of expression on her face.
You're welcome.
I will take good care of her.
All right.
Let's hope so. She has just been refitted, and that is very expensive.
Tristan,
Understood, Admiral.
Tristan, is the ship happy about this?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a go. The ship says it's a go.
Can I ask, by the way, what kind of reading was I getting on the Admiral during this?
What were you kind of looking for? You've got is it a passive
just my
ability you have?
it's my passive empath ability. I technically can't not sense the emotions of people nearby me.
Okay, so you get worry from her. She's definitely worried. Definitely a kind of trepidation. Whether that's about the outcome of this mission or if that is about putting you in charge of the ship, you're not too sure. Maybe a mix. You also get the feeling that she is maybe not being entirely honest. Not outright deceptive, but perhaps a guilt that suggests that she knows something that perhaps you don't.
Okay.
But also a lot of stress, like so much stress.
Understandable.
Yeah. Being a Starfleet captain, very high stress job in general.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Alana is going to look at the crew and then look over at Siltek and say, well, I guess I need a first officer. And, well, let's see. I'm going to need everybody else in different parts of the ship. And Siltek, I think you're probably going to be the best at being an XO. So
Yes, ma'am.
you're number one.
I'm at your service.
All right.
You watch as the Admiral is taking this information down on the pad.
Uh-oh.
And when that is decided, you see that the screen behind her goes black. She pulls the pad back to her chest. Well, good luck, Godspeed, and keep us updated.
Yes, ma'am.
She gives you a curt nod and leaves you there in the briefing room.
Well, I'll be.
As soon as the Admiral is out of the room, Ro just looks at the rest of the crew. It's like, really? I just got done saying I didn't want to be a commander because it's too much of a headache, and you made me captain?
Yeah. It's prophetic.
I owe all of you one for this. I'm gonna make sure you get promoted. And then you'll
Siltek's
have
happy.
headaches.
Siltek still isn't quite getting that you're mad. And he's like, oh, I get promoted? It's a good day.
Lyra mutters under her breath, I hate people.
Christian, you get this very strange emotion coming from Illyria. You don't know what she just muttered under her breath, but you sense the emotion behind it.
General malaise for all of humanity.
I feel like it's oddly comforting to Tristan because he's been bouncing around from place to place, never staying with the same group. To be back with surrounded by the same energy again,
Yeah.
is like oddly comforting, even if it's weird emotions that he's not quite getting a read on.
Yeah. Yeah. It must feel it's like it's familiar, even if it's not quite understandable, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's family. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what family is.
Yep. Love that.
So you make your way to the ship, and as you walk down the kind of long corridor of this starbase.
Ooh, do we get like a
towards-
slow-mo astronaut walk?
You know what you get?
Hell yeah.
You get the Enterprise glamour shots
Ooh.
from the original TOS movie, where it's
Right.
just like a full 10 minutes
Right.
of like the shuttlecraft coming in and all of the planning.
Yeah, this
Um,
model cost us half the budget. We're filming it from every angle.
And then we'll reuse it again later. No, that's what you get. Except it's literally because whoever's in the shuttlecraft is like taking you on a little tour of the outside to tell you what's been new and upgraded. So you have like a full like half an hour
Right.
fly around the
Right.
outside.
It would have been 20 minutes, but Siltec made the guy like go over every weapon system. It was like, come on, man.
Oddly enough, like normally Ro would be like, "Oh my god, just get me to the ship." But since it's been refit with some things, like she's actually the same. She's making it like, "All right, I need to see this detail. What's been done to the engines? Let's go back there. Let's get. I want to get a close up look at that."
Yeah, Illyra kind of gravitates towards Siltec in a strange way because she's really interested on defense mechanisms that they've added on since this place rains glass sideways.
Right.
And so, like, if Siltec's right here, Illyra's almost like gradually like inching closer to like look over Siltec's shoulder,
Oh yeah.
but like also keep my distance.
Right.
You can see that in general, the kind of outward plating has been updated. It's
Nice.
not that the last lot was any worse, but you know, there's a lot of cosmic radiation, there's a lot of heat, so that's all been refit. It looks like the weapon systems themselves have not necessarily been upgraded, but they have been tuned. Newer parts have been fitted. Illyria, you can probably find out from asking that yes, the holodecks have been upgraded
Nice.
with some of the things that you have worked on to prevent mishaps like last time. She looks very shiny and very new,
Nice.
but very familiar. You can also see other parts of the plating that look like around some of the vital systems, around some of the arrays, and around some of the weapons arrays. Looks like that they have been shored up and reinforced, perhaps in preparation for the atmosphere of this planet. Silica can be very annoying if it gets into places it shouldn't,
Yeah.
especially if it starts to melt. No one wants glass in the engines, you know?
No.
But
Not so much.
eventually, after the glamour shots tour, you do dock aboard the ship, and the crew are there waiting for you in the docking bay. A very small crew, the very, very minimal that you would need to operate this ship,
Is Mark here?
are all lined up.
Is Mark in the
waiting.
crew? Is Mark there? He's got to be, right?
Make me let's have a look.
Not Mark.
Make me a insight. I'm gonna call this command. Insight
Command.
command test.
Okay.
As you try to pick out the one, you know, the one crewman's face out of the many that are here.
So I'm looking at insight and command. You got to remind me how to roll this. I'm so
you
sorry.
need to add your insight to your command.
Gotcha.
So that's going to give you 16. I can do math.
Gotcha.
So you need to roll 2d20, and you want to hit 16 or under.
16 or under. Okay. I rolled a 7 and a 17.
7 and a 17. So that is one success. That is enough.
He got a new
You-
haircut. It was hard to recognize him.
He does. He does have a new haircut. It is cropped a lot shorter than it is. But you do spot Mark there in the back, possibly trying to, like, step
Mm-hmm.
with somebody, like, in front of him as he awkwardly just kind of tries to make like it look like he's looking forward, but is actually doing everything to avoid eye contact. And there's a moment where you can't, like, the both of you look at each other, and he's just like,
Hey, Mark. Shipmate. Good to see you.
Illyra looks at Siltec and then tries to figure out where Siltec's looking.
Over here, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, shipmate Johnson. Johnson.
Ro does the same thing, except it's like looks at Siltec, figures out where Siltec's looking, and then it's just like laser focus right at Mark.
This poor kid.
And she
Mark
points to the
looks so
brand new little
awkward.
pips on her collar.
and like he's looking down when you look over, and he does the thing where he looks up to see if anyone's still looking. and he notices, and you just hear him.
Siltek
Someone
someone.
beside him like nudges him, and he's like, like someone asking if he's okay, and he just doesn't want to talk. But
What's his current rank?
I'm trying to think of what you demoted him to, because I don't think you promoted him again.
Right.
I think it was down to specialist from like
Yeah.
some sort of petty officer. So, okay, so the Ro will just look at him and go, "Oh, Specialist Johnson. Thanks so much for volunteering to deep clean the galley."
Takes a moment, and you can see him mentally counting the number of pips on your jacket as you got closest to him. You're welcome, Captain.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll let you get to that.
And he awkwardly, the only person, just leaves this kind of assembly
Just
really quickly.
walks
As
out of
he's
a
leaving,
room.
Alira pipes up and says, "When you're done with that, I have a couple other places too."
As soon as
He doesn't reply, but you see there's like a nod as he disappears through a door.
Yep.
And everyone else is just like, what just happened?
That's
But you
just
are
Mark.
informed by the crew that engines and systems are operational. Weapon systems have been checked and are also operational. All of the equipment and supplies have been loaded, and the bridge awaits the senior officers.
Awesome.
Thank you, crew. Inspiring speech or something. I'm not good at those. So we're going to be going into a pretty dangerous situation, and I appreciate all of you being here and doing your duty. I'm going to do my best to get us through all of this in one piece and get our people back. If you have questions or concerns, you are free to talk to me, I guess, in my ready room. That sounds weird. But yeah, you come talk to me if you need anything. And good luck to all of us. You all have
You,
jobs. Get to it.
Yes,
You see
ma'am.
somebody, as you're like, if you have any questions, starts to raise his hand, and somebody beside him slaps it back down.
Yeah, just gets a shot look from Siltek.
And
Like,
just like
no, you don't.
nudges him. There's a couple of whispers. You don't think anything bad. Tristan, the feeling that you probably get is there is some excitement, some
Yeah.
trepidation. But as soon as you tell everyone to get back to their jobs, they disperse and scatter, and you make your way to the bridge, a place many of you are familiar with and have been up here a number of times during your service aboard the Initiative. And here it is that you will find your captain's chair, Ro,
Captain on the bridge.
and you watch as the entire bridge crew, as Siltek calls this out, is up in a flash, standing there at the ready.
And I think Ro like just walks towards the con rather, getting ready to sit in the pilot seat, and then kind of realizes, oh wait, right, big chair, right.
There's somebody stood there, whoever was sat in that seat, who instinctively just, you've walked up there towards this, and as if you're going to take a seat, moves the hell out of the way, as if to say, if this is where you want to sit, Captain. You know, it's just like, doesn't question it.
I think she's got like one leg up, getting ready to like step over the back of the seat, and then kind of goes, "Oh right, I'm the captain now," and steps back, goes, "As you were, yeah, everybody at ease."
Everyone is at ease, and immediately, as you are used to, sits back in their chairs and begins.
You heard the captain. At ease.
Yeah, I think they heard it. Number one, we're good.
Yes, ma'am.
A little, don't get too eager there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Lay in a course. I'm assuming like the admiral gave us coordinates, so she'll call that off.
As you call it off, a couple of seconds later, the reply from a seat very familiar to you, the pilot's seat. Course laid, Captain.
And Ro just sort of takes a deep breath, still processing everything that's just happened, because less than 24 hours ago she was teaching cadets how to fly spaceships, and now she's captaining a very large spaceship. So it takes a deep breath and then just goes, engage.
And it's at that moment there is kind of a grin, Tristan. You can feel it from all of the rest of the crew here. That moment that it's almost like the first launch again. after it being out of service for so long, and that kind of joy that comes with having somebody new in the captain's seat that the crew know and the crew love and are familiar with. As you feel the familiar thrum of the warp core engines as it begins to build, and you slowly pilot out of this dock, picking up speed as you begin to leave the planetary system, and as soon as you are far enough out, you hear the call, ready for warp.
Yeah, take us in. Gauge warp engines and let's go.
And you feel the sudden kick as the warp engines truly kick in, and you are propelled through space at a ridiculous speed. And you know once you've hit the kind of the cruising, you know, once it's in, as you watch those in the navigation area and the piloting area suddenly relax in their seats a few minutes later. You're on course, Captain.
Excellent. Good job. Ops, I'm gonna need while we're en route, I'm gonna need you to find me everything you know about, or I guess rather that the Federation database knows about silica-based life forms, and have a report of that ready by the time we get there. And then she'll call down to engineering, say, engineering, I'm gonna need you to do a full analysis on our defensive capabilities and run a level 2 diagnostic while we're en route. Make sure our shielding and armor plating is working at full capacity. I know we just updated everything at the space station, but we're literally going to a metaphorical hell, so I want to make sure everything is working down to the last micron.
As those orders go out, Siltek grabs one and just jots a note and hands it back to the ensign. And what he's written at the top, find out what silica is, and gives him a very serious nod. And they kind of, head off.
Hold on, I need to. I want to find you the response. I need to look this
silica.
Up so
Yeah.
So a while later, you get all of those reports, Ro. You get the check that obviously the ship itself is probably not going to land on the planet, but the specially designed shuttlecraft is
Neat.
ready. Everything
Perfect.
is working. And you get a note back later, Siltek, as this ensign comes back with just some other general reports for the captain and kind of hands you back a handwritten note.
Wow.
It just says, it looks like he's copied this straight from,
Space
some kind
Wikipedia.
Of Space Wikipedia. And it just says that silicon dioxide or quartz is the primary constituent of sand and glass.
Ah, well,
And
that
it's
does
just
make
like-
sense.
I wanted to find something that was very Space Wikipedia. That's why I
Yeah.
googled it.
I like that he wrote it down so it didn't go in an official log. So they didn't know the XO asked what sand was.
But he writes this down and hands it to you and just doesn't say anything. Like, doesn't even meet your gaze.
Good job, Ensign. Thank you.
This is a great crew.
Oh, so
and
it's
just-
like sand. Well, that does make sense.
It takes about roughly a week of travel to get out as far as you need to. You are right along the Federation Romulan border. The current kind of climate here is a lot of this area is slightly disputed by the Romulans predominantly, who classically like to try and extend their borders as far into Federation space as they can get away with, and that includes most recently claiming that certain areas are in fact on their side of the border, and that Federation charting is inaccurate, and this creates a lot of tension, a lot of politics for the diplomats, who then have to go in and kind of find some kind of middle ground to prevent yet another reason for incursion. But
Yeah.
you were coming up towards this planetary system and the planet in question. You can see in the planet's orbit, in a fixed orbit, is another starship. The very small, nowhere near as big as yours, just enough for a small exploratory crew their supplies and somewhere to launch a shuttlecraft from is still in fixed orbits, as you would know, with no crew aboard currently, because they are all on the planet's surface, hopefully.
Commander, while we're this close to alien space, can I take us into yellow alert? Keep the crew at the ready.
It's Captain Siltek, but yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yellow alert seems appropriate here.
Yes, ma'am. Yellow alert. Set condition 1 throughout the ship. Yellow alert.
And the klaxon begins to play, the lights begin to flash yellow, and the attention picks up in this room. Are there any preparations you want to make before you head down to the planet?
Yeah, Rose's gonna call for the initiative to pull the smaller, I'm assuming like a science vessel, in with a tractor beam, and to prep an away team to go investigate the ship to make sure nothing weird happened aboard there, and to check the logs to see if there was any communication recorded or any information that might be helpful before going down to the planet.
Okay, so you, that's easily achievable. Crew goes over. The ship is tractor beamed in. There is nothing unusual logged there. It's pretty much what you got told in the briefing. You can see that a lot of their logs are encrypted, probably because of the proximity to Romulan space in the event that the ship is captured or boarded, making it as difficult as possible for the Romulans to access files and databases is the sensible thing to do. You can see the recent log from Captain, who was crewing this up, that they received some kind of signal from the planet itself. They couldn't decipher what it was or what it meant. It was a series of tones, but it indicated that there was something intelligent upon the surface, which shouldn't be possible with its atmospheric conditions, giving the idea that there might be some kind of silica-based life here, or at
Okay.
least some kind of life that it could exist in this kind of atmosphere.
I'll have like that signal sent to one of the science officers. If any of the senior crew want to work on it, but I assume they probably assign someone under you to work on it while we're doing other stuff. But just kind of says, let's get that analyzed, see if we can pull anything out of it. It's probably a long shot, but doesn't hurt to try. And with that, yeah, probably go ahead and prepare a away team to go down to the planet and try to find our people.
Okay, is there anything anyone else wants to do as preparations are being made to head down on the shuttlecraft?
I would like to personally check the shuttlecraft, like every inch of it. And I feel like this is something that I've done like within the past time span getting here, but like I want to make sure everything is ready, and I want to see if there's like supplies I can take, if there is parts that I think are might get damaged, so that I can repair it when we're on the ground.
Okay, go ahead and make me a let's go for insight and engineering test.
Okay. And it's
So
D20s.
Yeah, so you add your insight to your engineering, and then you're rolling 2 d20s, and you want each one to roll under that number.
Oh, well, we're not off to a good start. Okay. Okay, so the number was 13, and I rolled 115 and 1-2.
Okay, so that's really good. So you've got at least one success. Do you have any focuses that would have applied here?
I forgot about the
I got
focus.
starship construction, mechanical engineering.
Starship construction, I think, will apply here.
Cool.
So what is your engineering score?
It is 5.
5. So that means that your 2 is 2 successes, which is one more than you needed. So you have a point of momentum in the bank, friends, for when you need it. Don't forget, you
Nice.
do also have a reroll each from that
Oh yeah.
big old donation. So you have a look. It looks sound. Seems to be solid. Everything that you would expect to be done in preparation for these kinds of heavy atmospheric storms of any kind has been done. The weakest parts that you would guess would be things like anything on the outside that could be exposed in panels there.
Right.
Usually that's small connector components, so you can grab, a small box of those to bring aboard with you. The other key things would be things like air and pressure regulators, which shouldn't damage, but you can grab a spare of each if you wish. Otherwise, it's things like door seals, anything that is sealing because of the air is toxic essentially down there. Those aren't really things that you can kind of pick up and carry with you, because you can't kind of fit those necessarily like in the moment. That is a job that requires you to be able to open things up a lot more, properly pressure fit them and test them. Repairing one of those on the ground probably leads to more problems than just a faulty seal. But you can go ahead and grab, if you wanted to mark down, just a box of generic connectors and pressure and oxygen regulator. But otherwise, it all seems normal. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before we pilot the ship down?
Well, I guess question. Meta question, I guess. So standard Federation or Starfleet regulations are that the captain doesn't go on away teams, specifically dangerous away teams. If Ro stays on the ship, will that mess anything up for you narratively, or will that work?
You gotta come.
If you want to stay on the ship, we can make it work. I think the intent from the briefing is that you were to go down. The crew is basically here to help you pilot the ship. But the idea is given is that you are also kind of the away team. But you are the captain, so it is your call to make. You're free to play by Captain Kirk rules if you like, where the entire senior staff go down and be damned to the consequences.
All right, cool.
Someone in chat just typed incoming Captain Mike.
Don't give me
Mark,
ideas,
it's
chat,
Mark. The
don't do
guy's
it.
name is Mark. At least call him by his right name. This poor
You know
kid.
that no one's gonna get his name right if he's captain.
I will take Mark out mid-ship ride.
Right.
Gonna come back
Sassy
and-
just
oh,
turns and shoots Mark before the chance even happens.
Oh, hi, Mark.
You know what? I think Mark would be an excellent addition to our away team.
Oh no.
And Lyra turns to you and like is staring daggers into
Here's your red uniform, Mark.
Yeah. So I think Ro, especially if the admiral kind of implied that everybody in the room was supposed to go, and like, okay, I feel like maybe that rule's waived for the moment, and we'll go with him. And it goes over to Illyria, kind of whisper talk, and goes, look, if he's with us, he's not up on the ship blowing it up.
I'm just saying, if he accidentally gets left down there, it's not my fault.
Noted.
Take checks to make sure Mark can't hear us.
Never even do anything wrong. I can't remember now.
I don't think he did. I think we just didn't take a liking to him, and so we just assumed he did things wrong, and then that came to us believing he did things wrong. I honestly don't think this kid's did a damn thing wrong.
I think though, Alira and Mark have been working together, and like she's just done.
Right.
Like she's done with him.
Right.
Yeah, I think it was something that we thought he did something wrong, and then it just solidified because we didn't like him.
So all of you, all of you go down, and Mark comes along with you as the only other member on this crew. He sits very awkwardly and very quietly in the back of the shuttlecraft. Just doesn't say a word.
Yeah.
Kristen is as far away from him as possible. He doesn't need to feel whatever is going on with Mark right now. He just wants to be away from that at the other end.
You actively trying to block from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't need to feel
who's
that right
piloting the shuttlecraft?
That was exactly what I was about to ask.
Probably
Yeah.
Ro,
Yeah,
because she is a pilot.
that does make sense. We are flying into a glass storm planet.
I think she is going to call back as she's piloting before it gets too, demanding of her concentration. Just be like, So, Specialist Mark, you ever been to a Class Y planet before?
No, Captain. No, I don't really do away parties. I'm usually just on the ship, and he doesn't meet anyone's gaze. He's just like looking into his hands, and like some of you, I imagine, as you get on, he's already begun to suit up into the specialist suit, as he's not actually actively doing anything
Right.
during the flight. But like he's just like he doesn't have a helmet on, and this looks like a because I'm a TOS fan, if you ever saw like the weird green bubble wrappy
Right.
hazmat suits that they had, it's kind of like that, but these are white. Any clear protective panels, usually over the wrists, where you might have some kind of interface. You can see that they are made of very thickened material, something akin to space Kevlar. That's what we're going with. We're going space Kevlar.
Okay.
Anything that's clear, you can see, is made of some really thick, probably some kind of specialist polymer. And you can see there are some helmets hung up along with the rest of these suits that he hasn't put on yet, but he sits there. I imagine that for the shuttlecraft, you've got like these crossed over things, and he's just sat there holding on, just kind of looking.
That's amazing. And Ro just says, yeah, there's a funny thing with these Class Y planets. You're going to want to hold your breath as we go through the upper layer of the atmosphere, or it can do really weird things with your inner ear. You'll get real dizzy. You'll lose coordination. So I want to make sure. I'll tell you when to start breathing again.
Siltek's taking down notes.
He looks around at everybody and is like, really? They didn't teach us that in the academy.
Siltek fully believes it, so if he's looking at me.
Raven, I need you to go ahead and make me a test to basically deceive him, and also by that merit to deceive Siltek.
That's gonna be the easier call.
Amazing.
Can I assist by like avidly agreeing with everything that Ro's saying? Like, is there a way to do that in this system?
Oh God. There is a way to assist, and you know what? It's been a while since I've run Trek, so I'm just going to have to look it up. But while we do that, I want to know, Siltek, how likely are you to believe this?
100%. My captain's telling me something.
You're not actively trying to work out.
There'd be no reason for him to disbelieve her whatsoever. She's not a joking person, right? So, like, yeah.
So,
oh my goodness.
I just believe her. He's already doing like that deep sea diver thing.
Illyria, what do you say while I'm looking this up?
Illyria just starts well, she's avidly like agreeing and like just like randomly like verbally being like exactly that's it, and then she might throw in some like technological jargon that like they don't know what it is and just like spew out a weird sentence that sounds like she knows what she's talking about, but really she's just meshing a bunch of mechanical words together.
Like some weird way the atmosphere interacts with the environmental system on the shuttle.
Yeah, the environmental system and the outside of the ship. Like, it's just the way that it's constructed, and you do that because we build it this way.
Oh man.
So you're not like adding anything else that he has to do. You're just embellishing Ro's story.
Wow.
Right. I'm just making it as believable as possible from a mechanical standpoint.
Okay.
That does seem like a huge
this
oversight.
is suddenly going to become the story of how everyone bullies this poor specialist. In which case, then, Ro, I need you to make me. I think this is going to be presence and command.
All right, so 14.
Do you have any focuses that will apply here, or any talents that you might want to use?
Yeah, like lying.
I do have inspiration as a focus, and diffuse the tension as a talent.
Let's have a look at what diffuse the tension does.
Yeah, I don't remember what any of the talents do.
Not quite. That's like attempting to get someone to not be violent, to take a more peaceful course of action. So
you might need that for Mark at some point, but not right now.
Let's see. I think that you have a persuasion focus.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I do. I didn't even notice
I will let
that.
that apply. So if anything rolls equal to or under your command skill, that's 2 successes.
Yeah.
All right.
And then we'll add Illyria's assistant in a second.
I got 2 successes.
Nice.
2 successes. Okay, Illyria, you need to roll me a. This is going to be presence engineering test. and you will have a focus that applies here because you have shipcraft, and I think that him knowing that you have this specialism is what's going to add to it. So you just roll 1d20 for me and let me know.
One. Okay.
Just one, because you're assisting.
Wait a second. Chicken nuggets. I rolled a 16, and that's over it.
Do you want to use your reroll?
That is the best expletive I've ever heard.
Yeah. Chicken nuggets.
I work with children. No, I want to save my reroll for later because I feel like it's gonna be a really big deal.
Yeah, there is
Like,
glass
something
flying
human.
sideways at us. I'd want to save that too. That does seem like a good move.
You reckon, Illyria, that he's already stopped listening to whatever explanation you're given, as he's like, his face is a slight panic, like he didn't know this. Why didn't he know this? But you will get a point of momentum. So that's 2 points of momentum that you have now, folks.
Awesome. I love that we have a point of momentum for messing with the new guy.
And
It's
you
okay,
watch
Mark.
as you begin to enter the planet's atmosphere. He's like, now?
Yeah, right now.
Saturate your lungs, Mark. It's just like deep sea.
He takes the biggest, like he does a couple of really deep breaths, kind of opening his lungs, and then is like, and you can see him like sitting there, and he's all clenched up, holding it on. Do you have anyone co-piloting with you, Ro, or are you just piloting yourself?
Probably just piloting myself, I think.
Okay. In which case, then I need you to. We're going to simplify any spaceship stuff down here because Star Trek ship stuff gets really complicated sometimes.
Oh, I can't believe it.
But I want you to go ahead and make me a. It's going to be, I guess, control and con. As you come in, this is going to be difficulty 3, however, because as soon as you hit that atmosphere, you can feel the ship start to pull as the sheer force of the winds on this planet. You can already hear these glass shards essentially hitting at the side of the ship as you're coming in the middle of one of these storms. You do have the kind of beacon from the ship below, which is what you're trying to get as close to as possible. But trying to control anything in this, it's like throwing a paper airplane into a hurricane.
Gotcha. Okay.
So go ahead and make that test.
So really good.
Yeah. Question. I have pushed the limits as a talent, but I don't remember what it does. But I think it has something to do with
There should be a talent list on
extreme situations.
Whenever you succeed at the evasive action task, you may spend 2 momentum. If you do, the ship does not suffer the increased difficulty that attacks normally caused by evasive action. So it's more of a combat-y thing.
Okay. Well, I do have small craft as a focus,
That will
which I'm
apply.
assuming would apply.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use a momentum to get 3 dice to roll. If I'm remembering how those work
You'll have to give
right.
me a point of threat. So you've got 2 momentum. How many
Okay.
extra dice do you want?
Just 1.
Just 1. Okay, in which case that's fine. So you'll have 1 momentum left. You can
Gotcha.
also give me threat as well. I do have some threat on. So
I do recall that. Yeah.
I am going to spend some threat though
Oh,
to
no.
raise the complication range. So we all know that 20 is bad in
Yeah.
2d20.
Yeah.
However, I'm going to spend 2 threats. 20. So that's going to be 18 to 20. A complication happens.
Oh my.
All right.
I like how we're like, I don't know, should the captain go down? And like 10 minutes later, she's piloting the shuttlecraft directly into hell.
Yep. All right, here goes. What number am I looking for? So you said control and con, right?
Yep.
We're looking for a 14 or under.
Oh, God, that's a lot.
That is 2 successes. And then what does the focus give you again?
The focus means anything that is equal to or under your skill is 2 successes.
Okay, so that would that be 4 successes then?
I'm going to trust you on that.
Because I
So
got 2
basically,
successes, and then with the focus, does it apply to both or just one? Is basically the question.
Both. If both are
So, yeah.
under your
Damn.
I got a 2
under your
and-
discipline, sorry. So equal to or under your anything equal to or under your discipline is 2 successes instead of 1.
Oh, okay. So that's just, let's see. So I got a 2 and a 10 and a 17. So that's 2 successes, and then the focus con is a 5. So the 2 would, so it's 3.
3 successes.
All
Okay. That is just enough as you start to feel the ship being dragged by the upper atmospheric winds, but you manage to pull it back, almost kind of using the winds to kind of boost you and then pulling it back as you come down. You hear this wind pick up. You can feel, all of you can feel the turbulence, and I'm just going to make a quick roll here. Sitting in the back. As you continue down, all of you are watching this, by the way. Tristan, are you actively trying to ignore Mark's emotion still?
Am I able to? Is this thing small enough for me to even be able to? At this point?
If you've chosen to like stay right up front
Because
with everybody,
I can't not sense the emotions of people nearby. So I was trying to get as far away as possible, but
yeah,
I
I
don't
imagine
know
you're
if I'm...
sat like right behind the pilot's seat,
Yeah.
and that was just far enough that Mark's, kind of ambivalence didn't reach you. But you start to, just on the edges of that sensory thing, start to sense somebody who is not quite panicking, but on their way there, just at the edges of that ability you have to sense. As you look at him in the back, and he's like,
I think Mark's going blue.
Can I?
Malco? Is that
That's
the
why
normal
I'm
color?
like after up to a certain point he was like, okay, you know what? Like, we're having our fun. It is what it is. And at this point, if he's like staring at him, watching him like go blue and start to pass out, just go, Mark, look at me. Mark, breathe. I'm gonna need you to breathe.
Yeah, you can breathe now. Just calls out.
That was good job, Mark.
he just looks like he's so done. Like he's been holding his breath for like a full 2 minutes, and he's just, you've got the sounds of this horrible glass hitting and splintering against the outside of your ship, the whole thing shaking, and he's just like a wreck sitting there.
Good job, Mark.
Rose just, handling the shuttle, and it's bouncing around and everything, and she just sort of leans her head over just a little bit to Siltex. Says, "See, you got to give them something to focus on, because they get too scared if all they could think about is how we might imminently crash."
All right. You're a good, Cap. He's just taking
Crash?
notes.
No, we're good. We're
No.
good.
We landed.
Yeah, like the odds of us crashing are at least 95%.
Yeah. If
Not bad.
Yeah. I mean, like the whole ground could give way. It might all be made of glass, so we could still die, but we're safe for right now, Mark.
That panic that you're starting to feel, Tristan, the anxiety just begins to rise as Mark is just like shrinking into his seat.
Hey, Tristan, can you like mental Xanax him or something?
That's not how that. That's not how that.
That's how that works.
That's not how that works.
You can't
Siltex.
just like
No.
pew pew, like give him a little bit of calm.
Wish I could. Wish I
All right.
could.
All right.
Oh my god.
You can just tell if he is anxious, not so much help him with
No,
that
yeah,
anxiety. I got you.
can't fix problems or change people's emotions. I just know when they're happening.
Oh, what if we hooked you up to the shuttle? No. We tried that already. Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Please
that.
don't attach me to any more technology.
Don't worry.
I really don't want to have to recommend him for a psych eval when we get back. Please, I need.
All right, I suppose.
I need him to be okay for a little while longer.
All right, doctor. And then I just start scanning the outside for any like life forms or anything like that.
Go ahead and make me a test for that. So this is going to be I'll let you pick the attribute, but it's going to be con. It's going to be the con tribute.
Con plus, I guess, insight.
Yeah, I'll go for
Okay.
that.
So I roll under 13. And
You do have some momentum if you want to spend.
I rolled a 6 and a 12. Don't need it.
Okay, 2 successes. That gives you a point of momentum because it's
Nice.
you're pretty close to the planet, so scanning it, not too difficult. There's some interference from the strong silica storm that is going on and the horrible glass shards that are attacking everything, but your sensors are still working. They have been well protected and prepared for this. The surface of the planet is sitting at a very, very toasty, and I apologize to all my American friends, but I'm in the UK, so I use Celsius.
Right.
I don't know how Fahrenheit works.
Right.
But is sitting at a really toasty 95 degrees Fahrenheit. It's incredibly hot on the surface of this planet.
I'm just assuming that's a million. That's what it is in my head. 1 million degrees. Gotcha. Thank you.
You do see on the scanners the previous shuttlecraft, which you've landed not too far from, beginning to land not too far from. From this distance, it could be the silica storm that is kind of messing with the range on your sensors, but you don't pick up any standard life forms just yet. But it looks like the surface of the planet is fairly rocky too. With this heat, although it's probably also covered in glass. Not quite molten, but you imagine the temperature over time starts to kind of turn the surface into something very undesirable to walk upon.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like fun. All right, I pass all that information to the captain.
Yeah, that's toasty. All right. Well, do we have a idea where the beacon is?
Did I find it on the scan?
You did. That would be the it was a beacon from the ship, actually.
Yes.
Where it's been activated. I do need to have a test though for you to land this shuttlecraft safely.
Nice.
Because as you start to get further down, you notice on the sensors that the shuttlecraft that landed previously did land in a fairly precarious position. Whether it landed on something and slipped, or whether the landing wasn't very smooth, it does look like it's kind of crunched part of the front side down into the surface of this landscape.
Okay.
I'm going to spend some threat here because right now visibility is very poor. You've only got your sensors to guide you in, which, although they're accurate, are not working at particularly long range because of just the amount of particulate in the density of it in this atmosphere. And also, you're not entirely sure what the surface of this planet is like. Aside from it being kind of rocky, probably a little bit weirdly sandy, sludgy, but whether or not you're going to sink in it, whether or not it's going to be really solid. And I am going to spend 3 points of threat to increase your complication range. So go ahead, make me another either control, or you could, I would let you get away with daring if you wanted to, with con for me.
Yeah, daring would be great because that's higher. How many successes do I need?
This is going to be difficulty 4
Oh,
to
goodness.
land this without any issue.
Are we good if I use both of those momentum?
Yeah.
So if you want 2 dice, it's going to cost 3 momentum, so you'll have to give me a point of threat.
Happily pushing you momentum.
Yeah, we'll do that. So
Okay.
that's 4 dice total.
Yeah, if
Right.
the ship doesn't land, we all die.
You're
So go
rolling
ahead.
2d20,
Take
and
all
then
that
you wanted
momentum.
2 more dice, so 4 total, yeah.
Okay.
And we have rerolls.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Thank you. I had forgotten about that.
It's be a real short game. Well, ship crash, all die.
All right.
Thanks
so I
for
need
joining us.
16 or under. It's not too bad. All right. That's not gonna do it.
Anything 17 or over, though, is going to be a complication.
Yeah.
It's 3 successes, and then I'm going to use a reroll on that last one.
Okay.
What's my con? 5? Oh, that's 4 successes actually.
4
Um,
successes.
Is that all I
You-
needed?
That's all you needed. So unless you got a complication, you want to re-roll that, or you want to use your re-roll to try and get some momentum back.
Yeah, it was a 19, so that would be a complication. So I'll reroll that one.
Okay.
That's a 17.
That's 17. Still a complication. So you bring the shuttlecraft down, and slightly surprisingly, but slightly not, as you touch down and the boosters bring down, you kind of feel it stop, and then you feel it kind of sink a bit into the kind of sandy, glassy, kind of sink in a very crunchy way. It's not pleasant to hear against the metal of this shuttlecraft's hull. As you sink down a little bit. And as you do, you can now fully feel the impact of this glass hail that is coming down. It's loud, it's constant. As the screen clears and opens up now so that you can see the planet ahead of you, no longer needing any shielding from kind of the cosmic radiation, you can't see too far in front of the shuttlecraft. All you can see is the image of shattering glass over and over again, like hailstones, but worse. And hazily make out just ahead of you, somewhere in this horrible kind of dusty, slightly grey haze, the outline of the other shuttlecraft. And mostly because of the lights that still flicker on inside it. As you all begin to suit up, however, getting ready to get this atmospheric stuff on, ready for this storm to begin passing, you hear, Illyria, you probably hear this before anyone else, being kind of paying attention to this sort of thing. See a flashing light come up on the screen, and it's flashing yellow.
Do I know what that means?
You do. It looks like it's noting a system error. And it is noting a system error with the communications.
It's your least
Illyria
favorite error.
immediately jumps up and like says, "Ro, we have an issue with comm."
What's happening?
Oh no, communications froze.
Oh,
Communications froze.
Oh, no.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's inside the
Your
ship.
personal.
While,
okay,
while
we will come back to Jordan in a minute.
Hi.
Oh,
there we go.
Sorry.
she's back. Okay.
Communications are fixed.
Yeah. The timing. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll go over and see if it's something, see if she can figure out what exactly is wrong and if it can be fixed on the ground or if it's something that's going to need to be fixed from the main ship.
I won't make you roll for this. You have a look at it, and it looks like that in that landing, as you've kind of sunk, you've sunk awkwardly in the sand, much like the shuttlecraft ahead of you. And it looks like that what has happened is that the pressure from the sink and mixed with the heat of the surface and the kind of general unpleasant, sharp crunchiness of the surface has damaged the comms array aboard the shuttlecraft, which means that trying to get comms back to the ship is going to be difficult because you're already dealing with a lot of atmospheric interference. Not impossible, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. It's not an essential system as such. All of the rest of your systems, your life support, your oxygen, your pressure supports, all of that stuff is working fine. It's just your comms array that appears to have been damaged.
Illyria's gonna look at Ro and say, "It's fixable, but it's not worth it here. And we've been without comms before, so."
Yeah, I think we can put a pin in that. We'll try to fix it if we really need it. For now, I want to make sure we have a way to constantly see the line between our shuttle and that one.
How far is it?
Maybe a couple of 100 meters ahead of you.
Oh, okay, my lasso's not that long.
No. Probably can't lasso it from here.
No.
I think the glass might rip it to shreds
Yeah,
too.
possibly.
So what I'm thinking is, does the shuttle have phasers on it? I'm assuming.
I
Yes,
would say
ma'am.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do is dial those phasers back to the lowest possible setting and set it on continuous beam. So it's basically just a really expensive laser pointer.
Oh, that's smart.
Thanks.
Okay. I don't feel like I need to make you roll for that. That's not the most difficult of things to do, especially between all of you. I mean, if you can't operate the
If we can't make a laser.
the phaser array of a shuttlecraft, we got some real problems here. But you do. There is a continuous beam. This may potentially still cause some damage. over time,
Sure.
the outer shell of that ship. But it would take, a number of hours for that to begin to erode away at this plating.
Okay. Can I set up like a remote access on a pad or something like that so I can turn it off once we get over to the other ship?
You could attempt to. It takes some rigging.
Okay. I will look to our engineer and ask if she can set that up. She probably would have told Siltech to do the actual phaser thing too.
Yeah, I shot the beam. That's what I was good at. I went bleep, and then Alira actually did the science stuff.
I did, however, make Mark come over and hold things for me while making minimal eye contact. Jordan feels so bad about this, but Alira really doesn't care.
You see, he is standing there, and you're just handing him tools while he just holds them. You ask him for something, and he gives you the wrong thing.
Mark.
And then
thin ice
quickly
Mark
takes it back out your hand and gives you the correct one. And it's just looking around at all of you, and Trish, you can feel it now, that the nerves, the fear. Whatever emotion describes, oh God, why did I pick this? Why did I choose to do this with my life?
Oh, buddy. Every morning, I know where you are, man.
A familiar emotion. Yes.
But I will say, for the sake of time, yeah, you can set something up to remotely turn it off once you get over there. Do you have you've still got a couple of hours until this storm kind of passes out of this area enough that it is safe to leave the ship? Your suits will protect you from some of this debris, but it won't in these kind of heavy conditions.
Okay.
So this is kind of your time to put a little bit of a plan together. What are you thinking? You need to, at the very least, track down the logs here. There is the potential that you are dealing with some kind of alien life too.
Yeah.
But right now, your subjects, the crew that you are looking for, is MIA. If you guys are okay to roleplay for a couple of minutes and chat about your plan, I really, really need to go to the loo and grab a drink. If that's
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know what?
I will cover up my camera.
Actually,
and
I
this
kind of
gives you
do
a chance
too.
to-
Would you just want to take a 10-minute break? Because I got to go too. So
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can take a 10-minute break.
Let's do that.
I think the scene that we leave on here is as all of you kind of sit down, across the seats chatting. Mark is just left there watching all of you with this kind of dumbfounded, terrified look as he's still holding all of Illyria's tools that she has dumped into his arms, that he's at danger of dropping, but can't really do anything
right.
to stop them falling, but is desperately trying to just adjust his posture
Good job,
to
Mark.
prevent it. That's where we're going to leave it as we go on the break, as you start scheming.
Awesome. All right. We'll see you guys back in 10 minutes. Awesome. And we are in the
really
break.
need to look
No,
at
go. Me too. And we're back.
That's true.
Hey.
Hey, we're back from our break.
I
I need to jump back in and see what decisions are being made. But I think we have something to talk about with our giveaway that's going on in chat first.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's the hashtag? Found family. Hashtag found family to win a. It's the pronouns t-shirt, right? That's what they said? Yes. So it is a hang on, it's official pronouns t-shirt. I'm trying to find it. But it's a t-shirt. It's a t-shirt from the Inkling Print Company, who are amazing and who also did the official t-shirts for the Take the Help action. There's a link for that pulling up right now. Shirt. All right. So just do hashtag found family and you will be entered in the contest to win your pronoun shirt.
that's awesome.
I got that more or less right. So we're good to go. We're good to go.
Awesome. So you have now kitted up. You are waiting for the storm to pass. What is your game plan? How do you want to approach this?
I think Ro is going to specifically look to everybody and go, all right, options, opinions, what are your thoughts? And she's going to like specifically look at Mark as well. Like, I want your input sort of look at him.
Mark looks at you and just goes, can I put these down yet?
Illyria, is he good to put those down?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
And he like awkwardly goes over to a seat and does that thing that you do when you've got too much, and he's just like gently offloading it and like, I think that we should investigate the shuttlecraft.
Yeah.
He says with like the most confidence you've ever heard until it ends in a question.
Well, he's
Yeah,
not
that's
wrong.
that's the objective. What do you think about how we should get over there?
Walk. And he kind of looks around and he looks over at you, Siltek.
Yeah,
like,
you're losing Siltek. Even now, you're losing Siltek. I mean, he's got a point. We do need. I mean, I suppose we could walk over there. Yeah, I suppose that's true. But there's a lot of like hot glass flying at us. Like maybe that's what the captain wants to know about there, Mark.
But I thought that's what these suits were for.
Yeah. Okay. So Mark's all
I
set. So
wasn't really prepped for this. I wasn't told I would be leaving the ship.
Oh, also one quick note: that pronoun shirt is actually from @pronouns in my bio. I got that wrong, so my apologies. So thank you
cool.
@pronouns in my bio for donating that shirt.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's hot glass flying at us sideways, Mark. Little stroll's not going to fix that.
Only for another, and he looks through like the clear panel in
There
his
we
suit.
go.
1 hour, 43 minutes, and 26 seconds approximately.
There we go. We found Mark's use as a meteorologist. All right.
Siltek meteorologists are always wrong.
That's true. They do lie. And he just looks, he just kind of squints at Mark. Anyway.
Mark
Ro
says
just,
nothing. He's just like,
Ro just sort of shakes her head. It's like that. Thank you, Mark. We'll come back to you. Anybody else? Thoughts on ways to best approach the other shuttle once the storm's passed?
Well, not so much a thought as a worry. This hot glass raining sideways, whether it's coming down light or not, is going to be hell on our instruments. We should expect interference. I suppose we could rely most accurately on Tristan, and if he recognizes or feels any of the crewmates in this area.
That's a good point.
Yes, and we also have to worry about this signal, this tone. Whatever's sending it out may be an intelligent life form. We can't discount the possibility of running into potentially hostile threat.
That's true.
That's a good point. That report that Ro requested, but while they were coming to the planet, did it have anything in there about like first contact procedures for those types of life forms? Anything like consistent across the board on them or not?
This is where I'm going to say that we're departing from any canon because Virginia hasn't watched all of TNG yet. But there are reports of other silica-based life forms a lot of them here are referred to either by their home planet or by a classification given by the Federation, given that many of them discovered so far have not been directly, there has been no first contact, they have simply been observed to exist.
Okay.
Mostly because their life processes are not, and the conditions that they live in are not really the best for initiating communication with things that can't breathe the atmosphere they live in. And for the most part, a lot of them have not yet reached the point where the Federation is able to reach out to them because they have not yet traveled to the stars. So the non-interference kind of clause of the Prime Directive has come into play there.
Okay.
So nothing about first contacts, just most likely that they exist. It's not known whether they are particularly dangerous to other species, but obviously the planets that they live in are very hostile to other forms of life.
Yeah. All right. So Ro will glance over that report again, and then just like, not like angrily, but just sort of like flippantly toss the pad onto one of the panels or shelves or whatever. Be like, right. So that doesn't give us a whole lot of information. I don't know what to expect with these life forms if they're out there. So I guess just keep your eyes peeled. Illyria, do you have any suggestions for ways that we can, aside from the suits, anything that we can do to lessen the impact of all of that? Sort of motions at the window.
Well, truthfully, anything that we could do would be counterproductive. You could take paneling from the inside of the ship and try to get it to work as a protection, but the problem with that is that it's gonna knock you over, and then we have lacking of paneling in the ship, which I'm avidly against. So I think that the best case scenario is just to go for it and not die, preferably.
All right, and then Malco, if we do have a suit breach, what's our best options?
Well, certainly patch it as quick as possible. The temperatures are going to be incredibly dangerous, and if there's still going to be bits of glass out there, so we want to make sure that we're not being exposed or cut by it. So definitely any sort of breach or tear, let someone know, and we need to patch it right away.
All right. So keep your eyes on your own suits and on each other's to spot any breaches or anything like that, and we'll have patch kits actively in hand while we walk over.
What do I do?
You're going to be walking with us to the other shuttle and watching all the suits to see if there's any breaches there, Mark. And you'll have a patch kit in your hand.
Maybe keep
Yes,
an eye on that weather, Mark. If it switches on us, give us a heads up.
That would also be helpful.
Sir? He nods. You wait out the rest of the storm. It's pretty dull and pretty boring. At least once, Mark tries to tell a story, which he never really finishes. Kind of trails off at the end.
Too real.
And once it's clear, the storm has settled down, and Mark can confirm that yes, it has moved further on. You have a couple of hours before you're due another heavy hit, like the one that you just flew through. And you open the shuttle up, and as soon as the doors begin to open, you see there's actually a double set of doors on this shuttle, like an airlock almost.
Yeah.
You will step into the first set, and the second one's open, and you suddenly see why. Even with the majority of kind of that almost microstorm now, you come to realize as these kind of pick up.
Yeah.
Shards of glass come flying at you still, kind of whipped up in the air by the high wind, and begin to coat the floor of this kind of airlocked area. It begins to kind of almost some of it's so fine. If you've ever seen like fine glass dust after glass has been ground,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's almost like that begins to litter the front of your helmets and gets all over your suit. And as you kind of brush it off, you can feel how gritty it is.
Right.
It's like sand, but worse. And you see it cut, but bigger shards.
Anakin Skywalker would be furious.
Yeah, hitting against the suit, but obviously the thick material not puncturing, at least at this point. The heat is almost intolerable. If it weren't for the fact that your suits are oxygenated and cooled by two large tanks that sit on your back, like carrying a heavy rucksack. And for some of you, like Malco, like Illyria, maybe even Tristan, you will have additional stuff padded onto this to carry your med kits or your engineering tools, or Tristan, probably some of the equipment that you use for your kind of tech-based stuff, adding to the kind of bulk of that. So it's not, if you've ever seen videos of people in spacesuits and how difficult it is to do anything in them, it's kind of like that. Your fine motor skills are reduced here. But you step out onto the sand, and it's like sand, but it crunches beneath your feet like glass. And you can see in some places where it's heated and the silica kind of bubbles in kind of hot spots across this rocky surface. But the visibility is better now. You can see the craft ahead of you, and you can see how much it's kind of banked. And it looks like in the time that it's been here, more of this sand, glass, that's kind of in the atmosphere and the air and just covering everything like sand does, has begun to kind of cover up bits of it, and found its way in to, as you get closer, parts that would lead to the engine. This craft was obviously not well designed to land on this atmosphere like yours has been fitted to. What are your first thoughts as you begin to approach? Is there anywhere you want to go directly? Anything you want to look at?
Rose just keeping an eye on that laser, and sort of trying to keep it in line of sight to line up her approach to the shuttle. That's pretty much her whole focus, is getting to the other side.
Yeah.
Easily done. And as you get up to the shuttle, you can actually see where the laser has begun to slightly burn some of the plating. Just at the very edges, you can see it starting to discolor, which probably isn't too dangerous at this point.
Okay. And she'll make sure that everybody else gets to the shuttle before she goes in.
Okay. Tristan, as you begin to get closer to this shuttle, you become aware not so much of any direct feeling, but of someone.
Oh.
Just a presence.
Just a presence that there is someone there. It's devoid of emotion, however.
Okay, I will relay that to everybody.
A presence
Listen.
devoid of emotion. That is not comforting, Ensign.
No. Do I get a? Does it seem to be coming from inside the shuttle? Okay. So, yeah, everybody just take it easy, take it slow. We don't know what we're dealing with.
Pull out my phaser.
Yeah, Ro will as well, and set it to stun. And she'll like, set your phasers to stun. We don't.
Mm-hmm.
It might be one of our people, so we don't want to go in.
Yeah, Siltek
hot.
goes and rolls that up to maximum stun, like just below lethal, right?
You take it all the way up to kill and then like dial it back.
Just a bit back. I'd set my phaser to maim. That's what I set my phaser to.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
You begin to approach the shuttle, and as you come around the side to reach the doors, you can see that this doesn't have a double airlock door. This is just a standard shuttle that you might find aboard a science craft.
Well, there's your problem.
And you can actually see that one of the doors is shut, and the other one looks like it has been wrenched part the way open. The inside lights kind of flicker and screens buzz as if there's a constantly interrupted electrical circuit as they kind of flicker on and off and on and off.
Does this door look like it was ripped open by like a hand or by like storm winds and debris?
Good question.
Why don't anyone who wants to make a guess at that can make a test? Who would like to kind of test for that?
Me.
I would.
Yeah, I'm busy looking for enemies.
Okay, we'll roll that separately then. So, Ro or Lyria, who wants to make the main test? Because one of you can assist.
I'm good either way.
Okay, I'm gonna ask if I can argue something. Can I argue that since I know like innately how ships are born, I would be able to tell kind of the difference between storms and people?
Yeah, you've probably
make
seen
sense?
enough ship damage that has, been caused by people being careless and by atmospheric damages and kind of, wear and tear.
Cool. So can I do the main roll? Is that a bad idea?
No, I think that's totally fine.
Go ahead then and roll me. This is going to be reason because you're drawing on your kind of learned experience and learned knowledge.
Cool.
Reason and I'm going to call this science rather than engineering. Do you want
Okay.
engineering?
Yeah.
Have engineering. Ro, I want you to. How are you approaching this?
I'm just trying to look at like, does this look consistent with debris damage on starships, or does it look like I'm just looking specifically for like hand marks or claws or something like that, less from like an engineering standpoint, more of just a straight observation.
Let's go for reason and security, because you're basing yours
Okay.
more on a kind of a tactical knowledge of, you're looking for claws, you're looking for evidence that this is indicating something dangerous.
Okay, that tracks.
So you're just rolling 1d20 because you're assisting.
All right.
So go ahead and make the roll.
Reason
for
security.
me,
So
Jordan.
I need 10 or under.
I rolled. And because you're a really nice GM,
Oh no.
I have 2 successes.
Nice. Okay.
I got a
and-
5.
You got a 5. So is that also a
Nice.
success?
It is a
Oh, wait.
success, yeah.
I rolled 2 dice under it. I rolled a 13 and a 2.
So do you have a focus that would, apply here? So that 2 is almost definitely going to be 2 successes. So that's
Yeah.
4 successes total between the two of you.
Wow.
Which gives
Wow.
you 2 points of momentum.
Yay!
Yay!
Nice.
Having a look at it between the two of you, you spot no claw marks or scratch marks, but you can't indicate, because the other door seems fine, it is locked in place. This looks like this has been forced open by someone or something. It's
Okay.
not the result of the storm. Some of the damage to the inside is almost definitely the result of the storm having passed through with this door being open.
Did we already determine whether this was like coming inside damage or going
Right.
outside damage?
With the amount of successes you've got, it looks like somebody or something tried to get in. It was open from the outside.
Okay. And there's probably not anybody on the crew manifest that would have that sort of strength, right? I'm assuming.
Not that you know of.
Get
Captain is Vulcan, however, and they do possess a fair amount of strength,
Mm-hmm.
as Vulcans naturally do, because the gravity there is lower and all of that good stuff. So potentially, but it would be a difficult job to force one of these doors open.
Okay.
Siltek, you were looking for danger.
Yeah. Enemies. Radar signs. How about the heck we do it? Tricorder stuff.
Go ahead, make me I'm going to call this insight, I think, for you.
Okay.
Insight and security.
Insight and security. Okay, so that gives me a total of 13. I'm rolling 2 dice.
Mhm.
That is going to be a 7 and a 15, so only 1 success.
1 success.
That 7 is
having a
underneath
look-
my security. I don't know if that matters.
Do you
Oh, no,
have a
it's not. I'm
focus
dumb.
that you could
No,
apply
I'm
here?
super dumb. Well, I've got duty and discipline, regimented mind. Not really, no. No.
You sure that you're looking? I think you're looking at your values or your talents. Your focus is on the
Oh,
right hand.
I'm sorry. You're right. I am composure, hand-to-hand combat, espionage, horseback riding, meditation, and by the book. No, absolutely nothing
No.
applies whatsoever. In fact, most of them won't apply ever.
I love that you have meditation.
Thank you.
Having kind of like watching your back, you don't see anything around the ship that would indicate the presence of like a dangerous creature.
Yeah.
Inside the ship is a different story because
Oh.
you can't see properly inside the ship.
I
It just looks
insist
like
on
a
going in
wreck
first. Yeah.
as the light flickers. It's always possible that there is something, because Tristan did share with the group that he felt a presence. But immediately you don't see any immediate threat aside from the environment.
All right, Tristan, if you feel that presence, make any changes of mood, please alert me, I say as I step inside.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
There's actually something that I forgot I can do.
Oh, good.
And I probably will get our captain's permission before I attempt this. I don't know if this creature is capable of communicating telepathically, but if it is, I can attempt to reach out telepathically and communicate with it.
Yeah, mental
Would you like
Xanax.
to attempt to reach out and communicate with it?
With permission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ro will nod. Like, yeah, that's a great idea. Good job,
Okay.
Tristan.
There's just a gentle hand on my arm as I'm beginning in, and then I nod and step back. Yeah.
Just
Imagine that the both
be
of you
careful.
can get in this shuttlecraft. It's a bit awkward because it's kind of tilted, so you have to step in really carefully,
Sure.
and you trip over a couple of panels that have fallen
Bodies.
in.
Yeah.
There is a lot of debris in here, a lot of sand that's kind of pulled towards where this is tilted. Do you have to roll anything to make that communication?
Increase the difficulty of this task if the situation is stressful, if there are a lot of beings present, or if the target has resistance to telepathy or other relevant factors. So it does seem like it is a task to try and communicate telepathically.
In which case, this is going to be a difficulty 2.
Okay.
So what would you like to use to kind of achieve reaching out? I feel like presence could be a good one.
Presence could be good.
Yeah.
Of the other ones, the only one that I kind of feel like would be relevant, I mean, I guess maybe medicine, but command seems to make sense.
I'll let you use either command or medicine, depending on why you're reaching out.
At this point, I think Tristan is basically, it's a first contact thing. He just wants to sort of kind of convey our intentions here are not to harm anyone.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead then and make me that presence command. Do you have a focus that would help you here?
I don't think so. Unless... No, I don't think so.
No. Okay. Go ahead. Make this test. You do have 2 points of momentum as well, remember.
Okay.
So it's difficulty
Yeah.
2.
Is everyone okay if I use 1 point
Take
to
'em.
get an extra?
Yeah. Go
Okay.
for it.
Take all the mental Xanax juice you need, my friend.
So presence command, I need to get under 15s. Let's see. Ooh, nice. That is 3 successes, a 6, a 12, and a 13.
Hot.
Nice. Okay. So you gained that momentum back, so you're still at 2.
Nice.
You reach out. What do you try and communicate? Are you trying to talk to it? Are you trying to communicate a feeling?
Tristan generally, especially if it's a life form that he's new to, will generally try and communicate emotions and feelings rather than words straight off the bat. So he's trying to communicate a feeling of calm and respect, just kind of non-confrontational.
Yeah, you put this out, and it's challenging. It's like this, whatever this entity is that you're reaching out to, isn't actively fighting you, but like there is a block that you have to try and get past. And when you do get past it, it's almost, you get the sense that this entity isn't aware that you're here. In fact, the sense that you get is that maybe this entity is in a dreamlike or unconscious state.
Okay.
And there's something familiar about it.
Familiar.
Like something about the feeling this gives off, now that you're closer and you're here, is familiar to you.
Okay.
But it's so difficult because it's not giving you anything back. It's just like it's there.
I'm not. Whatever I'm sensing, I don't think it's awake, but it's giving me a familiar feeling. I don't think it's going to be immediately dangerous.
As you're talking, you can almost feel its presence drifting.
But it's
not
on
physically, but the strength of it
okay.
drifting. It's not getting further from you, but it is drifting away, like it's fading slowly.
It's fading. I think we should move.
All right. Siltek, if you want to check out the situation inside, and then Malco, as soon as Siltek gives you the clear, go ahead and go in and try and help whoever it is.
Yes, ma'am. He's got his phaser out, flashlight kind of crossed over his wrist, and he's just going to sweep the inside.
You sweep the inside, and you can see the inside of the shuttlecraft is wrecked. Anything made of fabric is shredded to ribbons. The screens in here that flicker on and off don't even display anything anymore, as they're almost like become frosted,
right,
from the storm that's passed through, and it's just like the kind of light behind them that flickers.
They were just ground down, basically.
Yeah.
A
lot of the metal panels look like they have been ripped loose and have been, again, they take on a kind of frosted metal look. There is this kind of glass silicate sand everywhere, and as you get deeper in towards the back of the shuttlecraft where it's actually leaning, it looks like it's pooled almost, like the sand has just come in and rested here. And it's there that you see a piece of white, slightly shredded fabric, not cut the way through, but scuffed up heavily, just poking out from the dune.
Oh, okay, I will. As the music builds, I will reach in and gently pull that out of the dune.
Can you just go ahead and make me a, what's this going to be? As you try to, you've got to try and move this sand as you try and pull this.
Yeah.
Make me a fitness and security test, please.
Oh, well, I got the best chance of this working. Okay, fitness is 11, security is 4, so 15. And I rolled a 12 and a 5.
Okay. It's tough. It's whatever you're pulling on, whoever this is heavy. And it's when you start kind of clearing some of the sand to give you room that you realize why. Because this person is wearing a suit almost identical to your own. And beneath a helmet, which is like the entire visor is just frosted. Like you've seen like really badly scratched up plastic.
Right, yeah.
It's like that. But you recognize the Starfleet insignia that sits across the outside of the suit. And as you keep pulling, and you find a bit of the helmet unscratched, just the peak that you can see, the shape of a Vulcan ear.
Oh, are they alive?
It's kind of hard to tell from here because the suit is obviously bigger than you, so there's no
Gotcha.
obvious breathing signs. But as you drag
Yeah.
and you see the insignia that sits across the front, there are enough pips here to indicate this is a captain.
Oh shit! Is this our captain?
Most likely
Okay.
is what you would
I'm gonna
you would think.
Yeah.
gently cup underneath her arms and just kind of drag her out to get her out of the ship so Doc can take a look at her.
You can see her suit is in a bad condition. The tanks that sit on her back have actually the straps look like they have come off,
Right.
and it is still attached to her, buried in the sand beside her. And as you pull that out along with it, you can see the pressure gauges almost pretty much empty.
Okay.
They are dented. They don't appear to be split,
Okay.
but they're not in a good way.
Larry, can you do something about that?
I can
Mark,
try.
I just saw someone in chat said, "Mark, we need your environmental suit now."
Oh no.
I want to, but also no.
No.
That was your mission, Mark. You were a hanger. Thank you.
Congratulations, you succeeded. Goodbye now.
Oh my goodness.
I want to see. So, number one, would there be backups of the tanks?
You would hope so,
Okay.
but searching through this craft would take some time.
Can I send Mark back to our ship?
You can.
Okay. I'm going to look at Mark and I'm going to say, this is your chance not to mess things up. I need you to go back and I'm going to give him a list of things that I need. And I need those tanks. I need the hoses that connect to the tanks. I need, and then like whatever tools I think I'm going to need to like quick fix it.
And most importantly, I need you not to die.
Yeah. You
I
got
would
5
like-
minutes.
I would like you to make me a presence command test, please.
Hell yeah.
I think that those are actually my worst.
Can I use my
So,
advisor
we go.
talent?
You can. What does it do?
When you assist another character using your command discipline, the character being assisted may re-roll 1d20.
Yeah. How is it that you're assisting? How are you giving this advice? As Illyria just starts like running off this information to Mark, who is like a little bit dumbstruck. He's looking at this figure and just like, what's happening? Yeah, no, I can get that. Yeah. Yeah. And you can see him mentally like mapping out where these things are as he tries to keep the list in his head.
I think Tristan is just being like the calming presence and sort of being like, now, Mark, you can do this. You have the tools, you have the skills, you have the training. You have got this, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Elira is going to have Mark repeat back to her the list of things that she needs quickly.
He actually, surprisingly, he takes a minute. He hears your question and doesn't answer you immediately. And he's just looking at you, Tristan. He's like, I can do this.
Yeah.
Takes a deep breath and lists off in very quick succession exactly what you have asked him to bring back to you.
Perfect.
However, I still need you to make that presence command test.
Okay. Oh, I dropped one. Okay. Well, my overall score that I had to beat was an 8.
Oh,
Oh no.
Jordan.
No, the suspense.
Communications is playing up again.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
As
Damn
we
this.
see Illyria
sound.
talking and there's nothing coming through anyone's comms.
This always happens to
there we
me.
go.
There we go.
I, in the middle of my sentence, I was like, I froze, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I rolled the dice, and I rolled 1 5. I had to beat an 8. I rolled a 13, but I can re-roll it because of Yay.
Because of
Nice.
Tristan's advisor talent. Yeah.
Nice.
oh yay, it was a 4.
Nice. 2 successes. So you can have a point of momentum.
Look at those
And he
wholesome
lists
successes.
everything off. And you see with a kind of confidence that weirdly you both recognize you've kind of instilled in him in Tristan, and kind of taking that minute to calm him and reassure him, and in Illyria just giving him this whole list without any reservation. You see he gets a minute, he checks his watch, and he goes back towards your ship.
Alright.
You still have this figure here, though, that Siltek has dragged out of the sand.
I have a question.
Yes.
These suits, are they like modular? Like, could you pull a connector out of one suit and plug it into the other
Good
easily
question.
enough?
As in like the tanks? The tanks you could.
Yeah. I think while they're doing that, Ro's just gonna like take her tank off and hook it up to that suit.
Nope, not a chance. Not a chance you are, Captain. Put that tank right back on and Siltek takes off his.
Is there a way to hook up 2 people to one tank?
You have a bunch of connectors with you, and I don't know why, but for the sake of narrative, I feel like Illyria was the kind of person that would like,
take
these
5.
are small enough to put in my pocket. I'm going to put these in my pocket.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, she would.
100%.
All right, so Ro is in the
Okay.
process of taking that off, and then
That goes
it
right.
stopped.
I just walk up behind you and just put that tank right back on your back. No, ma'am. And I sling mine off.
I want to see if you can jury rig this.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to assist, you can.
I could hold.
As you're trying to kind of, this is a
I
kind
guess
of
I'll
like a mix
assist,
of
yeah.
engineering and some medical stuff as
Oh,
well, because you've got to figure out, you know, how much can you divert before it starts affecting, because these suits
Right.
keep you cool.
Then I will
and they
hold
give
the
you
tank
oxygen.
while Malco and Illyria figure this out because they're the smart ones.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can I assist by
Trisha
being?
could probably assist in this too, because you can feel that the presence you were sensing is this figure in front of you, who is, you now discover, your captain.
Neat.
They are Vulcan. She is Vulcan, and therefore that's what the mental block you hit was, the kind of the training. The fact that that is fading tells you that she is dying.
Right.
Yeah.
Good find, Tristan. Good job.
Okay. Can I help with inspiration by chance? Or
I believe so. What does it do?
it's just a focus. So like, just be inspiring. Like, tell them that they're doing a good job, basically.
Good job,
Yeah.
team.
Go team!
Can I use bardic inspiration in space?
I cast pizza party. Good job, team.
Always. Okay, who wants to make? So I guess Illyria is making the kind of main role here. It's probably either going to be Illyria or Malco making this main role, depending on if you want to hard play the engineering angle or if you're kind of hard playing the medical angle.
Yeah.
Well,
I
if
would
we're
say medical. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was gonna go the other way. I was gonna say
Oh, really?
Both
Well,
trying
I
to pass the buck.
Either way, it works. The only reason I said medical is because you would have, I don't know. I'm down either way.
Because my thinking was like Malco would want to be focusing on any wounds or any sort of like immediate bodily damage, and then Illyria
There's
and
none
Ro.
that you can see from here. The suit appears to be intact. So if there
Okay.
are any injuries sustained, they're probably going to be like pressure and crush injuries that you're not going to be able to access here, because if you open the suit up, the toxic atmosphere begins to circulate.
Okay.
Um,
Then however you want to, if we
let's
think
go
of
with
medical,
medical. Let's
Okay.
have a medical roll.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then anyone who wants to assist, you can. I will let you pick which attributes and skills you want to do
Yep.
for that. You don't have to tell me. Just add them up. You roll 1d20. As long as Malco makes a success, everyone else's successes will count.
I
So-
will assist by not. Therefore,
I'm-
not screwing this up.
So I think this is going to be
Sweet.
definitely going to be medicine, but I'll let you pick the attribute that fits best.
could we go with reason maybe? Just try
Yeah.
and okay. So I'm just rolling 1 dice, right?
You're rolling 2. Everyone else is assisting.
Rolling 2.
Is rolling 1.
Okay. Cool.
Make sure that you take into account any focuses, so you make sure you get any extra successes you need. Go ahead and make that roll.
Try to think.
In other words,
because focuses would be surgery, xenobiology, infectious diseases, and
I'd say
triage.
surgery, because this
Okay.
has got a lot to do with
Yeah.
like oxygen flow and keeping the temperature down, which is very similar to what happens in surgery, keeping people's body temperature down, making sure their sats are up. So
Okay, cool. So it'll be okay. So I got to beat a 16.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay. So I have a 15 and a 16 on the dice.
Nice. Okay, that's 2 successes. What has everybody else rolled?
Oh,
Rolled a 3 for presence and command. My command is 4, and I've got the focus and inspiration. So is that 2?
nice.
Yes, that is 2. So it's 4 successes.
Sweet.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If I big failed,
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
does it matter or should I re-roll?
I mean, it's not gonna prevent the successes from happening. It just adds something that might be happening. Would you like to succeed at cost?
Oh, that's
That's a mean question.
it's such a mean question.
Which means you definitely succeed,
Right.
but there is something will happen. So you can save your reroll if you like.
No, I'll re-roll now.
Okay.
This is our primary objective. I think it's a good call.
Well, like, if I re-roll, can I succeed at cost if I fail that too?
No.
No.
So evil.
Okay, yes, you can. If you also completely fail that one
No,
and you want to
it's
succeed at
okay.
cost, you can.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Virginia, it's a
I just-
charity
slightly
stream,
greater cost.
Virginia.
Oh, I'm good. I succeeded. I
You
succeeded.
succeeded. That's
I
5
succeeded.
successes.
Everybody panic.
Amazing.
This is the most stressful I have had. Most stress I've had all week, and that's saying something.
It's fun stress though.
I love it.
Yeah.
I have missed playing with you as the GM so much. This is
Totally.
amazing.
100%.
I assisted with reason and medicine. I got a 2 on the die. Would my medical tricorder focus
Nice.
apply?
Do you know what? Yeah, I'd say that you could be using that, like to
Okay.
kind of also, using your inherent kind of ability to sense what's going on, and also the medical tricorder,
keeping
pairing those two
vitals,
things up.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So is that another 2 successes?
I think so.
7 successes in total. This was difficulty 4.
Hear me out.
I can do math.
Security
you are
plus
now on-
fitness. Hear me out. Because I got to know if the suit's got any leaks, and the fitness tells me how it fits.
No.
I'm just going to give you another success for that. I don't know what to say to that
The
reasoning.
fitness in the suit.
Yeah. Yeah.
5 points of
Argument.
momentum sitting in the bank right now. You all managed to pull this off. You divert some of the flow from, is it Siltek's suit that we're using?
Yep.
Into the captain's suit. And this happens just as Mark gets back. And he has like a,
Oh, you're
he's
not
basically got like a large like metal bin, essentially, like stuff would be stored in, and is dragging it back full of the list of items that Illyria has
Hot damn, Mark.
mentioned. But when he comes back, he is panicked
Oh.
and he's out of breath. When I got back to the shuttle, there was a communication coming through, but I don't think it's coming to our headsets with the error. It was a distress call. They've gone to red alert aboard the ship.
Oh.
Ro's gonna immediately like put a hand on the shoulder, kind of hard because that's the suits. So like
Yeah.
so that he can actually feel it. I was like, "Good job, Mark. You did a good job." What did the message say exactly about the red alert?
I don't know. I only caught bits of it. It was crackled, like it wasn't coming through all of the time. It was really stop, start. But something about going to red alert. Something about there was something aboard the other ship, the other vessel that we pulled in.
Oh.
They've locked down the bridge. That's all I got.
All right, good job. Let's get the captain here back to the shuttle, and we'll get back up and we'll assess once we get there.
Yeah, Siltek's already got the captain over his shoulder, ready to run to that shuttle.
As you go to pick her up and bring her over the shoulder, she reaches her hand out to grab at you.
Whoa. Whoa. Captain.
She can't
Siltek.
see you, you remember now, because her
Right.
helmet is just completely frosted across.
Captain, tap, tap, tap.
Who is it? Get off me.
Siltec. It's Siltec, Captain. We're here to rescue you.
Starfleet?
Yes, Captain.
We have to get back aboard my ship immediately. How did you get here?
Ma'am, your ship
you
is...
can see she's trying to look around and she can't see anything.
Ma'am, your ship is a loss. Your ship is a total loss. Do you know where your crew is?
The beacon. Oh, it was all a trap. All of it.
Ma'am,
You here? How did you get here? What ship did you bring?
we landed a ship. We should go, Captain. And I would kind of help her up and start walking with her. Captain.
She limps like there's something wrong with her leg, like it hurts her to stand.
Do you wish me to carry you?
No, I am fine. And this is odd because she sounds panicked.
Yeah,
And
it's like this is
none of
very
you
odd
have-
for a Vulcan.
Yeah.
None of you have ever heard her panicked. It could be the result of some of the pain that she's in too.
Mhm.
As you begin to limp back to the shuttlecraft.
Illyria's gonna have Mark help her carry the stuff we just brought over back.
if you want to, I imagine that on the way, because you're still going to be going at a slow pace, she can't move particularly quickly, and these suits aren't built for it. You could probably do like a rolling repair on her suit if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Pack it all back up, Mark. Thank you.
But yeah, so you do a rolling repair. Mark kind of pushes this bin across, and that's where you can kind of rest the broken satchel that she's wearing. As you know, you're going to have to walk side by side with Siltec in order to keep that going. But you get back to your shuttlecraft.
Awesome.
And you can see the kind of the message coming up, the red alert that alerts you something's going on the ship.
I think
as you sit her down in the seat, as the airlocks close, she rips her helmet off. Takes a really deep breath of air. She looks dehydrated. The only reason she's probably survived this long is her kind of her Vulcan constitution, really. As she kind of sits for the first time, not bolt upright, but her hands on her knees. It was all a trap.
A trap from who, ma'am?
You know where we are, don't you?
No, ma'am.
pretty close to the Romulan border, Captain.
Acting captain.
Yeah, if that doesn't tell you our situation, it summed up. I'm not sure what would. Yep, I'm acting captain.
We are in a disputed zone. No one was supposed to know we were here. We were just cataloging planets. And this is kind of like as you're powering stuff up, I imagine Mark is being set to task.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rose flipping all the switches and prepping all the takeoff stuff while she's talking.
We'd already categorized this one, and as we were leaving the system, we got a pulse from it. A series of tones from the surface. So we thought it might indicate life, something calling at us, noticed our presence. We didn't think it was possible with the atmosphere and the temperature, but subterranean colonies have been found on other worlds. Worlds that have had the opposite of terraforming, really. So we went down. We didn't find anything exploring, and then one of those storms hits unexpectedly. The beacon was so far out. The rest of the crew are gone. That beacon, the technology, it was bait for the ship.
If that's true,
I didn't send that distress call. I assume that's what you got.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we are responding to a distress call, yes.
And if that was bait, we stepped right into that trap. And the initiative needs us.
Science vessel is no use to the Romulans. But a fully equipped starship with this
Yeah.
level of technology, that is worth something.
And we got to make sure they don't get it.
Well, not that they don't get it, but if they try to claim that this is Romulan space, science vessel, that's can be put down to exploration, to claiming that we were checking the charts,
Right.
that a starship
That's an act of
equipped
war.
with a phaser array and photon torpedoes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they'll probably use that to threaten war in exchange for concessions of more planets from the Federation if they stick true to tactics.
They lured us down there, knowing that our vessel wouldn't prove enough, hoping that somebody else would catch the distress call.
They wanted the initiative.
And they got her. Can we take
Well,
off?
I'm assuming the ship can take off. Like, it wasn't too bad of a landing,
No,
right?
you weren't damaged. For the sake of time, we will say that you can take off. You're not piloting during like the bad atmospherics that you were earlier.
Okay.
So you start
As
making
we
your way.
take off, I'm going to take the ship to red alert since we're in a combat possible situation. Is everyone okay with that?
The
Yeah.
ship is, yeah, but you do notice you
Red
see
alert.
the crackling message come through. The ship is at red alert. Somebody aboard there has already raised the alarm because they have locked down the bridge.
All right.
What is your plan from here as you are piloting back towards the initiative? You can
So-
see the Romulan bird of war that is up alongside her now. You imagine where they have boarded, potentially,
Crap.
or are waiting to board.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Can I assume that the initiative can tell where we are, like,
Yeah.
not geographically, but you know what I'm saying. Is there a way for me to disable that?
Yes. However, that would mean that you couldn't be beamed aboard. It would essentially, more than anything, you'd be disabling like the location on the shuttlecraft and on your comm badges.
Oh, so maybe
That's-
not the best choice.
Well, that might actually be a good option. I have a quick question as well. The science ship was still fully functional. Nothing weird about it, right?
Not upon the first glance, but obviously, even a ship of a small size would take a. You don't have a full roster of crew. Remember, so
Yeah.
your priority was figuring out, looking at logs and checking stuff, not necessarily a full top to bottom security sweep of the ship.
Sure. But like, it didn't seem like it was damaged or anything.
Not that you could tell.
Okay. My thinking is a science ship is a lot better than just a shuttle, tactically speaking.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
got full transporters, probably a better phaser array, probably better shielding, and just as bigger. So we could go take that and sort of operate from there to try to get the initiative back.
I could also stay on board the shuttle, Captain. Keep him occupied.
That wouldn't be a terrible idea either. So if we could disable the initiative's transporters, that would probably be helpful, because then the Romulans can't use it for site-to-site transports.
Then I'll go and take those out. I'll drop you off on the science vessel, go back around, and take out those transporters.
Because it does seem like the initiative has been taken, right? Not just...
You're not really sure.
Okay.
You know that they've hit red. From what Mark told you, they have hit red alert. They have mentioned that there is some people aboard. The exact number of that, you're not too sure. The gist of it was, it sounds like they were on board the science vessel, and upon docking with the initiative, that is where they have transferred.
Okay.
And that the crew of the initiative have locked down the bridge to prevent access to it.
Right.
Okay.
So we
And
definitely want to lock down the transporters then, because we don't want them getting on board that bridge.
and our communications are still on the fritz in the shuttle, right?
They're on the fritz. You can attempt them. It's just it's gonna be more difficult to kind of get a message across.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, and Ro will sort of explain the plan as they're flying up. We take the science vessel. Siltech can provide support with the shuttle. We use the science vessel to communicate with the bridge of the initiative, get an actual sit rep, and then from there we can either act like the science vessel was having issues, and so that's why the initiative is here, and try a diplomatic approach. It probably won't work, but we can at least try. And then if, assuming it fails, coordinate with the initiative to take on the bird of prey and get the heck out of there. And Ro will look back at Captain, was it Tapel?
Yeah.
Say, that work for you, Captain?
You are in charge. I am not medically fit to command.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Let's go.
She looks at you, Malco, as she says this, almost looking for some kind of confirmation that she is in fact correct.
He'll kind of look and just kind of give her a nod, and given your current situation, I do not believe you can right now.
There will be casualties aboard the initiative if they boarded.
We'll deal with that when we can.
How did you find me?
Bro looks over to Tristan.
Coming to the rescue once again.
Do what I can.
Well, I suppose I am just a passenger here. Continue. And you can see she's really trying to hold up that strength, like she is wrecked.
What am I getting any feeling?
You are, and that's strange to you.
Yeah, because it's normally shut down.
You can tell that this is a woman who is physically at her limits, mentally at her limits, to the point that she is beginning to show signs of stress and distress, and which is unusual. In all the time you have served with this woman, that's not, the kind of the suppression of emotion is a very Vulcan nature thing, and here it is, like the cracks are showing.
Oh dear.
So as Ro's punching it, actually, right before she pushes the engines, I think she'll just sort of speak over her shoulder and be like, "Oh, come on, Captain, you're never just a passenger." And then she'll punch the engines and get over to the science vessel as quickly as possible.
Okay. You get aboard the science vessel. Siltech staying aboard the shuttle, is that right?
That is correct.
The captain chooses to stay with you.
All right.
The rest of you board the science vessel, and you can see for yourselves this vessel is not very well equipped. It has a very, very minimal phaser array. It's not there's no photon torpedoes, no, ablative armor. This is a as science vessel as you could get, as least threatening as possible. You imagine, but on purpose. Tristan, can you just go ahead and make me a let's see. Make me an insight command test for me, please. Difficulty 3. So you do have some momentum if you want to spend it.
I may. What's is this just?
I just want to get a sense of of your empath ability, and I guess some of that comes. It always felt like Tristan kind of had an intuition as well that was kind of linked to his experience with that, and just knowing a kind of what's going on around, and that kind of extra sense that gives you.
Okay, so I need 3 successes.
3 successes.
I've got a pretty good chance because presence plus command is 15. But I
Yeah.
might.
We've got lots of momentum.
Yeah, shall I grab a momentum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, okay. That is a 2, a 5, and a
Damn.
13.
That's all successes.
Nice.
Okay. Aboard this vessel, as you kind of walk through it, it's very odd. It's small, but these vessels are still big, if that makes sense. This is just like a very, very, very small starship, and even that is huge. And it feels very empty until you get closer to the bridge, and then it stops feeling empty. And it starts feeling like there's someone else here with you.
Uh-oh.
I sort of try and stop people from storming ahead.
Okay.
Captain, there's someone on the bridge.
Okay.
Do I get an emotional sense from...
Like an emotional sense, sorry, did you say?
Yeah, do I pick up
Yeah.
how they're...
You do. Anger.
Okay.
And in some ways, kind of a smugness.
Sounds like Romulans.
Yeah.
That's what they're made of, anger and smugness.
Definitely
Yeah.
feels
At
very
least the
Romulan,
military.
Captain.
So yeah, Ro's gonna say, all right, change of plans. We're going to engineering. Well,
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hear me out, because we can catch them by surprise and take them out, or put them in a room somewhere. But can I access like an electrical panel and cut a wire that will send off an alert but won't necessarily damage the integrity of the ship?
What alert are you trying to send off?
Something scary. Any ideas?
Well, what I was thinking is if we can get to engineering and if it isn't occupied, we could potentially transfer control of the ship to engineering from the bridge, lock down the bridge, and then fill it with some sort of not breathable gas.
I love that idea.
I mean,
Which would require-
probably like a medical wing aboard this ship, and you usually deliver anesthesia through gas sometimes. You do have a doc
Perfect.
aboard with you.
Perfect.
If you wanted to go that route.
Yeah, maybe we swing by medical on our way to engineering, and yeah, Ro was planning on Illyria doing a lot of engineering trickery to make all that happen.
Okay.
I'm
Is
so
there
excited.
anything Malco or Tristan want to do specifically aboard the ship as part of this plan? Because you
Yeah.
sense this presence here, Tristan. You're not sure if there's anybody else anywhere else.
Is there a way... do we have any way of checking to see if there's anyone else aboard right now?
Possibly from engineering. That's going to be like once you divert power, essentially anything you could do on the bridge, you can then do in engineering as a secondary kind of thing.
I think... Tristan's torn between like kind of wanting to, because he knows there's someone here and that's dangerous, so he kind of wants to stay nearby here right now in case this person starts to move about the ship while we're trying to set anything up and then potentially isn't going to be there. So yeah, I think Tristan's going to request to stay behind to keep tabs on this individual, because we at least know that one person is there until we know if anyone else is aboard.
Okay, so the rest of you make your way down to medical to pick up any supplies that you need. Tristan, you stay nearby the bridge. There's a couple of kind of side rooms, like kind of briefing rooms and things like that that are up across there. And you can make your way into one of those and just try and keep a low profile. As you reach the medical kind of wing of the ship, It's not huge. This ship didn't have a large crew, so there's only a handful of beds. Fairly well stocked cabinets. What would you like to grab from here? There's a whole bunch of kind of, chemicals and medicines here that you could pick up if you wanted to do something. If you're looking at playing with the air filtration system, definitely. This is also the kind of labs section of the ship as well. So there are other things here that you could potentially try and feed into the vent system.
I think the idea of the anesthetic is probably the best, because he's not necessarily looking to cause any more issues. So knocking them out and then just trying to figure out where and what we want to do next is kind of his plan at the moment.
Okay, you can grab that, and then you make your way down to engineering. So now you have to try and take control of the bridge. Usually I would do this as an extended task, but we do have a little bit of a time limit, because there was a lot more messing with Mark than I anticipated. I underestimated how much we like to mess with the underlings. So I'm just gonna bring this down to a single roll. I am gonna increase. I'm gonna spend some of my threats. What have I got left? I'm gonna spend another 3 threat to up the complication range of this test. Illyria, this is really gonna be your job. You need to make me a control engineering test here.
Control engineering. Oh, yay. Okay, I like that.
As you're trying to basically lock down the bridge and divert all power and controls from there down to here, effectively killing any ability to control the ship from the bridge.
Okay, and how many successes do I need?
You're going to need 3 successes for this.
So, can I use some of the momentum?
Yes.
How many dice would you like?
Yes.
Can I use 2 momentum?
So it'll be 3 momentum if you want 2 dice.
Oh.
I'm
How much
totally
more right now?
How much you
I'm
got?
totally fine with that.
Yeah.
Can I also assist with the focus of helm operations to know how those systems work? Okay.
Yeah.
I might be able to get it done with just 1 extra die, but I don't want to risk it. Is that okay?
I'm totally fine with that. Yeah.
So you're using 2 extra dice, right?
Yes, and it was control engineering.
Control engineering.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Anything
God.
17 or higher is a complication. What did you roll?
Well, with my 2 dice, I rolled a 1 and a 4.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I had to beat a 17.
Is your
So-
4 beneath your engineering skill?
Oh yeah.
That's 4 successes.
Damn.
You've still got 2 more dice to roll.
Come on, Ensign. I'll probably
A
lieutenant.
6
by
and a 9.
now. Damn.
Nice.
6. What did you roll, Raven? For row?
I got an 18. Is it 18? Yeah, 18.
18. So that is a complication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, you needed, I'm going to say 3 successes. So you get 3 momentum back. There is a complication. So you start rewiring things. And Illyria, it's like working like to the everything is immediate, because as soon as you start, the bridge is going to know. And Tristan, you realize when this starts happening because you start feeling panic. And you can probably hear from here the sound of alerts going off and alarms being triggered. From the room that you're in, you hear what sounds like the transporters go off.
Not for long.
And Illyria, eventually you realize that you now have full control of the bridge from engineering. The bridge is locked out, and the only way to reverse that would be for somebody to come down here and reverse what you have done.
Okay, I froze out for a second. We said that we heard the transporters go off.
Tristan would have done, because
Oh,
he's not too far from the transporter room.
okay. Never
Oh.
mind.
That is the complication, that the transporters appear to have been used before you can take control of those two.
Okay.
One quick note. We just got a 600-pound donation from Melissa. Melissa, thank you so much. That took us well over 4,000 pounds. Amazing, people. Thank you.
That's so awesome.
Amazing.
So awesome. In which case, I am going to. What should I do for that? All of you
Hell
can
yeah.
have a free success to use. on your
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh, heck
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to jump over very quickly as Trishan is left hearing the transporters, and the last thing you realize is you feel another two presences nearby. Concern, smugness, and anger. And a sense of like they're looking for something. Siltec, you're
Yeah.
aboard the shuttlecraft. You don't really have full-on communications anymore. But I'm going to say that you get enough communication, just that snippet that tells you that Illyria has taken control.
Yeah. Since I was circling back around to turn off, like to focus on the transporters, did I see a reading of them going off? Did I notice that while I was in
You
the
would
ship?
have done, yeah. You would have noticed. Not it looks like you got a reading from the transporters on not the Romulan
Right.
warbird, which is just kind of sitting there.
Right.
But definitely from the initiative, and then the same reading appearing on the science vessel.
Are the Romulans' shields up?
They are not.
Can I teleport aboard the Romulan ship?
You may attempt to do so.
That is what I am going. I'm going to pull up alongside and teleport aboard their ship.
Those things have so many troops on board. I have concern.
Stress.
Sun is strong. I say warbird. I shouldn't say warbird.
Okay.
Like a mini warbird.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
kind of thing that like
Like a
like
warbird coupe, like a little two-seater
yeah,
warbird.
like Starfleet have sent this kind of science vessel that looks very unintimidating.
Yeah.
The Romulans have kind of done the equivalent. It just doesn't work as well because everything they make is made for war.
Right. It's the
But
least
it's the
scary
kind of thing that you would recognize is essentially like a small warbird, but is like it's a thing that they would claim it's an exploratory vessel.
Yeah.
What do you mean like torpedoes? I don't know what
Right.
you're talking about.
Right. It's a scout with lasers. Yeah.
It's science
Yeah.
torpedoes. Like,
Yeah.
They're strictly for removing difficult to navigate asteroid fields.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me. Oh God.
Let's do something dumb.
Daring is usually used for fighting,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna make you use daring in this case.
Okay.
And engineering.
Daring
Because
plus.
you can't just like beam aboard a not a
Sure.
Vulcan, a Romulan ship.
Yeah.
You've gotta get past. They have their own security and processes. They don't use exactly the same tech as the Federation.
I have a focus of espionage. Does that help me out at all here?
That 100% does.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I got a total of 10 I have to roll under.
You
so
do have 4 points of momentum.
Well, I might be spending those. How many extra dice can I get?
Without giving me any threat, you
Yeah.
can get 2 extra dice.
Do you
If you
guys-
want to give me 2 points of threat, you can have 3 extra dice, and you do have a free success to use. It's difficulty 4.
I'm definitely going to use the free success. Can I get those 2 points to roll 2 more dice? So can I roll 4 dice total?
You
Is that
want
okay with everyone?
Yeah, sure. So that leaves you with 1 point of momentum in the back.
Everyone agree?
Yep.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to roll 4 dice.
4 dice. So you've already got 1 success. You just need 3 more.
I have an 18, a 9, and a 10, and then 5, and then a 5.
So that
9,
is
10, 10, 5, all under.
9, 10, and 5. So that is 4 successes total. It takes a little while because you got to try it. You're trying to remember some things that you were taught you know, from your more Cardassian roots of some of
Mhm.
the espionage.
All of Mom's
I-
like old lessons that she taught me, like when I was 6, instead of a bedtime a story, I got here's how you
Yeah.
hack into a Romulan's, shuttle. Yeah.
This one time when I was younger, and she tells you, you know, there was a story about the time that she hacked a transporter, and you desperately try to envision like your 6-year-old self hearing the story again.
Yeah.
And as you attempt this, knowing that if it goes wrong, you could be spread into a million particles floating around in who knows where, some holographic array, you get ready, the transport goes, and you find yourself standing inside the transporter room of a very Romulan ship. There is no one else around currently, but you are here.
I'm going to, as the camera pans off me to the rest of the group, I think I'm going to slowly make my way to the bridge.
Okay, and that's where you start heading.
Yeah.
Back to our crew, though. The captain, by the way, calls you insane, threatens to write you up, asks how you even know how to do this, like as you're programming it, and, you know, in a very, like, tired Vulcan tone. You know, she's only half with it. But panning back to the rest of the group, you now have full control. Tristan, you sense 2 other people who start making their way towards the bridge.
Am I able to safely communicate this to?
Yeah, you can use your comm
Okay.
badges.
Yeah.
They are now working now. The problem was with the comms in the shuttlecraft, not your personal
Okay.
comms.
So yeah, I will. The others know. We have. There's 2 more heading towards the bridge.
All right. As long as they're not heading towards engineering, we can let them get to the bridge and then flood it.
Okay.
Can we lock them in?
Already locked.
They're
bridge.
already locked in. So
One of them's already locked in. The 2 that have just
The-
transported
Okay,
are
never mind.
not.
Oh,
they-
okay.
Can
They're
we-
going to
Lock 'em
find
in.
it locked, and then I think they're going to be headed straight to you.
Question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jordan.
No, you go. I'm ready.
Since we have control of the ship, we have control of the transporters. Yeah.
You do now.
Can we just transport those 2 into the bridge and then flood it?
Oh, I forget in TNG you can beam within the ship, can't you?
Yeah, site-to-site
Is that-
transport's a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, is that anyone?
You tell I'm a TOS fan. You could certainly attempt it.
This is amazing.
Before we do that, though, I want to ask Malco, what are you doing right now? As like this, you can hear this plan beginning to hatch over in the other corner of engineering.
At this point, he probably would have grabbed like, I don't know if there's like smaller tanks of like just anesthetics to be used for like venting into there, or however, like basically just grabbing the anesthetic just so it was part of it, and just he's ready to take a non-lethal route, but yeah, it just kind of I don't know, he's kind of waiting on Rose kind of updates, I guess.
Okay. So you want to try and transport them into the bridge before you let off this anesthetic gas into the air system.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, with any luck, maybe they'll think that someone on like the bridge got control and just beamed them onto there. Like they won't. They'll be a little surprised. Is the hope.
Okay. In which case, then I think we should do a kind of like a combined test that will combine everything together. So I think the main core of this is, you know, you want to flood the bridge either way, right? Regardless of whether you're successful in transporting them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I want Malco to make this test with a either control or daring and your medicine, as the main thing is flooding the bridge.
Okay.
And then what I want is Illyria and Ro to assist. Using Illyria, I don't mind what attribute you use, but you're going to be using engineering because you are trying to operate the transporters and do that site to site across. And then Ro, I want you to assist using your command and whatever attribute that you, or con even, I think, because I think you're the one who is kind of programming the venting system as it goes through, because you are kind of the person who would have the authority to kind of issue those kind of commands.
Would daring work for the attribute for this one?
Daring would work, yeah.
Sweet.
So I'm gonna say in total this is a difficulty 3. If you hit 3, you'll get everything.
Nice.
If you hit 2, you'll only manage to transport one of them.
Oh.
If you hit 1, you'll just get the one who's already in the bridge, but the other 2 won't be affected.
Oh God.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry, I keep smacking my microphone. Sorry about that.
That's
Could
okay.
I potentially use a surgery focus so I'm not using too, like, just enough, like I know kind of just enough, the right amount of gas to kind of help pump in so that they don't...
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's you don't want to kill them with it. You just want to
That's fair.
incapacitate
Yeah.
them.
Put
This
him,
Sorry.
make him go to sleep.
This roll's making me nervous. I haven't even rolled it yet.
Okay.
All right.
So don't forget, you have a free success if you want to use it.
Okay.
And Illyria and Ro, if you want to use your free success instead of rolling, you can. It's up to you.
I already rolled and I got a nat 1.
Nice.
Well, that's good because I rolled and I got a 19.
Oh no!
Okay. I got a 10 and a 17, so that's at least 1.
1, yeah. So you got at least 1 success. Ro got 1. Illyria, using your reroll, not reroll, your free success instead of your dice roll.
Yeah.
So that's-
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can. So that's 3 successes.
Nice.
And you start slowly feeding this into the vent system, and you can start to see the kind of warning levels of the bridge's airlock, which is what you've done. You've airlocked it essentially, start to ring alarm bells. And Tristan, you can feel panic rising, and then it's slowly subsiding. And then at the same time, those 2 presences, which you started to feel come towards your direction as, like you predicted, they couldn't get into the bridge, so started heading down to engineering, disappear and are further from you now, and also begin to fade until they're just a background hum. I know we're running over a little bit, so I hope folks don't mind and everyone's good.
Yeah.
So we'll do some montagey time skip stuff, I think, here.
Oh, fun.
We'll jump back over to Siltec. You are aboard the ship. You make your way to the Romulan bridge.
Yeah.
It looks like the ship can probably be piloted with maybe 4 or 5 people. It's clearly a very small scouting ship that can be easily disguised, as a science vessel or some other exploratory vessel. What are you doing here on the bridge, as you seem to kind of have it to yourself?
I was gonna see what they were doing, but if there's no one there, I'm immediately gonna go for their instruments and try and tap in and see what they've been doing. Like, I want to look at their logs.
I'm gonna say, since you hacked the transporters, this is a piece of cake for you with your espionage focus. It looks like they had reported spotting a Starfleet vessel.
Mm-hmm.
The command had come back and said that the vessel itself wouldn't be enough to point out and kind of show the Federation up of, look, you're invading this bit of space that we're claiming is actually ours.
Right.
But it's also of little value to the Romulan Star Empire. It's not even like a good science vessel. It's the bare minimum. It's not fancy and new, but it could be used as bait. It looks like they had seen it coming through this planetary system,
Right.
and had planted that beacon on the planet purposely in the hopes that the vessel itself, because some vessels are capable of landing on the planet, the initiative is because it's based on Voyager.
Yep.
Can do planet landings, or a shuttlecraft would go down. The planet would be inhospitable, unable to return. That would then call out a bigger rescue ship.
We all got suckered. All right.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to.
And that would be either grounds for, hey, look, you sent a big starship with lots of weapons on it over here, or they could capture it and take it for technology.
All right.
And it looks like what they've done is they've basically baited you.
Right.
And this small team are now waiting for a bigger ship to arrive to kind of really do the takeover.
All right. I'm going to slide that information about them, setting us up into my tricorder to take with me. Then I'm wiping all their logs. I'm wiping all the data they had finding of us. As soon as I'm done wiping their logs, I'm pulling shields up and I'm hailing that ship as I turn their weapons towards it.
The other ship hasn't started to arrive yet.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. The ship that we came originally to rescue that they've boarded. I'm going to turn their ship's weapons on that ship and hail them. Yes, exactly.
Okay, so sorry, are you pointing weapons at the initiative or the science vessel?
At the science vessel. I bought the vessel that the Romulans have boarded. That's the one I'm pointing.
Just make me a daring. I'm going to call this daring security, because I think knowing to wipe data can also fall under that kind of security.
All right.
It's security is supposed to be physical for people watching at home, but we play fast and loose with the rules here.
All right, 4 plus 8 is 12. I'm rolling 2.
I'm going to give you difficulty 2 for this.
I got a 17 and a 15.
Would you like to succeed at cost?
I would like to succeed at cost, I think. Yeah, I think that's yeah.
As you're doing this, you manage to wipe everything and you turn the weapons on the science vessel. All of you aboard the science vessel now can see that this Romulan ship has activated its shields and its weapon systems are now targeted on the science vessel.
I should have hailed them first.
You hear a voice behind you, Siltek.
Right.
Can I help?
Oh, Siltek just like
It's Mark.
Oh, Mark!
That's where Mark went.
What the hell are you doing here, Mark?
You all just left me in the back of the ship and didn't tell me where to go. So when I saw your transport, I hit the button again, except tied it to me.
Jesus Christ.
Hi.
No, I got you. Okay. Scare the heck out of me, Mark. Yeah, just tell them, contact the other ship, tell them to give it up, because we got their ship and our ship and all the other ships. Just tell them to give up.
You want him to give the order?
I want him to contact them. Yeah, I'm captain now. Go ahead. Put me through.
Yeah,
oh my
yes.
God.
Yep.
Wait, if we've taken this vessel, does that make you captain?
It makes me captain. That's right. Tell them their captain summoning them.
Does that make me first officer?
Yeah, sure, whatever, Mark. Yeah, you're first officer. First officer Mark. Come on, Mark. Do the thing.
And he takes a deep breath in, and all of you hear over the comms something to the effect of, "Hey, Romulans, we've got your ship. There's no one on here." It's kind of cool, really, actually. Anyway, I'm the first officer now, so stop. It's just a really confused
Nailed it, Mark.
jumble of commands.
Before
Nailed it.
anybody can say anything to them, Alira is at the comms station saying, "You two need to sit down in chairs and stop touching stuff."
Siltek sits down in the captain's chair, as he was told.
Mark looks around, and I don't know why, but in my little Trek headcanon here, there are no other seats in this bridge.
Okay.
Everyone stands.
Okay.
That seems like a very Romulan thing to do.
It
I don't know
does.
why.
I think that actually is how they work
everyone
in
stands. I think
this
it is.
And just
era.
awkwardly looks around and just goes to sit on the arm of the captain's chair and then thinks better of it, and it's just just puts his arm on a panel.
I'll take that. That works. Good job, Mark.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, Ro comes over yeah, good job, Captain Siltek, but I'm sorry, we won't be surrendering the vessel at this time.
Oh, I'm
also,
sorry.
those promotions aren't permanent.
And you hear a voice as Mark comes through. No, I meant the Romulans. You're okay, Captain, not you, Captain. Captain, I'm...
It's okay. It's confusing.
Roach
She's
is-
captain. I'm temporary captain.
Ro just tries her best to keep a straight face, and a little bit of that laughter comes through her in her voice. Like, good job, Mark. Good job.
Good job, Ensign Mark.
Lyra looks at Ro and goes, "We can't leave them alone for 5 minutes. 5 minutes."
I mean, I did.
Christian, I know that you normally have to be like in the vicinity of somebody to feel what they're feeling, but what you get here is pure, unadulterated excitement from the two of them on that ship.
Radiating.
We're
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
happy.
it's so strong.
Just two idiots as pleased as can
It's like
be
a
right now.
beacon in the stars. I just feel it. Yeah.
I would like to hail the initiative.
Yeah.
Who answers the hail?
As you do this, like I imagine that at this point you're kind of on like an open comms
Yeah.
because of
Yeah.
this, and you hear Mark being like, "I'm not on the
Mark, don't tell people
She's
who you
not
are.
talking to us."
Oh, I can see on
And
the
someone on
screen.
the other end answers, and it is you just get, "We are in command of this vessel now,"
Oh, fuck.
and another is on its way. I would surrender your ships, including ours, and you will be taken back to Romulus to stand trial for trespass and warmongering.
Yeah, you see, that's not really gonna work for us over here. Captain Siltek, I've got
Yes,
them on the
ma'am.
other line there. Did you say your name was? Captain Siltek, what did you find over there? Anything important?
I just happened to found this whole setup where they plan the beacon and everything, Captain, and I throw all the data right onto the screen.
Oh, that looks
Federation
really
lies.
bad
They're
on the
your
Romulan
lies,
Empire.
Romulan. You can do whatever you want with us, and I know you don't like my kind too much there, but this is already out there, captains, and they're going to see it. And they're going to know it was all a setup. You're not going to get your
Like
wall.
they would believe a Cardassian spy.
Turns out that they do. And Cardassian, son of a spy. Thank you very much.
You hear Mark briefly in the background. I can't tell who's talking anymore. Who's on what shit? Just
just
like
got-
you can just hear him asking questions to Stiltek.
No matter what they say to you, just say something kind of mean back where you sound arrogant. I've seen every captain do it. It's fine. We're good. Are you good?
You suck. Is this what on the mic?
You just hear it, Lyra in the background go, "Oh."
Bro just sort of clears their throat. Yes, thank you. Anyways, from what I can see here, you were the aggressors in this situation. I show no records of any Starfleet weapons being fired. Legally boarded one of our vessels, and we have responded by taking these two ships, and you can surrender and have your ship back and be on your merry little way. Or we can start a intergalactic incident, which would be very unfortunate for everyone.
But cool.
And no,
Mark in
Siltek.
the background
Sorry.
is like, yeah, that would be kind of
It
cool.
would be
wouldn't
so
it?
cool, wouldn't it? No, but you're right. No, we can't do
all
that.
Of the,
Yeah.
all of the phase. I've
Oh,
never
it'd be
seen
so
a broken
cool.
torpedo
We could
go
fire
off
3 ships at
Can
once.
Look,
in the bridge.
Can Alira bump Siltek and Mark from the comms?
yeah, it's like they're a mute button.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
We're
We'll
idiots.
just look over and nod
Easily.
like, thank you.
We still think we're going, so we're still talking to each other.
That's cool.
Wait, I think us
it's
two
the
idiots.
two of them
Yeah.
pressing the same button, going, "Can you hear me yet?"
No, I
Hello?
can't. Can you hear?
Kind of like between the really tense diplomatic talks, we cut to the scene of the two of them being like, "Where is it coming from?"
Where is it? They just keep lighting up.
I think for time we have got most of this resolved because you have all the evidence.
Yeah.
And if it's okay with Darby, I would like to invite Darby to tell us how the situation here is resolved.
Yeah.
Gosh. Okay.
From kind of Tristan's point of view, and what's his role in this? Because this is going to be a a diplomatic thing.
Yeah.
And this stream is all about you. So I'd like this to end in a way that is satisfying for you. How would Tristan like to see this
Yeah.
end up?
I think Tristan's goal, first and foremost, is to end all conflict as peacefully as possible. And then, once that's done, I think Tristan's goal, first and foremost, is to end all conflict as peacefully as possible. And then, once that's done, I think Tristan's goal, first and foremost, is to end all conflict as peacefully as possible. And then, once that's done, I think Tristan's goal, first and foremost, is to end all conflict as peacefully as possible. You know, violence is always the last resort for Tristan, and I think going off the back of our new captain's gambit there, he's going to push for that. He's going to point out the fact that, yeah, you can go back and try and peddle this story, but the initiative doesn't exist. There's no record of it ever having been here now. That no one's going to believe you. And if you push this now, there is enough of us to kind of take you out. And we don't want to have to do that. We just want to
Some of us do, but we'll hold
back. You can go
back
on your way.
You can't hear this call over in,
I know.
over in the wrong
I know, I'm
dimension.
so
You're
sad
still
about
running
it.
back and forth
Yeah.
trying to fix fake errors.
And yeah, he's going to just
Why am I still muted?
Tristan's goal is to just walk away.
I like to think that is the kind of the real diplomatic thing that gets pushed across, because it doesn't come from a captain who, you know, the Romulans to some degree kind of like, you're the responsible one and have it out. It comes from Tristan, the kind of the walk away speech, like, this is enough. And maybe it's something about the way that you make people feel with having that kind of empathy and being able to really target what they're feeling to make your words have impact. That a small truce is called. They get their ship to return back in. They still do a lot of blabber about, don't come back here, this is our lands. We will, you know, this is a mercy that we're showing you. You know, they flip it so that they're the bigger guys. But I think that happens. Yeah. You come back to the initiative, your captain is well taken care of. Mark and Siltek, I like to imagine, return, talking about how cool that is, having taken the equivalent of like 300 different selfies inside the bridge.
Yeah, we're best friends now. Totally. Yeah.
So I guess we'll finish up. I'd like to ask where you see all of your characters at the end of this, because the way that I think about it is that perhaps Ro does take command of the initiative.
Yeah.
Siltek does become the first officer. Malco becomes the chief medical officer aboard the initiative again, and you're all put back together as a crew for another adventure, because
hell yeah,
this is not the last adventures we're going to have, my friends. I promise you that.
That's right.
I love that.
I love it.
And I also love the idea that Mark actually does get like a proper promotion, and is maybe like put in charge of like the transporter or something like that. Like he becomes a transporter chief.
No.
He becomes Siltek's personal assistant. Like, it's not a real promotion, but it is. Like, it feels like a promotion.
He's
like
works.
the second first officer.
Right.
It's like,
right, exactly.
I mean, there is a second officer position, but he could also be like the Wesley of this crew, where he's just, you know, acting as this role. And then periodically we tell him to shut up.
he and Siltek, best friends.
Yep.
Tristan, Mark constantly comes to you for kind of like that pep talk, that understanding. He starts to look at you like a big brother.
That's great.
Mark is constantly visiting you, usually before or just after Siltek, as the two of them get into some kind of trouble. The injuries are always matching because they both do the same stupid shit.
We both broke our leg.
Probably bothering Illyria down in engineering, going, what does this do? And touching something, and, you know, injuring themselves. And then, you know, Siltek comes along and goes, oh, wait, what did you do? And does exactly the same thing.
100%. At least 3 times a week.
But none of them managed to break the holodeck yet.
That's right.
But
I
think
it constantly smells like horses.
I'm just imagining the crew taking Mark horseback riding and it just going horribly wrong.
Yeah.
That could be a whole other adventure.
Hey, wait till I take him roller disco.
This is the montage you get, friends, as it fades, as we fade out of the episode, is you know, Mark trying his very hardest on the bridge with Ro to Turns out Mark was the lens we viewed it through all along. Annoying Illyria down in engineering by touching things that he shouldn't. Learning to roller disco with Tristan.
Yeah.
Constantly being patched up by Malco, and he's in there like every 2 days with some new terrible injury, and that recommendation for a civilian role is just so close. And horseback riding with Siltek, but he's probably like half off the saddle.
Yeah.
Like foot caught in a stirrup, just like ah!
Yeah, because because like my teaching is like, okay, you're on full gallop, let's go.
Smacks the horse on the hind, and
Yeah.
it's just. And that's how we close up. Our entire crew laughing at Mark as he gets
Almost
on a
killed.
wild ride on a horse in the holodeck and runs off into the distance screaming. I hope you've all enjoyed this, friends. Star Trek's so hard to do in a one shot.
Yeah.
There's so
You were
much
great.
investigation and stuff
You
to go on,
nailed
and it's
it.
really hard to get all the elements in. But I hope this was fun for everybody,
Hell
especially
yeah.
you, Darby. I hope you enjoyed playing this.
This has been
So
a dream come true. I've missed this crew so much, and I'm so very happy that we all got back together to do this. And I hope it isn't the last time that we
oh heck
go
no,
on some journeys.
heck no.
No, we're getting
I'm
back.
down for playing Trek whenever.
We're gonna make
so-
Mark an admiral. Come on.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna
It's
happen.
gonna be a very, very long campaign.
We'll be 80. He's
Hey, look,
almost
what I'm
there.
saying is it's spooky month
Yeah.
very soon.
That's
and if
true.
you want a spooky Star Trek game,
Yes.
friends.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone who wants a
please.
spooky Star Trek game, please type spooky in our chat so we can see that. That would be very helpful. Thank you very much, because I want a spooky Star Trek game very, very much, please. I'm going to go ahead and start that off by
Be
typing
ashamed to waste
spooky.
the overlays that Aram has spent so much time making.
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
Be
Right?
ashamed.
Yeah, they're
So-
These are
amazing.
incredible.
I can add some
maybe we'll
pumpkins.
talk after this, folks, and we'll sort out a spooky Star Trek.
Yeah, there's an
one-shot or
orange alert,
something.
right? We can figure this out.
You can alert.
We
I
can
love
make it
it.
happen.
Hell yeah.
Pumpkin alert, I love that.
Look,
Pumpkin
we've already
alert.
broken the canon so much. Why not just keep going?
Why not? We have fun. It's great.
Captain Freddy Krueger's hailing us.
I have ideas that involve holodecks.
Oh no.
Oh
I'm
no.
a really big horror movie
Yeah.
fan, folks. You've
Oh.
just given me
Same,
an idea.
same.
Oh, I'm
God,
down
so many
for
people
that.
are talking
Ready.
spooky in chat. I don't know how to deal with it.
Oh, I'm down for that.
Well, we're going to sort this out, friends. But thank you for playing. Thank you for everyone watching who's come in for the stream. You obviously know what we're doing the stream tonight for. It is for the wonderful Darby. who is-
Yeah.
I don't know which side of the screen Darby is on the stream.
You had it right.
This
You had
way?
it right. Yeah.
There we
that
go.
way, yeah.
There you go.
So if you haven't already and you're able to, make sure you go down to the GoFundMe. I'm sure there's a command in chat
Yep.
that I don't know.
Can do it right
Um,
now.
And drop a couple of pounds if you enjoyed watching this and want to support somebody who is an incredible role player, an incredible friend to so many people here, a super talented artist.
Yep.
And it's just overall like one of my favorite people to play games with.
Literally one of the best
um,
people we all know. So yes, absolutely.
And I can't remember what game Darby and I first played together. It might have been Trek. It might have been this one. I feel
It
like there was
was.
one before that, but I'm not
No.
sure. But it was Trek.
Yeah.
And
It was-
yeah, I've been wanting to get Darby back at a table ever since, because I think you're all, I mean, all of these folks are awesome, by the
Hell
way.
yeah.
You should go check all of them
No,
out. But
yeah.
tonight is about Darby and celebrating how awesome Darby is and making sure we can get you the help you need, friend, because everyone deserves it.
Hell yeah, man.
Everyone deserves
So
some
much.
help, and this community loves you very, very much.
And I love this community very much, and I love all of you very much. Thank you so much for doing this. I had such an amazing time.
We love you,
and
man.
There
We
is
love
more
you.
Trek in the future, friend. Don't worry.
I can barely do this heart because of my arthritis. That's how much I love you. All right. I think that's it.
All right.
We all set? All right.
We're all set. I think this is the crew of the USS Initiative signing out for now. For now.
We love you guys. We'll see you again soon. Bye.
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 My name is Aram. Well, we're amazing.
He, him. I'm the
Oh, that
Sorry
was
that
so good.
overran a bit, friends. I was
Play
really
Dungeons
trying
and Dragons
to
podcast. God's
to like get as much
My
in as I
name's
could
Dylan.
for everybody,
My pronouns
but
are
it's
he, him.
so difficult with Trek to like get all of the
Canada.
science and the
Welcome
medical
to
and the
kill
like
every
command
monster.
and everything into one. Yeah,
Amazing. Nailed
was
that.
amazing.
You absolutely nailed that. You were all
Yeah.
great. You were a perfect GM, Virginia. You
I-
rolled with
We're
it.
not
we're
muted,
not-
by the
we're
way.
not
We're
muted.
You're featuring the Banshee.
The Monster Manual describes the Banshee as the undead remnants of elves who, blessed with great beauty, fail to use their gift to bring joy to the world. Instead, they use their beauty to corrupt and control others. Elves afflicted by the Banshee's curse experience no gladness, feeling only distress in the presence of the living. As the curse takes its toll, their minds and bodies decay until death completes their transformation into undead monsters.
We are joined by writer and conservationist Orla Nidul. Orla is an Irish writer and professional tree botherer bouncing between Dublin and an island off the west coast of Ireland, where she can stand on sea cliffs and scream to her heart's content. She's creator of the best-selling DM's Guild adventure, Murder on the Eberron Express, and a contributor to 2C Gaming's TPK Bestiary Volume 2. As penance, she can usually be found on Twitter at NaturallyOrla. Welcome to the show, Orla.
Thanks so much for having me.
So let's start by asking you this. What does the Banshee mean to you?
Normally, when I think about banshees, I don't really think about a thing at all. You just think about the sound. So, when you're a kid and you're getting told spooky stories, it's just about the scream, which half the time is either just a barn owl or a fox in the middle of the night. And then, not to get too specific on this, but your brother is convincing you that you're going to die, and then you spend 3 days writing your will because you're 6 years old and you think you're going to die. And not that could happen to anyone. That's a very relatable thing that could happen to any person.
Is that the first story you'd heard of a Banshee?
No, ironically, the first time I think I really heard about the Banshee as a little kid was watching Darby O'Gill and the Little People.
The Banshee!
In it, this guy, Darby O'Gill, his daughter is threatened by a banshee, and he's trying to do all this stuff with the fairies to try and pull a deal so that she doesn't die.
Keep away! Keep away!
Pretty bonkers. Didn't age well, but it was very fond of it as a small child. And the banshee in it is genuinely terrifying.
Keep away from her! Keep her!
I was a bit of a drama queen.
At 6 years old, it was enough to make you write out a will.
My brothers just convinced me that I was going to die. And so I thought the response I had heard on, adults talking, and I knew the responsible thing for me to do was to get my affairs in order. No, I didn't have any affairs because I was 6, but I thought I wrote down all my toys and who was going to get what toys. And, I thought about those things.
Did your brother get any of those toys?
No, none of them. I actually think I pointedly found people they didn't like to give things to.
Traditionally, Banshee sort of leans more into the sort of will-o'-the-wisp category, in that it's not a thing to be fought. It's barely even, it is just a sensation. Will-o'-the-wisp being a thing you see, Banshee just a thing you hear.
You do see them as well. So in the old stories, you do tend to see there'll be a woman sitting somewhere when you hear the sound. Then the next day you'd see the woman, or you'd see the woman, then you'd hear the sound that night. But you wouldn't always see them at the same time. I suppose it's a much more neutral character to a lot of stories. So it's kind of two takes on it in most of the folklore, is that there's either the one where it's almost benevolent, not quite benevolent, but at least neutral, where the idea is you just kind of as 6-year-old me assumed, it's this warning, you've got 3 days, whatever you've got to do, get it done now because you got 3 days. And there's some of the stories link them specifically to only certain families. So there are only certain families for some reason or other will have this as their warning. It's either a curse or a blessing depending on how the story is told. There are other ones where it's seen as more threatening. So there will be ones a banshee be seen, and there's a lot to do with combing hair. That's a big part of it. Where if someone disrespected her or stole her comb or something like that, then that night the scream would be heard and someone in the family would be taken. And basically it would go through the whole family and they just get wiped out. Curses in Irish folklore are always punishments. That's not horror movie logic where, the two that go off to have sex get killed first. It's it's normally you've disrespected someone very directly. The county I moved to, Mayo, hasn't won the All-Ireland Football Championship since the last time they won. They were all celebrating on the bus, and this was apparently 80 years ago or something. They were on the bus driving. They were driving back from Dublin where they'd won to Mayo, and they were all a little bit locked on the bus and celebrating because they just won. And there was a funeral, and they didn't stop and pay any respects to the funeral. The story was that they would never win the All-Ireland again until every member of that team was dead, and there's only one guy left, and they've come second place like 8 or 9 times. This is a curse that people genuinely 100% believe in. They are waiting for this weird old man to die. Like, this poor guy was just on a football team like a long time ago. He's older now, and they're basically, there's a whole county full of people waiting for him to die.
You gotta appreciate a curse that goes hard metaphorical. I could murder an entire football team, but they're on a bus, they're gonna go somewhere. This is such. What if I just murder their chances at winning?
I think it's because it's a very community-based country, so everything has had to punish more than you. Because if you were the only one that was punished, that would be fair, but it wouldn't be extreme. So like a scary punishment is not just you take it, but also your whole family for 7 generations. And like that's to make it seem truly terrifying. It's like you dying won't even fix this.
So this kind of comes back around to our second sort of major question for the day. Is the Banshee a monster?
In folklore, not exactly, but yes and no. Like, kind of depends. Like, we don't have that same concept. Like, it's a very modern concept in Irish folklore, so not human. The word fae or fairy or any of that is not doesn't come from Irish. It's a modern import from Britain. So the word banshee, which is like woman fairy, is all it means basically. She is a shortened of sheog, which is what you would call a fair. So all fairies are sheog in Irish, which just basically means forever young, because it's just a word for immortal. So basically, they're not any one thing. They just can't die. So anything that can't die, or doesn't get old, or doesn't die of natural causes, like they're all sheog. So it's like a million different things. Like technically, like the black dogs or kelpies or selkies or any of them, they're all sheog because they don't get old, but they're not all the same thing.
Is there anything at all in the original idea of the Banshee about them being beautiful forever?
No. Other than there's this idea of like youth and beauty are very linked in Irish folklore and fairness.
Because if you listen to what the core of the Banshee really is, and then if you listen to what Dungeons & Dragons has done in their description of the Banshee, which it is a malevolent, angry, narcissistic force that used beauty as a weapon its entire life and then perished, and also if for some reason it is an elf.
Well, I mean, the elf bit is probably just because the words they use for Sylvan in D&D is just badly translated Irish.
It seems like they took something and then just invented a monster where there wasn't one.
It's a little different, but I can kind of see where they were coming from, because if your idea is you're creating a monster because you're creating a monster manual. So you're looking to folklore for things that may or may not be monsters, but are at least scary. The Banshee is definitely something that people fear. So like we didn't have the same concept of like things being monsters, but they definitely like even see. The thing is, like, it's a problem with using the word. It's the problem with the fact that we're speaking English, right? So there's certain baggage and connotations to the word fairy. The word sheog does not have those. So if we were speaking, it would just be much clearer that you just mean something that's not human, which can be good or bad, and it doesn't have like connotations in any way. People are definitely fear the Banshee for one way or the other. So that made sense to me. And I can see where they got the vanity thing from. If you were reading certain parts of the myths that had to do with this idea of like combing your hair, and there's certain things with mirrors as well. Like those are the things that get stolen or broken that lead to a Banshee turning on you, is this comb or this mirror. And so I can kind of see where they were going with that.
It's very strange to me in that they chose to make it an undead. Being a Banshee itself, normally we talk about the Banshee's curse being like the thing that it's inflicting. You hear the Banshee scream, you know you're going to die. The Banshee's curse is the curse that turned a normal elf into an evil ghost that scream murders. It feels like a almost complete inversion of the idea we're supposed to be driving at here.
It's no longer technically a fairy at all then. It's an undead creature at that point.
Yeah, it's a ghost. So it's going from fairy to ghost.
It is a medium undead that is chaotic evil.
Like even in their description of the Banshee, which I have a lot of issues with, but even in that one, like it's not chaotic. Like the Banshee has a very clear set of rules it applies itself to and follows up on. Even in undead, it's not a chaotic creature. It is a very clear ideology.
It's just chaotic evil because they put chaotic on all the Fae.
Except it's not Fae, it's undead.
It's not Fae, but they clearly classed, like when they were thinking of it, that's where they were going from it. I would bet good money that's why it's chaotic, because it doesn't, you're right, it doesn't make any sense from the description to call it chaotic evil, but
It should be lawful evil.
Yeah.
everything to do with the Fae realm and elves is usually put down as chaotic, if I had to guess.
Is there a way you can think of to take sort of the bones of what they have in the book? Is there enough resemblance in the Banshee that they have presented mechanically to produce something that could be called a Banshee?
I'm known to have the odd rant about poorly used Irish things, and especially the language poorly utilized. So I have criticisms, but to be honest, I mean, I'm not a purist because folklore is very flexible. So every version of the Banshee is very different. So there isn't a right version. There isn't a right version of the Banshee because there's 7 bazillion versions all over Ireland. Every single one of them is different. The thing that is most different for me, or that seems strangest to me, is that idea of them being a ghost as opposed to tangible. And the idea that like they are already dead, because the whole point is that they live forever. So it seems strange to like have them be dead. You could run it, I think, if you just tweak a few things, but you could run it as something that actually did genuinely resemble a Banshee if you ignore alignment, which everybody does anyway.
I don't think it's good to include D&D's like beauty monster part of it, but if you did, it would make a lot more sense for a creature that lived forever and therefore valued their permanent immortal beauty. But as it is, it's just the misogyny monster.
The description of the Banshee specifically calls out that it is someone who was beautiful, that did not use their beauty to make the world a better place and to bring joy to other people. They use their beauty to manipulate people, which immediately presents this idea where if you're beautiful, if you are a beautiful woman, you owe the rest of the world the creation of joy.
But let's be honest, everything about the elves is a little bit like that. But I mean, even for like how you get to the drow and how you get to all sorts of things in like that early history is all to do with, it's very, you know what it is? It's very Pygmalion. The gods that made elves are deeply creepy. And then they just kept like making what they thought was the perfect creation and then getting pissed off when they didn't like, you know, puppet dance just right.
What would you do to fix Dungeons and Dragons Banshee?
I thought about this before because when I was writing, I wrote an article ages ago about the misuse of Irish language in media products and stuff, especially around fantasy. And one of the things I was looking at, looked briefly at D&D, but I didn't go too far down the rabbit hole because there was a lot else to talk about. And Warhammer was objectively worse. How I would fix the Banshee is how I would fix a lot of stuff to do with the Fey realm and like Sylvan and all that kind of stuff to make it feel less icky to me when I'm thinking about that kind of stuff. And it would also, and this is like a side note, but it would fix elves. I've always thought that the longevity of races in D&D didn't quite work. Because every time you try and actually conceive of how history would work, if some people who just sometimes ran taverns and shops and just like hung out places lived for on average 800 years, it just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, if instead there were no elves as we understand them now, right? This is going to circle back to Banshees in one sec. So there's no elves. Instead, you've just got half elves across the races. So you've just got people who appear with certain types of like Sylvan kind of Fey touch bloodlines that are like basically half elves among the different races. But all you've actually got are basically Eladrin, who are not player characters ever. Take Eladrin back out of the player characters. You've just got Eladrin as NPCs because you make them much more ethereal and weird and spooky. You put in things that are currently like things like Banshee, you make them Fey creatures again, but you make the Fey realm much spookier. And the things that are living for like hundreds of years, or anyone who lives for hundreds and hundreds of years, isn't because they're just genetically superior and live longer. It's because they're going in and out of the Fey realm, which is this other dimension where time is weird. And then you've got this Banshee that is coming in and out of this dimension where time is weird, and they're like one of these Eladrin type Fey spook creatures who, because they're kind of slightly out of time, are sometimes arriving before things have happened. And they're like, if you think of like the winter aspect of Eladrin, something along those lines where they have that like sorrowful presence, something more like that than the actual like scream and it'll kill you stuff that you've got with the actual Banshee. So instead you've got something where they come and they're like they're in mourning because they realize they've arrived before the terrible thing, but they can't change it because that's not how the rules work. And so instead they're just in mourning in advance because they know what's going to happen, but nobody else does.
Which lets us pull into mechanics really conveniently, because the Banshee as a monster is terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hard to fight.
It's a challenge 4 monster, which means you're going to be hitting it really.
Hey, I think we're all here. I think we can be heard. All right. Oh, you know what?
Everybody
Actually,
doing?
I'm going to take us back out because I have to fix the title card. So actually, I'm going to take us back out for one second.
My name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him. I am the writer and producer of the Actual Play Dungeons and Dragons podcast, Gods.
My name-
Take two. Hey.
Hi.
Welcome to Kill Every Monster. We are continuing our stream here. This stream is to help a good friend of ours named Darby. Darby is an amazing queer artist who really needs some help right now. This is an emergency fund to basically keep him in his home and keep his possessions, including the stuff he does to do his artwork, from being repossessed at the end of the month. So this is a vital and emergency fund for a truly amazing queer artist who has been struggling with MS and basically no resources outside what he can do for himself. He's an amazing person, and every little bit goes straight to him. So please donate whatever you can. The link is now right there in the chat. And if you do donate, I'm sure DM Dylan will have a little something extra for the game.
Didn't warn me about this, you prick.
You're a DM, Dylan. It's called Yes
I mean,
and.
I'll figure it out, but like,
Yes and, Dylan. Yes and.
fine.
Not you're a prick, but yes and. So let's introduce our amazing guest. Well, first of all, my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him. I'm the writer and producer of the Dungeons and Dragons podcast, God's Fall.
And my name's Dylan. My pronouns are also he, him, and I'm a physicist. And I do this show.
Welcome to kill
every
monster.
That was even
Nailed
worse
it.
than when we do it
Nailed
on the
it.
recordings.
That was literally the best one. That's how
Perfect.
good that.
Introduce
that's how
the
bad
people
good
who
that
matter.
was.
Let's not fucking
Yes.
gripe on this.
First of all, also from the God's Fall podcast, we have Kelly, who plays Rena on God's Fall. Her pronouns are she, her, and you can reach her at Rena_Folloval at Twitter. Rena, how you doing?
Hello.
All right, and what is the name of your pixie?
Oh, her name is Twinkle.
Twinkle, excellent. All right, and then down to Mary. Mary's pronouns are she, they. Oh, you know what? And she has the wrong. She has the wrong title, and she has the wrong Twitter URL. Mary, while I'm fixing.
Were we supposed to pick out names?
While I'm fixing your Twitter URL, why don't you panic? Come up with a name for your pixie, and
You know how he
pick
didn't
out
warn me
names.
about adding stuff to the stream? He didn't warn you either.
you have to.
Ron's a mean man.
What? It's a name. You mean? I mean, do I really have to warn you that when you're playing a character, you need a name? Do I? Do
Always.
I have to?
The squad captain's name is Tiptoe. Like, just go with it. It's like,
Yeah, look,
like
periwinkle, bubblegum, unicorn
mushroom.
fuzz, mushroom. I love it. Mushroom. Perfect. All
I'll be
right.
Mushroom.
Okay,
Stellar.
excellent. And then last but not least, Evan, whose pronouns are they, them, and as at names equipped on Twitter. Evan, please tell us the name of your pixie.
Oh, well, I was also not warned about this, so I guess I'll just go with Sparkle?
Sparkle!
That seems like
Yes!
a thing.
Sparkle's good.
Yes.
We can
Oh,
also change them all over time. We can do whatever we want. This is
outstanding.
RPGs.
All right.
Something important before we get started. Evan is also the person who wrote Be Gay, Do Crimes, the
Yes.
hack that became so important that it became the real game, and Honey Heist is the hack now.
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
That's how that works.
I see.
It's sort of like how Johnny Cash wrote Hurt.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. Nice and legal.
Yeah. All right. So today we're going to talk about pixies for a little bit. So we'll start off same order. Kelly, what are pixies to you?
Well, when I heard that I was going to be on this episode, I'm gonna tell you, I got very excited because pixies / basically fairies have been like my thing since I was like a kid. Like you can't even. I'm obsessed with Tinkerbell, which is like a whole other thing, right? But like it's the same thing. They live in Pixie Hollow. Like it's the same vibe over and over again. So when I heard I was doing pixies, I was like, oh, I'm so excited because everything. I love fae creatures in general. It's just a normal passion of myself. And then I play an elf in God's Fall, which I get hated on for that all the time. But
Yes, you do.
oh god, not a day that goes by. But I was so excited to do pixies because it's just my childhood. I'm living it. So
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Did you all get the pixie sheet, by the way? Have you all looked at the pixie sheet?
The ones you sent us.
Yes, I just want to make sure you all saw it.
Discord.
Evan, I'm betting you didn't get to see the pixie sheet yet, did you?
No, not quite.
Okay, excellent. Can someone get
the
Evan-
behind the scenes moment? Evan
Yeah.
is a wonderful person and filled
Yes.
our final slot for this game
You were the best, Evan.
like an hour ago.
Yep.
Something like that.
I'm going to go ahead and load that up to the general chat. But Evan, basically, each pixie you have specialized equipment.
I
So
see.
what you've got is each pixie is provided with. So you guys are part of Pearl, which is the Pixie Extraction and Recovery Legion. You guys are a specially trained group of pixies because the talls, the bigs, tend to kidnap your kind for various reasons. Some for magical research, some just to be jerks, some are just idle rich who put you in cages. But it happens too often, and the pixies needed to find a way to defend themselves and to rescue their own kind when this happens, because like in most things, you can really only rely on you. And you three are well-trained members of this squad.
Should we go back to the beginning of the show, Rom?
I'm just going to load up this thing. So into the main thing on the help action page, I just loaded up a Pixie one sheet page, but I'm also going to throw it up right here just for a second for the crowd at home. It's way big. So the Pearl members are a little bit better trained than most Pixies. They have their Pearl badge. The Pearl badge is a magical badge that does two things. One, it works as a brooch of protection. So basically, it stops Pixies from being taken out by magic missile. That's half the point of having the badge. You cannot be insta-killed by magic missile. The other point of having the badge is it works as a sending stone. When you tap it, any other Pixie badge within a mile will be able to hear your communication. So it works to let you guys stay in contact with each other. You all are assigned with your Pearl crossbow. It's a miniature crossbow, has a range of 20 and 80, and it does 1d4 piercing damage. You also have a silvered dagger that is just a regular dagger, but you guys hold it like a sword. Now, you could each have a specialty. You can be a safecracker, which gives you the ability to use lockpicks. You can be a medic, which gives you 2 extra good berries, because every Pixie has 1 good berry as like an emergency healing potion, because you only got 1 hit point. So the 1 hit point you get back brings you to full. And there's a close combat specialist where they do more damage with their dagger, and there's a sniper who ignores distance penalties. So think about which kind of Pixie you each want to be.
Back to the what does it mean to you part?
Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Mary, you're next on the chopping block. What's your image of a Pixie?
My image of the Pixie is the chaotic good that I strive to be and fail. Because I'm not as chaotic as I need to be. Yeah. Which is partially why I like playing them, because it sort of gives me an excuse to find that part of myself. I've played, I think in Earth Dawn, I played a Windling once, and it was a whole lot of fun. Yeah, Agents of Chaos.
Fantastic. And then Evan, aside from that thing Dylan sent me a random message about like 20 minutes before a stream started.
Well,
what do Pixies?
To me, Pixies are very much the children sort of feeling. Like the Fae folk have always had a little bit of childish to them, but Pixies in particular hit that realm of like, they're not necessarily there to really fool you. They're always they always just have that childish innocence to them, even if that is completely wild and off the hook. I think I remember playing a druid once that, you know, there's the summon Fae spell, and when you can just bring 8 Pixies into the field, things get wild real quick.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is one of my favorite things when you look at the 5th edition Pixie, is that stat block is literally just built to do that. These are they're not meant for combat. They're not an enemy. They're just little kind of pains in the ass. They have such powerful spells as well.
Yeah.
What, you don't like at-will invisibility?
I love at-will invisibility. But like they also have like confusion, which is like a 5th level spell. They get detect thoughts, dispel magic, entangle, fly, phantasmal force, polymorph, and sleep.
Yeah.
Which like when you're dealing with a creature that has no real interest in, you know, attacking anybody, getting into a fight, and you're just running around with a couple 7th level spells in your back pocket that amount to like, that's a dog now.
Yeah.
I love that. That's fantastic.
They are the thinnest of glass cannons. All this magical power in a one little hit point body. Dylan and I were talking earlier about like if we were to use mass damage rules with Pixies, like I mean, it just takes a dagger to do mass damage to a Pixie. You roll well, and that's it. They're just dust.
not even you roll well, you don't roll bad, and
Yeah.
you've rolled double their hit points.
Yeah, easily.
But, so when you think about like where a pixie goes in a campaign, in a Dungeons and Dragons game, what, because this is always the thing that catches me with this sort of monster in the monster manual, you don't give them stats unless you want people to use them for something, right? Where do you put a pixie?
While you're thinking about that, Alex, thank you so much for that 10-pound donation. We really do appreciate it.
Hi, Alex. I miss you. No, they, for me at least, it's always one of those things that like you wind up wandering through the forest, and their standard deal is like they're in a glen somewhere, you walk by, and a pixie just decides to do some stuff and then they go away. Pixies tend to be like good trolls. Or we had this conversation a little while ago where you can sort of drop a troll anywhere in a game and it just makes sense. A single troll under a bridge, yeah, that's where they go. That checks out. Yep. That makes sense. But then you wind up with pixies, and it's the same sort of thing. They just like pop up in a place and no one really asks any questions, and everybody's just like, well, yeah, okay. You giggled. That was nice. But that also feels like a waste of a weirdly powerful little critter, right?
Yeah.
And my dog is trying to steal my phone for some reason.
I need to make a call.
Evan, looking at that like spell list, what do you think the most, let's say off the top of your head, obviously, where do you put a pixie in a game? What do you like to do with that kind of thing?
So I think for pixies, you need to have, you don't want to particularly position them in the way a lot of D&D monsters are set to be like, here's something to just be punched until it's gone.
Yeah.
Like you want to set up a pixie in an environment where your players are going to be incentivized to like engage with it and take things a little differently than just, all right, here's the bad thing, let's make its hit points go away. So whether they're disincentivized to just straight up murder, or if it's, something where I don't really like the idea of like ambushing players, but sort of figuring out why all this weirdness is going on, and it turns out that it's some invisible pranksters.
Yeah. I had a group of pixies rush up to a group of players in absolute tears and completely distraught, and begging them to come help them. And when they were brought into their glade, they had a stage set up and they were putting on a play, but they didn't have any bigs to be in the play. So they desperately needed them to be in their play, because pixies are just like emotionally manic. I see it all the time. So everything's very big for them. All their emotions are very large. Everything is an emergency that has to be done right away, So there's like there are a lot of hooks there where you can engage them without having to pull out swords. In fact, without even having the pixies to have to be aggressive initially. They could just be little pranksters. Like maybe an arrow goes missing, or maybe there's like a little teeny footprint in your bread, right?
And that's sort of what they were written as. Like there are very few stat blocks that line up as well as this one, I think. That like the actual lore is tiny tricksters. They basically stay out of sight, they're very, very shy, and they will just stare at you. And then once they're done like appraising and they decide that you could be interesting, they're just looking for friends. The thing
really
that the fluff brings up is that they're almost like, it's this weird like balance. I want to be everything's friend. I'm very tiny and lots of things could step on me. And trying to find just the happy medium between these 2 points. Yeah. The entire existence of a pixie.
That's how I spent most of high school.
I feel like
the
they
fairy
also
desperate to make friends.
Mood. I'm terribly afraid. Yeah.
I feel like sometimes you also don't see them more so you see them in groups sometimes. I feel like a lot of times, well, encounters I've had a lot of times, there tends to be more than one of them to be honest. The only time we had one campaign where we had a pixie that came along with us, and it was, I don't even remember why she was along, but she was like a swashbuckler pixie, and she was really just like, I am along for this, but at the same time I need your help, and like things like that. And we were just like, okay. But then at one point we did the stereotypical thing where we put her in like a lantern or something like that, because we were like, you just need to just like chill, you are just too much right now, and we need a lot less, so you're gonna take a little napsies over here and we're gonna,
it's not a lantern, it's a bedroom.
It's a bedroom.
I really like the idea of a pixie swashbuckler, because I'm picturing just like this tiny pixie on the largest chandelier, just very slightly shaking it back and forth as they try and swing in.
Oh, she was chaotic as all. She did this thing where she would fly around in combat, like in and out of, like basically using, her invisibility to like hide and be more stealthy, almost roguelike.
Yeah.
And like swashbuckler at the same time. And she would just like, she had this amazing magic blade, and she would just dash in and get these cuts on the people and then dash back out again. And we were like, I love you. I love everything that you do.
Yeah.
It's like, God, I remember I read them at the start of my bachelor's degree 16 eternities ago, but the Dresden File books, they had, it's like all relatively serious, kind of above board, like dark and gritty magic noir in the modern day. And then every once in a while, we just summon the pixie, who has a name that escapes me, and someone in the chat is infuriated at me because people love these books and I cannot remember its goddamn name. But it's just over the course of like 20 some odd books, it goes from just occasional informant to detective to just being fully knighted and made a general of a tiny pixie army.
Oh, that's awesome.
I
want to read that now.
And you get the exact same thing where it's like running around with like a needle. Just, no, this is my mighty blade. Like, okay, sure, whatever works for you, bud.
Well, you just got to think of it like, for a pixie, everything's a dragon, right?
Yeah.
That's how you have to look at it. They're in a world of dragons.
But also puppy dogs. It's if you wanted to give all the dragons in the world scritches.
Yeah, but that puppy dog can also be a dragon. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, one hit point is a light breeze. One hit point is the wrong turn into a leaf when they're flying. Like, one hit point is nothing.
Mary, you haven't had a chance to get in on this nonsense. What do you think? If you
Think about what?
If I make you run a session and I tell you by the end of this session they have to interact with a pixie in a semi-meaningful way, something beyond you were going through a dungeon. The dungeon was made by a wizard who likes isolating animals, and this next room has a pixie in it. That's the only thing in this room. The next room, it's gonna have whatever is next alphabetically in the monster manual.
Oh, another dungeon. We got another wizard with a beast isolation fetish over here.
Well, first of all, it's 1 a.m. right now.
Oh yeah, Jesus, France.
What would I do? I mean, I really liked what Aram did with the theater thing. Like, I do think that's a thing. They don't have nuances as much. So black and white, and like everything's either horrible or perfect.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. It's like they're like, if you when you look at Amazon reviews, and anything under 4.5 stars is absolute fucking garbage. Like, that's how Pixies view everything.
Yeah.
Bought these shoes. There was a razor blade in them. I had to get stitches. Then it turned out the shoe was also alive and it bit me.
Yes.
3 stars.
3 stars. Yeah. Exactly. Garbage. Yeah. Can't trust it.
Who are these people?
Oh.
No. I will say the D&D has a major hurdle it has to overcome in just about any stat block, in that they're pulling a bunch of stuff from folklore, from various mythologies, and you're really treading on thin ice in a lot of that realm. It's very easy to grab something and then wind up horribly insulting, as we saw with the hag and the banshee.
Half the monster manual, really.
Most of it, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
pixies, like the fae that they chose to put in the monster manual are just like the pixies and the sprites. There's really the two breeds of it. I am so not used to having a tiny, tiny box and a flipped image. All of my gestures are just wildly. Hi, everybody. I'm good at streams.
You'll be okay, man.
But the pixie and the sprite, they chose at least the two fairy names that really just like people just, yeah, Tinkerbells. Like if you went to brownies, if you go to like even like the red cap at least has your kindness is appreciated.
You're welcome. Gotcha,
Just
man.
making sure. All right.
Now you're
also got to remember that it's this hand. But yeah, no, like I said, there's a handful of options you've got where you're just like, there's so much tied into them that you've got to write your mythology appropriately. These are the ones where we can be like, there's pixies. They're the magey ones. They do some spells. And also sometimes they're kind of jackasses, but in a cute way.
Yeah.
Then there's sprites. They're that, but they stab you instead of spells.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions about how fairies work?
That's pretty much it. One's a little bit stronger, better sword.
Yeah.
Other magic stuff. Like they both, like the sprites aren't nearly as magically powerful as the pixies are. They've got a few tricks, but they're not what pixies can do. Yeah. But the trade-off is one more hit point. Wow.
I could do so much more if I was only just more than just one hit point.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, if I had
you could take
double
more than
my current health, yes, I would find that amazing. If I was given twice as much health as I have now, twice as much strength and ability, that would feel amazing.
It would.
Yeah.
Relative to an adventurer, though,
Right.
we've moved up from 1 in 4 chance of murdering them by just dropping a dagger nearby. 50-50 chance of death.
Right.
I think, which gets us to the place that I think is least useful for this particular monster is ways to change the pixie.
Yeah, I
Like,
wouldn't do anything.
one
really.
hit point isn't much. It's not enough for it to be meaningful. It's one of those like weird things where the only way, hypothetically, if you're a bad person and you're going to try to murder a party with a group of pixies, the only way to do it is to take like 45 pixies, spread them out far enough that you can't hit them with burning hands, and hope that enough get in there to try to get a couple spells off.
Yeah.
Turn the entire party into cats, and then they all leave chuckling.
Yeah, I mean, and again, with magic missile, I mean, it's just like if it goes past one round, they're all dead. So
yeah,
if they don't have, I mean, honestly, how I would change pixies is what I did. Like I gave them a special forces division so that they can defend themselves. Because if anyone really wanted to take out pixies, it would not be hard. It would be incredibly easy.
Yeah, it's basically just they need some defensive abilities because a competent bird could do away with pixies as a species.
Competent bird.
I mean,
if you got like a really angry hawk.
Yeah, not a fucking seagull, not those assholes, but a competent bird. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about like going back to Tinkerbell, because I'm just gonna pull a lot of what it's gonna keep coming up.
Yeah.
No, she is the canonical pixie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, strictly a sprite. She's very, very aggressive.
It's true. Yeah. But if you watch like the actual movies that go into more of like, here's like the other pixies, not just Tinkerbell, and things like that, you end up like they literally have they have scouts. They literally have scouts that will literally be like, there's a hawk about, y'all need to like get cover because they're coming, like it's literally a thing. Like they have an alarm system throughout like wherever they are that just like beacons out so that everyone goes, oh no, there's a bird about, gotta go, because like that is how like small they are.
Yeah.
It's just literally even a just a sparrow or something or whatever lands and they're like, oh my god, like
I mean, what it sounds like you're saying with the Tinkerbell is that what they really need is just a resurrection mechanic if anyone in the vicinity claps.
Right.
Thunder damage.
Thunderclap is like the ultimate killer of pixies.
Yeah. There's to make pixies really work in any kind of like thing where there might be a combat, you need two things. You need a way not to kill them right away. So give them a little bit of protection. The good berries are an instant revive. That's nice. And you can't use mass casualty damage. Not mass casualty. What is it called? Massive
Area of
damage.
effect.
No, well, no. I mean, area effect. I mean, there's a lot of ways, but like
Yeah.
area effect, you have to deal with. Like maybe half of them will get wiped, but I'll tell you what, they should have. They should have evasion. As just
That's
pixies,
what
pixies should have evasion if they're flying. If they're in the air, they should be able to evade naturally.
Especially because they're like 3 times their movement speed when they're flying. Like they're like walking is like 10 or something like that, and then they're flying is 30. So
Yeah.
like I don't see why they wouldn't be able to use dodge, like
What's the other-
slash evasion.
Hold on. I'm gonna go off to the side here and do some quick math, just because I want the point of comparison.
Go right ahead. This. I edit half of what I'm editing out of the damn show is Dylan doing math.
Dylan doing math. Yeah, I'm a bad person and a bad friend.
Are you figuring out how fast they are relative to their size?
100%. Yes, Evan.
Right. I imagine
30
it's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's the equivalent to us moving 180 feet in 6 seconds.
Wow. Is
Man.
that fast? It sounds fast. It might not be.
Rom, you know that's
It is
fast.
very
You know,
fast.
I don't know.
okay. You know how
Speed and
monks get
distance.
real fast?
Yeah.
Monks don't hit 180 feet per round.
Oh, per round. That is fast. Okay, that's super
Yeah.
fast. I'm not that bad of a DM. Yeah, that is super fast.
No, I think, quite frankly, like, aside from giving them some defensive capability, I think the only thing I would ever change about pixies is editorial. I think it's really weird that pixies are an isolated stat block in the monster manual.
Sure.
Like, you've got sprites and you've got, like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that sort of implies a little ecosystem to them. Like, there's a bunch of Fey. We've talked about the Feywild in every other stat block through this fucking book.
Yeah.
And we talk about the pixies, and we specifically reference the sprites in the pixie stat block. And then we get to the sprites, and they're like, well, they're kind of like magic pixies. Why aren't these kind of like the demons and the devils? Why don't we just have a Fey section? And it's a bunch of dumb little, or goofy little, trying to do less casual ableist language. And
Sure.
I just, anyway, put a bunch of little goofy sub 10 hit point critters that just exist to interfere with a player's life. I would probably drop like $5 to just get a pamphlet of just inconvenient monsters that don't mean any harm.
The inconvenient monster manual, and then it's just like it's like a little additional pamphlet you can buy.
Inconvenience every monster. Yeah, absolutely. We'll run that.
We'll do a whole book. It's just monsters that'll kill you dead. And here's a secondary book in case you're ever like, my players have had a good day.
Right.
I don't want them to lose any hit points. I feel like they've really earned their successes through that dragon, but I don't want them going back feeling good about themselves.
It has been 30 minutes since I've annoyed them, and I am a DM. I have to do something here. I always thought that it was the sprites who taught the pixies how to have Pearl in the first place. Like they kind of went to them for training and then brought it back and showed the others. And like they're really good at it, but like they're also like, you tee hee hee, right? You know? So it's like a lot of it's a weird world for them to be in. But they would have had to have gone to other help. And there's no reason why they wouldn't stick together. Like they certainly would band and trade and exchange with each other and make deals with each other before they reached out to any other groups.
Oh yeah, friendship, you know? That's like such a high thing.
Yeah.
You know?
They're like Care Bears.
I also really appreciate the fact that like, so fly is in there as a 1-a-day thing for pixies. They have pixie dust in their description, and that's literally just they wanted to mechanize it.
Yeah.
It's like if you capture a pixie and just shake them over a pouch, and you're just like,
yep.
That will never work. That doesn't count. It only counts if the pixie does it. And we've mechanized that by just saying, well, they have fly as a spell. They don't cast fly on themselves. Obviously, they have wings.
Right.
This is here so we can just say, Tinkerbell.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
The pixie dust is something else entirely.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like they kind of just exist to either be, again, an annoyance or a spell component. That's kind of what they feel like in the book.
Yeah. Which is, and like having pixies around to like aid and abet players is fantastic because like I said, all of these spells are huge.
Yeah.
If you could go in and just, make friends with a pixie at first level, and then suddenly you go to the wizard's tower and, hey, Tink, can we? Suddenly you've like solved half the problems in the game.
Yeah.
just got one buddy following you around.
Also, like,
I guess one buddy per player.
I think we figured out
That's
they
fine.
can like the largest thing a pixie can turn into is like a leopard, right? That's why because it's like because polymorph works
so.
from your size up. So the biggest thing they could be was
CR up, yeah.
the biggest thing they could be was a leopard, but still, I mean, rather impressive. Like, I don't want to fight a leopard, right? I would rather not. I would think that would win a lot of the times when they're dealing with humans.
It's also just fantastic to imagine, like, well, one, just they don't. Yeah. Excuse me.
Kill no. Oh,
This
hi,
is my
Cray.
cat.
Hi,
She's
baby.
a little demon.
Oh,
God, did my cat manage to mute me?
No, we can hear
no,
you.
we can hear you.
Did.
That would be
She laid
amazing.
down
though.
on the- She laid down on the volume key.
Oh, that's funny. So you couldn't hear us. That's great.
I had no idea what you were saying. She started like, I had a pen on my desk and she decided that was a toy.
Right.
And then I started scrolling through the monster manual against my will.
Isn't that how it always is?
Yeah. I mean, that's how this show started, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's going through the monster manual despite your knowledge
Forcing
that
you to
this
do
won't
this.
go well.
Right. Forcing you to do this against your will. That's how that's how this goes. Absolutely.
God, I don't even remember what I was saying. The
Something about a
attention
cat.
span.
I don't know. Which
Oh
would
yeah, that was
also
it.
be
It's
a
just the
big
idea of
problem
like
for
a
pixies.
pixie running around through the wild. You've managed to actually antagonize them enough to get violent, and suddenly it goes from a 1 foot tall thing floating at head height to an entire tiger.
Yeah.
True. That is how they would get more hit points
That's
too.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Let's put
Yeah.
on a little bit of just like, hit point sheath. If they could work in teams and one of them, because it's only once per day. So if you do it, you got to be sure. And if the fight extends past that, you're probably in trouble. But if they're working as a team, they'd probably have it kind of paced out. Like, I know when to go animal, and then you can go animal at some other time, and we can always have one in the bag in case we need it.
I mean, especially if we're talking about in our instance of being on the Pearl team and things like that. I mean, you would definitely have like a specialization. So like therefore you could have somebody that's like really good at the polymorph thing, and things like that, and like they got it down to a very good level or whatever and things like that. But like it is true that all of you could turn into it at some point, so you do all have a buffer to a certain regard. So like if you think something's coming at you, you can be like boom, polymorph, and things like that to batter your blow essentially.
Oh, I really should have made that one of the abilities that they've like perfected their polymorph. Maybe they can be like a slightly CR higher. Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
This has been the one adventure where I have to keep reminding Aram that like the whole point of that adventure was to show off what pixies are in the monster manual. You have to stop rewriting the monster in the middle of this adventure.
I know, but what the show is also about is correcting some of these generic ideas about monsters. And one of the ideas we have is that they are set in stone, that they do not change, that they do not react to outside stimulus, that they do not adapt. And they would. Pixies would adapt, and they would adapt in these ways to defend themselves and to help rescue themselves when faced against a constant reoccurring threat, and to just pretend that they're locked in the book and that's how they will always be and that's who they always are dehumanizes all of them. So yes, I do believe that by doing this episode, we are sticking to the rules of our show. Somewhat.
I've just got to rein you in a little bit.
That we've also never
saying.
stated, by the way, Dylan. We've never said like these are the rules. You've just kind of assumed these are the rules.
I assume everything, and I've never been wrong in my life.
You're also talking to Aram, a person who made a whole book about a different world. So like his brain is always just like, how can I make it better?
Right. How can I
keep
break
going?
this? How can I change what you're showing
it's
me?
just constantly going. So
yeah.
All right, I think with that, do you want to move into the other stage, Dylan, unless there's more you wanted to do on this?
No, I think that about covers it. That's the thing with the pixies is like they are a convenient, nice little critter with a bunch of goofy ass abilities that like people should use more aside from just the I can float in the glade and occasionally inconvenience your dwarf.
Right.
You always go after the dwarf.
Yeah.
The lore in the book specifically calls out dwarves for some reason.
It does. I did read that whole section. And I was like,
yeah.
Pixies are like cats. They always gravitate to the one that likes you the least.
maybe it's because like it's the next person that's like sort of kind of their stature. Like they're like, oh, you're small too, so you'll understand.
You get
I can take
You
that
know?
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got big nose. We're going.
Honestly, having having the pixie say that out loud, fantastic moment. More people need to put that in their games. Pixies specifically making fun of the dwarves for being roughly their height.
I know. I just want to play a game where a pixie just stares down a player. It's like, what? What you got? You trying to start something?
Like, at that point, it's just the tiny dog dilemma, where they just don't realize how small they are.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what it is.
I want a game where it's just like it's like a halfling, a dwarf, and like a gnome, and like just all the smaller creatures of like just all band together with like a pixie and go for it.
That'd be amazing. I'm down for that.
Yeah. All right. Then do you want to do a real quick bio break, come back, and then do a quick pixie heist and show off the fancy spells that we keep alluding to?
Absolutely. That sound good for everyone else?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Great. Then we will be back in 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back to Kill Every Monster. And I guess we should get to killing some monsters.
So
You're not monsters.
Well, you're not
Yeah, right?
monsters, but
I'm a
technically-
person around. Okay?
Yes, but you're in the monster manual. You're in the book, Pixie. You're a monster.
Don't discriminate against me, and I haven't even become a person.
People can be actually, all people can be monsters. That's kind of the theme of the show, is that people are monsters. Yeah.
we don't have any rules or wrong.
Themes aren't rules, Dylan. That's why they're called themes. They're
Fair.
thematic,
Anyway,
temporary, and ethereal.
Inter-host harassment aside.
Today's combat is going to be Dylan versus Rom.
True, we won't have to do anything.
That won't be hard. Old arthritic bones. Snaps like nothing.
So, the three of you, how have you, first of all, how did you become Agents of Pearl? Starting with Kelly.
Ooh, okay. Putting me on the spot.
Yep.
Once upon a time, I almost got snatched, but I didn't actually get snatched. It was just real close. And I had a best friend that got snatched in place of me, and I was like, whoa, I don't want that to happen ever again, because we're going to get tragic. I lost my friend. They got snatched, and we haven't seen them since. And I'm on a quest to find that friend still, even though we don't know where they might be at all. But what am
We can make it less tragic. Got snatched by a weird little green boy who kept screaming about pirates.
Oh, yeah. R.I.P. Tinkerbell. But I'm on a quest, and that's how I started my whole Pearl operation training.
Neat. So you were basically knocking on their door saying, I want in. I want to stop this from happening to others.
I was like, I heard about this committee. I want to, yeah.
Perfect. All right. And then down to Mary. How did your pixie enter Pearl?
Well, I think Mushroom from very young age was very fighty and picked a lot of fights with the other pixies, and this didn't go very well.
Yeah.
And so I think at some point, like, their cousins and cousins of cousins had to have like an intervention and say, okay, we need to direct all of your anger.
Right.
So we're gonna put you in this place where you can Well, you can train it.
Yeah, there'd be such limited aggression outlets for pixies. It would be like one
With
of the
the one
few
hit
options.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't really do kickboxing classes when you'd murder anyone you touch.
If half the class is unconscious after warm-up stretches, yeah, that does make a bit of a problem, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, perfect. And then last but not least, Evan, how did your pixie join Pearl?
Well, so Sparkle just really likes stealing things. Like, just the act of stealing things. Having things is okay, but stealing things is the real, adventure. And basically just got a letter one day that here's more opportunities to steal things, particularly things from big things. And big things have bigger things to steal, which therefore means they're better to steal.
Gotcha.
This is true.
So kind of half community service, half here's a bigger lock to pick.
I was about to say, like, you got drafted, or you got like a Hogwarts letter.
So just
it was sort of just like a, hey, we know we can't stop you from stealing,
right?
So work for the government, basically.
It's the hacker thing, right? You know,
work for us,
the 38 hertz whale. You trace the signal back, and there's the CIA going like, "Hey, do I have a deal for you?"
Awesome.
Just for my clarification, Evan, is Sparkles gay? So Sparkles, did Sparkles get enlisted because Sparkle was gay and did crimes?
Oh, I mean,
because might be playing to a theme here a little bit.
Who could have seen one of my characters being gay?
Right.
Impossible.
And a criminal. Awesome.
No.
All right, Dylan. So, do you want me to describe the headquarters?
I think we're gonna have you run the debrief.
All right.
And then when we get into the part where we might try to murder players, I'll take over because you're a coward and won't do it.
Absolutely, sir. Okay. So you have all been summoned. Have you worked together before?
If anybody had worked with them before, I think Mushroom had.
Right.
Because Mushroom works all the time.
Okay. Gotcha. So who's been on a mission with you before, Mushroom?
I want to say my character because, like, since I do have the medic specialty, I just imagine Mushroom getting like hurt and then just walking into the infirmary like, "Hey, it's me again."
Right.
Yeah. And like it's a Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday, and then Twinkle is like,
Okay.
Hey, Mushroom.
So Twinkle and Mushroom have been on missions together. Evan, your pixie is the new one in this team. How are they being introduced? How were you introduced to this team?
Well, I mean, Sparkle doesn't need to work with people, but apparently these people need Sparkle's help, so...
Sparkle works alone. Right. All right, so you all show
Harder
up.
to be stealthy when there are three of you.
Yeah.
Sparkle's a sneaky boy.
Sparkle's the best. All right, so you all show up at Pixie headquarters, at Pearl headquarters, which is this old hollowed out tree that used to be like this big, huge elven palatial estate. They abandoned this area years ago, and this is kind of the ruins of it, but it's still really, really nice. There's multiple levels of pixies working, but at the very, very top is the director, Commander Tiptoe, and she has beckoned you all into a meeting. I see you all are here. Please take your seats. This is a pinky swear level meeting. And she flies up to each one of you with a very stern look in her face. Pinky swear? Pinky swear?
Of course.
Pinky swear?
I'm actually taking that chair.
Now that you have all been sworn in, you may be told the truth. One of our members has been taken. It was reported to us just the other night by the Crow Nightfall. They brought us this map. Oops, they brought us this map. This map here. Not the other map that was much more detailed, but this map. This is the map that they brought us. So, you are shown this, this general layout of a house. There's an entrance, there's a fireplace, there's what looks like a living room and a dining room with a trapdoor in the dining room. There's a bedroom, and then there's this other room that they don't have any information on. And that's where they believe the wizard who lives here does all their experiments and all their wizarding. And if the pixie's anywhere, they think they're in there.
Question about our crow map. When I look at the question mark room, that little added bit, is that a window?
Yeah, so
or...
those are all windows.
Okay.
When the wizard is at home, they are usually, the shutters are open, but they're all usually locked, and there's also magical locks on all the doors and windows in this cabin.
I love a paranoid wizard.
What wizard wouldn't be paranoid? Any other questions about the map?
Reasonable wizards.
Yeah.
So a possession prison is a chest. I'm
Yes.
assuming.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Yep. A possession prison is a chest. A sleep room is a bedroom. A fire tower is a fireplace. The human food ritual room is the dining room.
It is what it says on the tin.
Yep. Yeah. Any other questions there?
I don't think so.
All right. Then we are back at the headquarters. What we need you to do is go in and get them out. Nightfall here has informed us that the wizard who lives in this cabin is not too friendly. Lost a few of their own to magic missiles. To defend against that, you will all be equipped with a pearl badge. It is also a communicator. I'm sure you all know how to use one. Yes?
I nod.
Excellent. We'll of course have crossbows and whatever else you need. You have to be careful. This wizard is very dangerous. But Nightfall has informed us that he leaves his cabin at the beginning of the 3rd week of every month, which is this evening. I'm sorry for the short notice, but we need you immediately.
Do we have a name of the wizard?
Oh, yes, we do.
Remmer.
Remmer, thank you. Yes, my notes are up. Yes, Remmer the wizard. Remmer.
But if he's leaving, how do I stab?
Well, you can... Okay, don't engage the wizard. I'm sorry, I didn't make this quite clear. The wizard is very dangerous. Do not engage the wizard. Get into his cabin, free our pixie, and bring them back.
So you guys will go into the cabin, and I'll fly after the wizard and stab him.
No touchy wizard. I wrote that down.
If you must stab the wizard in self-defense, these are acceptable terms.
Oh, he looked at me badly.
But try not to stab the wizard.
I mean, you can just wait afterwards and stab him now.
Okay, so we go in there, we rescue the pixie, and then I hide in the sleep room.
Okay.
And when he goes to bed, then I stab him.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'll work.
Sparkle, you are now in charge. What I need from you is to make sure that your pixies get in and out, get our pixie in and out, as quickly and quietly as possible. Yes?
I can't just leave them here.
We really do need all 3 of them this time. This wizard is dangerous.
What's the name of the pixie that we're saving?
That's a very good question. You are... they have a name. They have a name. Dylan. I'm sure they have a name.
Look, we know me from God's Fall. I'm always gonna ask the names. Come on, I'm a note taker.
They've got the picture. Did I give you a name? Nightfall.
You
right?
did not.
I named the crow. I named the wizard. Did I not name the pixie?
You did not name
pixie named
Okay.
Toadstool that we are
Toadstool.
saving.
100%. The pixie's name is Toadstool, which I clearly had made up the entire time.
Toadstool
and said earlier.
MacGuffin.
Yes,
you.
Toadstool.
Yes.
Yes, the pixie Toadstool MacGuffin.
Princess.
No,
Princess?
because the princess
Oh
we'd
my
send a
God.
bigger team. No, it's like they're rich though. It's like one of the richer pixies.
Baroness Toadstool MacGuffin.
Toadstool came from a good family. I get it.
Yes. Your target is Toadstool.
And Toadstool is also a member of Pearl.
Toadstool is not a member of Pearl. Toadstool is
Okay,
just
not
a
a
pixie.
member. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Toadstool is a civilian.
We're sure she's not a princess.
We like she.
She may secretly be a princess.
She flips
This is
through her
fantasy.
notes.
Nearly everyone could be a princess.
Are
in
you
theory.
saying that possibly the princess is in some other castle?
Look, there's an extraordinary number of pixies who also happen to be princesses. I don't know how it works. It is a large number that does not seem to be balanced, but there is an outside chance she could be a pixie. She could be a princess. She is definitely a pixie. She may be a princess.
She's in a cabin though.
She's in a cabin.
The princess
Cabin
is
in
in
the
another
woods?
cabin.
It is a cabin in the woods, yes.
Can we reference anything else real quick?
Yes.
Do you want us to go into the woods?
Yes, I want you to go into the woods, to the cabin in the woods, yes.
Just go straight into the thick of it.
I mean, we all in the
Get
woods
the
now.
princess from the cabin in the woods.
Technically,
Princess
we
Toadstool.
are in the woods. I wish you to remain in the woods. Just go further over there in the woods. Please. Any questions?
Will you reconsider the no stabbing policy?
Again, it's not no stabbing as much as please don't stab unless absolutely necessary. And I believe in this case, I would refer to Twinkle on whether or not something is necessary.
It's necessary.
So Twinkle turns real quick and goes, "Are there any other animals in this? Does this wizard have a pet at all? Like, is there anything I should be concerned about?"
There is. She looks through her notes again. Oh yes, actually, no. There's a pseudo dragon that the wizard has as a familiar. Yes, probably should have mentioned that. My apologies.
Does he take it with him when he leaves, or no? Or
He just looks over at his assistant. The assistant shrugs. You have no data on that.
oh, okay. What
Yeah,
color
it's
is it? Is it
sad.
red?
Looks over at the assistant. The assistant looks a little panicked and looks through their own notes, and then shrugs. Or tiptoe frowns. We do not know.
Trouble is, all the notes came from a crow, and I'm not 100% sure that crows see color the
don't
way
think they
people
do.
Oh, true.
I mean, if we want to really sidetrack this stream, I can start Googling how many rods and cones crows have.
This is the problem with this show. There is no endless path. There's just endless paths of distractions that we can go down. No, we're not doing that. They don't see color, whatever, done.
Okay.
Get yelled at later.
These are special crows.
Yes, these are special
They don't
crows.
see color.
Thank you.
Special.
They talk sometimes. They don't see any colors.
Yes.
It was a trade, equivalent exchange.
Yes, it's a good trade, actually.
One crow went to God. It's like, hey,
I got a trade for you. Sentience? I don't see color so much.
yeah.
That seems fair. See, look, no, please can we get back on topic?
Yes.
Does anyone else have any questions for this meeting?
Racking my brain because I know there's going to be a question that's going to happen once it's like question time's over, and I'm going to be like, dang it.
100%. All right, I just put a Roll20 link into the chat window of Zoom for you all to use, please, if you don't mind. So we can. That's just so we can see the rolls on screen. All right, then if there's nothing else, it's about like I'd say 8 or 9 p.m. and you know that the wizard is leaving this evening.
I'm dead. And this is where we trade hands.
Yep.
So part of the reason I'm on this show is because Aram refuses to hurt players. I want you all to know I don't respect you. That's not true. You guys are wonderful. Thank you so much for doing this again.
I don't respect you.
I don't know. Listen,
I'm not
I
afraid
talk
of
and then I
killing
rely
you.
on
Yeah.
you editing
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, that was
It's a
ooh,
bad
that was
call
a
for a
bad
live
move on a
show.
live show. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't know. You respect them. You'll just kill them with impunity, but you still respect them. Yeah.
Anyway, regardless of my grand incompetence, you guys, after a little bit of travel, a fair ways out of the Pixie Township, it's an elven city, but the population isn't high enough in pixies to call it a pixie city yet. You guys basically wind up finding this cabin. You get a little bit of guidance from Nightfall, and it's starting to get kind of dark. You are speedy as all get out, but sun is still very, very low on the horizon. You do the little like quick zoom around the perimeter, taking the sights. The shutters are all already closed, and there's like that long pause, the moment of just like, okay, what do we just, should we wait or just, and the front door comes open and you see the wizard.
What a day. He walks over to the well. He grumpily pulls it up and he fumbles with it for a moment. And there's like a little spark of magic. And then the bucket slides back down. He goes, I'll be back. And he just lazily waves an arm. A blue door opens and he steps into it and vanishes.
So the pseudo dragon's definitely there.
Yeah. And this is where you currently sit. Is the door and the windows are all magically closed. Just on his way out, the wizard gestured back at the door and said something in Elvish. Sounded like he said "Sortir," and then he just kind of gestured, and the door closed. Yeah, that was for you, Mary.
Thanks.
Yep. I didn't say my pronunciation was good with anything.
Hey, it's better than mine.
No, it's not. Anyway, so you've gotten the perimeter. You know the windows to be closed. You know the door is closed. How do we want to come at this? There is a chimney to the building. There's not presently like active smoke coming out, which is, if nothing else, fire safety seems to be important to this wizard. You don't leave an active blaze going next to the books.
Well,
How do we want to come at this?
if everything else is locked, let's go down the chimney.
Okay. So it's real easy to just buzz to the top, look down, and basically the fire is definitely out at the bottom. Like it went out pretty recently. There is still enough smoke that if you go down that way, you're gonna have to give me a constitution check to get through that like last little bit of residue. It's gonna be a son of a bitch to breathe through.
Ooh, beautiful.
Ooh. This is gonna be hard. Do you still want to go this way?
I mean, it's easy. And then I just want to cast Druidcraft to cause a puff of wind to clear out the chimney.
Yeah, you absolutely just like a quick, just north of a breath, and it just shoves all that little bit of smoke. You see the little flakes of ash kind of twinkle down. A nice clear path, and you can see the light red glow of like nearly dead embers down at the bottom.
And I think Mushroom looks at you like, oh, you're so smart.
Yeah, I am.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Fantastic. So do you guys just want to head down then?
Yeah, but Twinkle wants to make sure she's last going down the chimney.
Okay.
Mushroom will go first.
All right. So, Mushroom, you are the first one down, and you come out almost face first into a huge wingback chair. It's too close to the fire. Any reasonable person, like, you enjoy the warmth of a fire, but this person is sitting like, he should be lighting his shoes on fire. This person's ridiculous. On one side, there is a bookshelf, the paper bindings that were previously referenced by a bird. There's a nice little small side table with an upright piano with inlaid silver scrolls, rosewood feet, and yellowing ivory keys. You went through the effort of writing. I'll read it for you, Ram.
Thanks.
Cool. There is the only thing you notice that I'm going to warn you about before we do anything else is you've come straight into the room with the pseudo dragon. It's a white dragon, for reference. Where would be most convenient for you? What would you
Bookshelf,
like to
just
see?
like a cat. Bookshelf. Definitely like is like knocked off 3 or 4 books and it's just kind of like sprawled out on a bookshelf, like mid-tier bookshelf.
That sounds about right.
I think Mushroom would take up like a defensive stance on the arm of that big chair and like stand between the dragon and the rest of the party coming through the fireplace.
All right.
And
Twinkle
use the
and
sending badge to warn people.
Yeah. So I think Sparkle would be down in the middle. So like as you're kind of coming down, the first thing you get is like, what's the message? What do you relay?
I see the dragon.
You're like halfway down the chimney and you just get there's a dragon here.
And it see you?
Oh, it's asleep. You can't hear it snoring? It's snoring really loudly.
Sending stones actually have fantastic like directionality, so you're mostly just picking up her, but there's like a little bit of a noise in the background that's probably what that is. That makes sense.
Okay. Well, cool. That doesn't seem to be a problem for us then. Particularly because,
why haven't you slit its throat yet?
We can be invisible.
That's true. Okay, invisible.
Are we not already invisible? I was already invisible.
Mushroom totally.
I mean, I was going to say something, but then she kind of just flew down, so.
Okay, so like definitely invisibility on, you know, like definitely a thing.
Yeah, I would go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. In that case, Mushroom is just standing there, kind of like sword drawn, defensive stance. And then there's just an empty chair all of a sudden. Just a vaguely uncomfortable face. Last thing you see, and then it just goes.
I do like that. I like the idea of pixies going invisible like a line
like
from
a
the
fade
head
effect.
down. Yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot.
Actually, a star wipe.
Yes, of course, it's a star wipe. It's just a reverse star wipe. They vanish into a little star, and then just dust. Just
Little pixie dust goes.
Yeah.
And it glows.
And then it gets over everything.
Yeah, well, they're the worst. Like I'll be vacuuming out this pixie for weeks.
Hey, Sparkle. Yes, Sparkle is Evan. Yeah, Sparkle.
Yep.
You get down to an empty room. The things I described previously, identical, exactly as I said them, because the other pixie also isn't here.
Oh, man.
And then it's just the little radio up. Benji, do not. And you just radio back up, like, coast is clear. Twinkle, coming down.
I'm coming down, and I see obviously nothing as I come into the room, and I'm just like, guys, where are you?
Oh, right, because you can't see each other. I didn't think about that, of course.
I did double check, and they don't have any sort of true vision. Yeah,
Right?
this is
I was like,
a room where you
that's
all know
another-
each other to be there.
Right.
This is another oversight. This is another thing I would add.
How many times do pixies like go invisible and then like a minute later like all reappear with knives? They oh, it's you, and then they go invisible again. Like
Yeah.
oh,
They,
it's
like,
just you.
bump back.
Yeah.
You know,
It's a pixie mass casualty event.
There was
just
one-
everybody came.
There's
Dinner
gotta be
was ready.
rules.
Everyone was invisible. Everybody came
Yeah.
flying in towards the bell and just.
Yeah, you can't just fly through town invisible. Like, there's got to be pixie rules on that kind of thing. Otherwise,
Absolutely. There's
you just
one
be
cop
taking each
with
other
True
out.
Sight going, just giving people tickets.
That's exactly. That's one pixie with like those mirrored cop shades, but they're lenses of True Vision. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you've all convened in the wizard's study. Is there anything you want to take a look at? Anything you want to deal with at the moment?
I wanna. Well, no, because the dragon's on the bookshelf. Never mind.
Don't worry. If the dragon
There
wakes
is a
up,
singular
I'll
book that
poke
is
him.
not on the shelf, not including the books that the dragon knocked off the shelf to clear room for himself. It's sitting on the side table. It's bound in cobalt, snake skin, and iron.
Oh.
It's just sitting on that side table next to the chair.
Is it like is it locked like a diary? Or is it just like a book?
It's got a latch like a diary, but it's not locked. It's just held closed.
And then like, how much do I know about like wizards? So like, I know like they have spell books. Like, do I know that? Like, or do I?
No, wizard spellbooks are, I'm going to say, common enough knowledge that you don't
Okay.
need arcana or anything like that. That's,
Okay, good.
That's how they work. That's good.
I was like, ooh. So I'm gonna, Twinkle's gonna hover over top of it and see like if it has like a title or like anything.
Nope.
No title.
Now that you're a little bit closer, the thing that kind of leaps out at you is just that it's like, it's not a hack job putting it together, but this is amateurish binding. This is a personal book. This isn't something you purchased from someone who really like, it's not from a bookbinder. It's not from a library.
So he's got hobbies on the weekends.
He's not good at them yet, but you don't start off good and you need to work at it. Remember
And-
that, everybody. Keep working on your hobbies. You'll
Knitting
get
is such a
there.
frustrating journey, and he throws it down. Yeah.
And you said it had a latch on it? And
It does. Yeah.
And it's like the latch is locked or like no?
No, it's just closed.
Oh, okay. Well,
Listen.
I'm gonna open it.
Yeah. So you flip it over and you see
Quietly,
an
quietly.
itemized.
I
Yes.
slowly lower
Give
it.
me a stealth roll for
Oh,
opening a
boy.
book that's roughly your size.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
you're behind me.
Oh gosh. Hold on. I have never used Roll20 before.
Type /R 1d20 plus whatever your modifier is.
20 plus. Ooh. Plus. What is my plus? Hold on.
It is a +7 for stealth.
Yeah, and the pluses aren't going to show on the stream anyway. You can just add it in your head. It's just going to show you that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get a. Okay, so it's going to come out to a 16 as the resident can do math queer.
Yep.
Thank God.
Just going to take a wild guess. That seems to be the trend. Yeah, that's going to be enough to just kind of like. It takes effort. This is one of those things, like even just in range of motion, you had to like get off the side of the table, kind of grab it at this level, and just chest press the whole thing and fly it up, like lowering it down. And you get to the front page. Fortunately, the inner pages it's not hard or anything. Those you can just flip through. And it is an itemized list.
Of what?
Eggs, scrambled. Acceptable flavor, texture, lackluster, lower heat next time. No strong emotions. Sandwich, ham, cheese. Ham was worse this week. New butcher is clearly inferior. Use previous guy. Sense of longing may have been from ham. And the list continues on in just a day by just a day by day. This is the thing I ate. These are my notes on its flavor. And this is how it made me feel.
Mm-hmm. None of it is there's like nothing outwardly positive. Everything is like middling to dislike.
Yeah.
And I think Mushroom gets curious enough to like come over and then accidentally bumps into you because she doesn't know where you are.
Hey, that's me. Stop.
Okay. What? Why is he? What is?
I think he needs some therapy. He doesn't seem like he's doing too well. I mean, look, like this food, it should be good, but like he says maybe he needs spices.
There's even like mentions of like chocolate cake, travel time too long, no longer warm on arrival. Flavor may have been grand. Like even the stuff where it's like clearly a good review, like this cake was good, should have been warmer. It's just like it's disappointment. Too bad. Too bad it wasn't better.
I don't think he has a lot of friends. I don't. He could use some more friends.
Maybe we should plant him an herb garden.
Oh, we could do that on the way out.
We could do that.
That might be good.
I know, like rosemary and eggs goes really well.
Yeah, like
maybe some cheese
and some garlic. He could,
maybe get a goat for some fresh cheese.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Now I'm really hungry.
We could turn the dragon into a goat.
We could turn the dragon into a goat. Oh my God, we should turn the dragon into a
Sparkle,
goat.
as you're kind of doing your perusal of the room, you can just hear like it's quiet. They know they need to be stealthy, but also your allies are having this discussion at the book.
Right. Thing is, I'm a little bit more concerned or a little bit more interested in the fact that there's something labeled possession prison, and I like possessions, so kind of want to go there.
That's very, very fair. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
So hey, you guys just
Oh gosh, where are you?
I'm here.
Uh-huh.
Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm just gonna go do something.
Where are you gonna? Which room are you gonna be in?
The sleep one. I'm not gonna sleep, but.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably fine. You're probably good here. Just like don't touch the piano, or if you do, like don't touch the key part.
That's strong advice.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Have fun.
Okay.
So Evan, I'm gonna give you a really hard task.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to make me a DC 3 strength check to get through this door. That's a joke. Don't bother rolling that.
Okay.
Especially because, like, if you actually failed, I don't know what I would do with that. Stats are that poor. Not strong critters, pixies. So you kind of like, you get the latch, not that hard, and then it's just a little bit thrust from the wings, and it just swings. As with any pixie, once something that large has momentum, you like just drift behind it, and just kind of let go, fling yourself into the room by like 2 or 3 feet. Stop, look around. The bed, relatively Spartan. They're actually like solid sheets in there. Like someone went through the trouble of actually making sure that there was like a nice comforter on the bed. There are fitted sheets. Like everything is done properly, but there isn't any care to it. There's nothing nice. They're not comfortable. They're serviceable. And at the end is the possession prism, a large rectangular box with a curved top. It's a chest. He has a chest that he keeps his shit in. It's the prism that contains his possessions.
I mean, I'm very confused now, just because from what they were saying was in the book, I would not expect this person to have clean sheets.
You say that, but when you can cast prestidigitation at will, you pretty much like get out of your bed, gesture at it, and it's like clean and made.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
all right, fair enough.
He does everything. Is just like, and it just gets done for him. So sure, it's like serviceable, but it's like the least amount of effort possible.
Mm-hmm. Even the shutters on the windows are magical and operated entirely like at a gesture or a word. Like he's not even getting out of the chair to push those open. He's definitely not making the bed himself. But yeah, no, at the foot of the bed is a small strong box. It is bolted to the floor. It seems to be locked. Do you want to take a look at it real quick?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, give me a perception check first.
Okay.
Twinkle over her sending so it's just like, check her traps. Check everywhere has traps. I definitely think big people have traps everywhere.
Okay, so
Big people
13
and their
plus 4 is
traps.
going to give you a 17, which is more than enough to notice. In this little, like, basically sandwich just between the lid and the actual base of the box, right next to the locking mechanism, is a tremendous blade. It's the size of your arm. It's about yay big. It's the sort of thing where once you open it, it's spring-loaded to just slash out, cut you clean in half.
I mean, that would be dangerous if, my usual way of picking locks wasn't going inside of the locks. I think that's generally probably aimed for big people who would be outside of the box.
Like fully just both arms buried in there. Yeah. Then you want to give me
a pixie cut though.
Yeah. You want to give me a lockpicking check?
Absolutely.
At a +7?
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. That's a 26 total. Like this is a joke. You reach in and it's just like kind of holding the pins up with one hand while you turn the lock with the other hand. And then there's a pin at the back and you just kind of like work that a little bit with your pinky while you're trying to hold everything in. And that just like disengages the bar that was holding the spring in place. There's a little boom as the trap disengages, a little as the lock falls into place. And the thing just kind of opens up just a tiny bit, sitting there freely on the hinge. You
Twinkle, Mushroom, I need you to help me lift a thing.
I got a body. Come on.
Okay.
A
Fly
quick
over.
little like buzzing sound to the mumbled conversation of like, I don't know, tarragon. He does seem to eat a lot of eggs. Tarragon would be good.
Still back on my goat idea.
You wind up in the standard formation. This is a practice maneuver for Pearl, where it's just like the 3-person press, just feet on the bottom of the box, gripping the top, and just everybody. You get the box open, and inside, you see a couple of things. There is a velvet sack. This is probably the nicest thing you've seen in here, shy of that chair. It's like actual clean velvet. There is a jug. It's made of clay. It's roughly your height. And there are a bunch of spigots on it, just different colors. And then, that's other stuff. Yeah. So that's what you're looking at, is basically a little bag and a jug.
I could make a really good coat out of that. It's
I was
really
going to
pretty.
say that's a great cape.
Yeah. I think if we cut it in the right way and take the seams out, it could make a cape for all three of us.
Yeah. Do you guys want to give me just a quick stealth check as you've been kind of buzzing around having this conversation?
Sure.
No.
Boy.
Opening lock.
I don't
lifting
want
up-
to
I
give
know
it to
you
you.
don't, but
Lifting up trunk lids.
Oh gosh, golly.
okay, cool. 15, 15. Okay, so
Ooh, I do really well.
of course,
For both of you, actually,
mushroom
real
is-
quick, I'm sorry, guys. When you are inside Roll20, can you click on that little gear in the top right corner? And then can you go down to where it says there's a bunch of checkoff boxes. Make sure that enable 3D dice and automatically roll 3D dice are both clicked.
Yeah, now clicked.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
fantastic. So, the team in general does quite well. Of course, it's Mushroom, who is just like brute force running into the room, like during this whole lift, is giving it the full. Everybody's kind of
Little wings
looking through
going.
things, and there's that conversation of like, this would make a nice cape, and then Mushroom is giving the like slightly less control, like, oh, that would be so nice.
It would look so pretty.
Yeah. As you're kind of investigating inside, roughly the size of your head, 3 emeralds, just fantastic quality gems. Like I said, they're about that big. Probably worth. Honestly, you don't know. If you brought these to the Bigs, they would give you stuff for them, and you're really confident they give you good stuff.
It would make a pretty chair.
But also, like, the
You could
pixies
sit
are.
on them.
But the pixies are communists, so like this whole monetary thing, like you're stealing stuff for the sake of stealing stuff.
Yeah, like whatever.
You just get what you need.
Having the things is the important part. What the things are worth.
Oh, and then you
I
can
don't
have a
understand.
fancy chair to sit on when you're wearing your fancy cape.
Literally every single thing your pixie thinks of is a chair. All they do is think of how to make everything into a chair.
Chairs and capes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we could. I don't know if we could lift this.
It is weirdly light. Like it takes a concerted effort. You probably wouldn't be able to do anything else while carrying this around aside from like move it. But you could. You'd have to put it down to then get one of the corks out.
We could get these on the way out if we wanted. I mean, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Though,
Yeah.
I mean, what's in it? You should try it. You should try it.
What, the bag?
No, the spigots.
I want to see what's in the bag.
I don't want to touch
The bag is the
spigots.
emeralds.
Oh, the bag has the emeralds in it. Okay.
Yes.
3 pixies
The
floating around.
spigots.
I want to touch this. I want to touch that. I want to poke this. Yeah! They're all like, oh, wait, we're trying to be quiet.
If someone wants to open one of the random corks, I just want you to give me a D12 roll.
I don't want to. It seems it's gonna make noise. I don't.
Yeah,
it's like-
that's gonna make a lot of noise. The
What?
mushroom says aloud. That's gonna make a lot of noise.
Speaking of which.
I dare you, though.
God.
16.
So, the words "I dare you" are uttered. Does anyone rise to the occasion?
Twinkle does not. Twinkle's been dared enough times. She's learned her lessons.
But what if you were double
Okay,
dared?
mushroom will try one.
All
Wait,
right.
no. Oh, you should. Oh.
What? What?
Oh, it's gonna have
Which one?
stuff. It's gonna
Yeah?
have. It's gonna have
Like
stuff.
what?
But I mean, like the blue one if you have to. But like, it's gonna have stuff.
8. What does an 8 get you?
Let me paw through this real quick. Unfortunately, it's
Lava.
not numbered. I just know
It's a
there's
different type.
And of course, the cork is like
Right.
big as a
It-
round.
I
and you
was
kind
gonna
of have
say.
to like.
This one
Yeah.
happens to be raid, sadly. So
This one's actually just water. It comes out flowing relatively quickly. Like,
Right.
there's some momentum to it, enough to like push you back while you're in the air a little bit.
Close it, close it,
shakes
close it,
off the
close it,
wing.
close it.
so basically like a fountain of water. I would like
It's
to
just
see
water.
I'm
This
gonna-
is boring.
I'm gonna roll my pseudo dragon's perception.
Yeah.
This is boring.
That would be
We
an
don't-
18 plus 7.
We don't want
Yeah,
water.
that's gonna be the previous like total 13.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you can hear the dripping of water,
Right.
and then just like a couple of actually hushed voices, and then one that's just more almost a stage
right.
whisper of like, "This is water. This is boring. Why did we come here?"
So it's
kidnapping.
So at some point, one of you looks back, and the pseudo dragon is no longer on the bookshelf.
Well, do we
I try
see?
to
Because we're in a different room.
recork
Well,
the
I'm assuming you
water.
left that door open. Unless you close that door, it's a straight view to where he
Okay.
was. So if you just
Okay.
happen to look that way, you would notice that he's no longer on the bookshelf.
Guys,
What?
Yeah.
What?
White mini dragon gone.
Gone where?
Not on
Gone?
bookshelf.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I mean,
Mushroom
maybe
abandons her attempt at recorking and flies over to the door.
How much is 8 gallons?
8 gallons is a lot
8 gallons?
compared
Yeah.
to Pixie.
It's-
8 gallons is
it's
a
8
lot.
gallons.
Fuck, 30 liters. Okay. Sorry, I just had to get it into people units instead of these weird archaic measures you people use. Yeah, 30 liters is a lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Twinkle
so-
starts like looking around, like she's casing like the room they're in, but then like she's moving towards the door to the other room, but she's like, "Don't let it come up from like above you. I assume it can fly like we can."
Yeah, I
mean,
think
it-
Mushroom just darts into the other room and like does a 360. Like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Okay, so Aram,
Yes.
have you rolled a stealth?
I have not. I will roll that now.
Yeah, and then I'll have the rest of you roll a perception to contest that.
I only got a 10. I only
Ooh,
got
good.
10. He wakes up
Good,
hard.
good.
Can't quite
That's
hide.
why they notice is they hear the fucking books knock over as you're just kind of like,
We're all not doing well in our perception, so it's gonna be a great time.
Exactly.
oh,
Oh wait, not all of us.
Rose
oh,
Miller.
Sparkle's carrying the team and also blocking my glorious visage from the street.
Hang on 1 second. Gotta stop that. Also, Rose Miller, thank you for that 10-pound donation. We appreciate you. You're the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All this money goes directly to helping a very wonderful person. So thank you guys for helping out.
So, the other two, actually, in that you guys all made it because Aram rolled like a garbage fire.
Really did, yeah.
Mushroom just barely aware of their surroundings. Kelly like, Twinkle obviously like gets it, but like you see that the dragon is missing. Sparkle's the one that can like pinpoint, like just nope, shit. Aram, where in the room did the dragon head off to? What's the
So what the dragon
What's
would
the
have done
approach?
is that once the dragon realized there was someone inside the house, the dragon would have like been, I guess, a little like woke up hard again, like it's a little discombobulated. But once they figure out what's going on, they are making a run for the trap door. They're trying to get into the cellar.
Okay. So this is the good news: is you guys were loud enough to wake up the dragon. But to my knowledge, you have like perfect invisibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, until concentration ends.
Yeah.
It's also an action to reactivate. So at the times during the conversation where you probably got like too animated, stopped concentrating, and then just stopped. Oh, just right back up. So you guys heard him moving. Evan, you saw the dragon rush into the food ritual room. The other two of you basically heard him moving, noticed that they're not there, didn't get the direction.
Okay.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, where'd it go?
Where'd it go?
Where'd
I
it go?
don't see it anywhere.
It got hungry, so we're fine.
Should we?
Probably.
Oh, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go stab it. You guys rescue.
stab
You
it
guys
yet.
rescue Toadstool. I'll be right back.
Don't stab it yet. Later. We have another room with a
What?
question mark. That's way more interesting than food.
But
we
were
sure
just
he's-
talking about food and eggs and stuff?
That was in the other room.
But
And now
it all
I'm
sounded
hungry.
very boring.
Are we concerned that it's gonna attack us? It might know that we're here.
I'm pretty certain that if we can't see it, it can't see us.
That is
Oh,
also a good
yeah.
logic. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But how would that make sense? You all can't see each other yet see each other all the time. How would that possibly make sense to you all?
Does any of this make sense?
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Don't you dare question my dear, sweet, and competent, bumbling tiny folk.
Nope. All right.
Please.
So, do any of you pursue the pseudo dragon?
Yes.
So, yeah, I was gonna say Twinkle does the thing where she like goes to the door and then does the peers around, like just slowly peers, like, even though I assume Mushroom's just like zooming in. I'm like,
Yeah,
she's
Mushroom
like,
just zooming in with the sword.
So, Mushroom, what you see then is you see that the pseudo dragon has gotten the door lifted and then sees you. It is like caught mid-lift as it's going to go down into.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't see us. Invisibility.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. So you just see the pseudo dragon lifting this door to go down into the cellar.
Should I go after him? Should I go after him? Should I go after him?
No.
Can I go after him?
No.
No. That wasn't the answer.
Okay, you
I
can
wanted.
go after it, but don't stab it yet.
Okay, bye.
Oh, and then Twinkle tries to like. Twinkle? She like moves into the room,
right?
And can she see like into the cellar, like what's in the cellar? She doesn't want to go in it, but like
It's
just like
dark,
a glance.
so there's no light. So they're like, well, actually, roll. I'm sorry, I'm not the DM. Dylan, do your thing.
Oh, that's. I'm not gonna take offense. I've got to double check these things because also spells and shit. I've got like 100 tabs open.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, catch me back up. She dove down after you. It's just trying to find you somewhere in the room.
So she tried to get a glance down into the cellar while I've got the door open.
Yeah, absolutely. Same sort of deal. Perception. Just to see how much.
Nice.
Oh yeah, an 18's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Looking down into the cellar, you see basically. Unfortunately, this room isn't going to be too interesting to you. What you see is a bunch of people stuff. Boxes, barrels, God only knows what's in them. Just extra stuff lying around, household items. Like there's a chair. It looks like one of the legs is a little messed up because it's off kilter, but it looks like one of those situations where it's like the nail got loose and now it's leaning. You just got to fix it, but he hasn't gotten around to fixing it yet because
he doesn't have the
I was
mending
required
cantrip.
doing stuff. No, he doesn't have the mending cantrip apparently, because there's a broken chair down there.
It's just storage. Why is it going to the storage?
It's afraid of me.
I mean, it could be. It doesn't know what we are. Maybe it thinks we're really big.
Well, maybe we should. But the pixies, the Toadstool's not down there, is she?
No, she's in the question mark room.
Well,
Okay. Maybe. Okay. Well, you guys go to the question mark room. I'll stand here.
Cool.
Make sure the dragon doesn't come back.
Okay. You're not gonna stab it, right?
Don't stab it. I'm pulling rank. Don't stab it unless we say so.
I was told that I couldn't stab it unless it was self-defense.
It's not self-defense. It's not coming for you. So
If
you
it
can't.
comes out of the trapdoor, it's coming for us.
I mean,
That is
or it
kind of true.
just is going back to where it sleeps.
Also fair.
Just give us a heads up if things happen.
Yeah, just like
Okay.
10-second warning on stabbings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys get over to the door to the question marky room. And immediately it's locked.
Is there? We should look for traps on the door.
Yeah. Okay.
You should do that. You're probably better at that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, same deal. Perception as per usual. Okay, so there aren't any traps on this door. The thing that you catch is that when you go and try, sometimes you gotta like risk a trap a little bit. You gotta get into the lock and just jimmy it a little to see if anything starts moving a way that like it shouldn't in a lock.
Sorry,
I mean, again,
one second.
most traps are made for big people.
Nix Casey, thank you so much for that £100 donation.
That's
that is
incredibly
amazing.
generous.
We
Very nice.
truly
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that was way more important than any of the garbage I'm saying. Yeah, the moment you try to like give the little jimmy, you see just like a weird little blue flash, not like bright light or anything, but like that little iridescent sheen. This door is magically sealed with an arcane lock.
Okay. I dispel magic.
Yep. Arcane Lock is a 2nd level spell. This is one of those things where you just like look in there and there's a moment of, come on.
Little finger guns.
I like that.
And as you like float back maybe a foot and do a little 3 or 4 little arcane bolts shoot out, and just you watch them interact. You watch the spell kind of fizzle. It actually like fights the dispel a little bit, and the blue kind of sucks forward and then gets captured in a little bubble that floats up a little bit.
Oh, the little sound effect.
Normally we edit those in post.
Yeah. Sometimes I do them with my mouth. But yeah, no, the arcane lock is dispelled.
Oh my gosh, good job, Sparkle.
Thank you.
I'm going to say, because we're running pretty low on time, and quite frankly, this is one of those things that you could try ad nauseum.
Yeah.
You're going to get this door unlocked.
Yeah.
It's not too tough.
Yeah.
So, when you push that door open, you see a desk. There is a couple of drawers to it. On top of the desk is a journal with a silver magnifying glass laid across it. And hovering just near that is an active drift globe. That drift globe is basically it's a nice little terrarium, essentially. It's maybe 5 feet across, enormous, I suppose, actually, because little guys. There's a nice little like scenic sort of waterfall, or I guess water kind of trickle in full size perspective. A nice little bench, a little kind of nice cot setup, and also one clearly like irritated pixie just sitting in there on the bed, just like, Ram, is that the basement? Because that looks like the basement, not
You're
the
also
study.
muted.
That is not what I meant to pull up. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, we love sneak peeks.
Yeah. No, just keep on. I'm going to fix just a piece of art real quick.
Yeah. So let me just double check. Yeah. So basically, it looks like all of this there's a beautiful little nature scene on the inside of this globe. And it all seems to basically be growing out of the wall, like behind there, almost like the little fixture holding it up into this glass bubble, and then just sort of blossoming into like a wooden floor, this nice little shelving thing, this weird sort of perpetual motion waterfall going on. And there's that pixie who like seems exhausted. They don't seem particularly injured, just like they've been here for a couple of days now. 5 feet, even when you're only a foot tall, is not a lot of space to move around in.
So Twinkle like zooms up to the glass and then invisibility basically, and then he's like, "Toadstool?" Question mark.
Yes, it is I, Princess Toadstool. She's a princess.
I knew it.
She just like slams up against the glass, just like, "Yes, good. Oh, I thought you were the tall one." He keeps looking at me. It's weird.
Yeah, that's weirdly weird.
Yeah. I thought he was gonna like do that thing where sometimes they catch us and then they shake us and try to get a bag full of dust. And I keep telling him like that doesn't make you fly, but they keep trying and they keep trying to fly. One guy jumped off a house. That was oh, he shouldn't have done that.
So this guy just put you in here?
Yeah, he's
Gross.
a goddamn weirdo.
You hear
Sorry, that was really, I shouldn't cuss like that.
an alarm. A bell is going off. And you hear a creature flitting in the other room.
Does Mushroom see anything? Because Mushroom's in.
Yeah, so
I'm in the food room.
So you saw the pseudo dragon like pop their head up for a second. Did you do anything?
Maybe send a light down there with him.
Okay, then the pseudo dragon is just going to trip the alarm. That's the last trick they have. So they're going to trip the alarm, just basically fly where they know it is, and get some help. That's what they're trying to do. They're doing get help.
Are they?
I don't think that's how get help works.
That's not how get help works. Are they now in the food room? Or
Yes,
do they go
they're
back
definitely
downstairs?
in the food room, and I guess would have invoked an attack of opportunity.
I want to stab.
There's a cat again.
There's the
Hi,
cat.
cat.
All right.
Wait, question. Do you give us the 10-second warning?
No.
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 It's more like a half a second warning.
All right.
It's just like there's this other pixie pressed against the glass. You're like, wow, that is weird. That's a really weird thing to do. Go stab it now.
All right, roll to hit, I guess.
Okay.
And like as soon as Twinkle hears the alarm go off, she immediately like puts up the invisibility again. She goes like, "Oh!"
You brutal bastard.
So I'm doing the dual wield thing.
Yeah. So it's a D6 minus 1 damage.
Okay. Did I hit? Yes.
Yes.
D6.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. So that's a 12 plus 7.
Yeah.
So your dexterity is nonsensical.
Yeah. Easy hit.
Ooh, 4 damage.
Oh, 4 damage hurts. Like that is a big gash in his left wing. He's not down, but boy, that did not feel good. He's very upset.
No. So that is going to be your surprise round for chasing after this thing.
Yep.
At this point, I need everybody to roll for initiative.
All right.
I can still say that because no one copyrighted that phrase.
Oh Lord, help!
All right, let's see what I got here. Nice. And I got, oh, geez, I'm rolling crud. All right, I got a 7. No, wait, no, that's not right. I got a.
Conveniently, I think everybody's got. Okay.
Yeah, I got a 7. Damn it.
Yeah. So, that means it's going to be our order of operations is Mary, Evan, Kelly, Aram.
Right.
Cool. So, Mushroom, you get a good cut in there, and then it's your turn again.
Yes, finally time to stab things.
Yeah.
Intruders.
Roll a 9. What's my add to that?
It's +7.
Okay, so 16.
Ow!
Okay, give me that D6 minus 1. That's a definite hit.
Oh, fuck, I'm dead.
Rolling well.
I'm so dead.
You're gonna kill this pseudo dragon
Yeah.
immediately. So how do you want to do this?
Wait.
It doesn't say wait.
Of course it does.
Does it say it in common? Or
Yeah, what language?
That's a really good question, actually.
So pseudo dragons understand common and draconic, but can't speak them, but also have a limited telepathy. So
Right.
you might just get like a little like draconic shriek, and then like this big impression of fear
both of its
and
claws up
resignation,
and was
just
like-
like
Yeah, but you hear it screams in your own mind.
Okay. I guess.
Don't kill. Don't kill.
Oh God. Okay, hold on.
It's my home.
you can't speak full languages.
Okay, I will hold
Stop trying to get
the
sympathy.
knives. I held the knives up to the dragon, but not stabbing.
What?
Yeah.
What?
can the dragon even see Mushroom? Because Mushroom was still technically concentrating.
They
I guess.
can feel the sword against their throat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, it's like,
I'm gonna say that this is a full like.
yeah.
Yeah. So Mushroom would just hold the thing at bay.
Yeah. All right, then we're gonna jump into the other room real quick. Sparkle and Twinkle, our little lady fellas.
I mean, Sparkle, hearing that we did not get the requested 10-second heads up, he's just going to look to Twinkle and be like, just get her out of there somehow. And then zoom off to the other room.
Okay. So Twinkle turns to Toadstool and then turns on invisible like again and looks at her and goes, "Okay, so how did he put you in here?"
I'm wizard stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. And so she like touches her hand onto the glass and she's trying she's like, should I dispel magic? Should I?
Maybe, I don't know. I can't there's some weird there's definitely some magic stuff going on because I haven't regenerated any of my spells since I've been in here, but I know that that definitely means that it's got magic in it. And if you wanted to try, then maybe I would at least have my spells and then I could try to do something. I could turn into something really big, like a dog,
and break the glass from inside. I like this. I
Yeah.
like this. Okay. I'll do that. So she casts a spell magic on the bottle or whatever.
Yeah. So the spirit globe is like sort of held up by this like roots kind of growing off of the wall.
Uh-huh.
But it's actually just like a globe sitting on a branch. So the moment the magic falls, it just like slopes forward. Like it's not being held upright anymore.
Twinkle uses Druidcraft to make it stay, like, so it's not propping downward or whatever, so she doesn't like fall out completely.
Yeah. And then they're just kind of like looking around, like, yeah, I think. Do you have any other ideas for how to get me out, or am I going to turn into like a dog?
Okay. And then like she just like takes her dagger out and she's like holding it. She's like, I could try and hit it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up.
Okay, yeah. I would definitely do that.
She like gets back and like just kind of curls herself around the branch, like just fully.
And Twinkle holds the dagger in one hand and then holds her crossbow in the other, and is like, "What should these? Should I shoot the crossbow at the bottom of it?"
Do the one that'll stop when you swing it.
Okay.
The crossbow will
Okay.
bounce.
So she's gonna attack the bottle.
Okay.
Sure.
This is a thing made of glass, so as funny as it would be to make you roll for that and get the -4 to mean you've just bounced off of glass, we're not going to do that.
Thank you. Ding!
There,
Ding!
thunk. Ding,
Just-
ding. Be amazing.
And just put the point on it and just... There we go. Just cracks. It's a perfect seam. You can see where this whole thing was like sealed together magically. It just cracks along that, and then just the bottom drops out. The entire floor is now just like sagging, hanging on the end of this branch. She's just holding onto it, like, oh god, oh, and then she just starts flapping her wings and just,
Hey,
Hi.
magic back?
she kind of like, and then there's just like, as she sort of rubs her hands, there you start to get a little bit of sparkles. I got a little bit of magic going on.
Got
We're gonna do
it.
this.
So there might be a dragon, well, a pseudo dragon in here. So just so you know, like that. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
No, he's good. I got him.
At that moment, there is a crack of energy outside the cabin. Someone shouts open in Elven, and their voice is loud, too loud. It thunderously rumbles through the house as every window unlatches and every pane swings open. Pixies! Teleportation magic isn't cheap. And then he starts muttering another spell. I need you want to roll Arcana.
Oh, okay.
James, thank you so much.
Oh, who?
20 pounds is making a
Nice. Thank
an
you,
active
James.
difference.
Thank you so much. We love you. Who rolled that natural 20? You
I think I
know
was-
this spell because you've read this spell before. You were just looking through a book and just happened to read this spell, and you know exactly what it is.
Scrambled
It's
eggs?
Summon flock of familiars. And the last word was definitely bat.
Oh, rude.
We need to get out of here right now.
Chimney.
Chimney.
As 3 screaming bats, using their echolocation, hone in on you all.
Oof.
Cool.
Okay, so did they just like appear? Where do they appear?
They literally appeared by the windows. So they're flying in now. One of them is coming into this room and... Oh, I'm sorry, Dylan, where are they?
So we've got basically, you see where the one is, the well out front? We got one coming in through that window into the dining room. We got one coming into the laboratory directly. And the other one you can't currently see.
Okay.
I'm between 2 and 3, hitting the dragon down to the floor.
You're under them, aren't you? Like, wait, hold on. Was she in the basement there? Around?
Just outside the basement. So like yeah.
So you're sitting there with the dragon. For the record, we're gonna work with the the non-lethal damage rules, you can just choose to knock it out. It is at 0 hit points. It's completely at your mercy. You say the word and it's done.
Yeah.
So basically, just don't worry about like flying away from it or having to take an action to deal with the dragon. The dragon is out of combat.
Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, you can see the bat coming in. Evan, it is your turn.
Cool. I'm gonna cast Sleep, which for Sparkle basically looks like she has a tiny little taser.
And Sparkle shoot out a taser.
It's just it's kind of like,
it's shaped like a unicorn. Amazing.
Yeah, give me the roll for that. I believe Sleep is 5d8.
Looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah, Sleep is powerful. Especially against 3 bats.
Wow.
Oh, that ain't nothing.
Wow.
That's
16.
10, 9, 27.
Yeah.
So, let me just check something really quick. That's fantastic.
That's amazing.
So the for the area of effect of this, God, what was it actually? What's the area of effect of Sleep?
Looks
Somebody's
like
smarter
a
than me,
20-foot
Ryan.
radius.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
So even if you centered it on this room, you would hit, all the way out to the tree.
Yep.
And well into the kitchen. So Aram.
It's 90 feet in the range.
Yeah. So
No, 90 feet range, but the area of effect. For
Oh
it.
yeah, true.
Yep. I summon 3 bats.
Those bats drop out of the air immediately.
Boom.
So that out of the 27 points takes up 3 points of HP. The pseudo dragon is
does the
currently
wizard have?
Right.
the pseudo dragon is at 0, so the
Right.
pseudo dragon doesn't soak any of it either.
Right. But the wizard is an elf, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, you sneaky bastard! Yep. No, that would have taken you down.
Yep.
The 3 rats that you guys don't know about in the basement also unconscious.
Okay.
After that, it also would have knocked out the wizard on top of all of this.
Yep. I made the
But he's
wizard
an
an elf so you couldn't insta knock him out, and I gave you guys badges so he couldn't insta kill you. That's how I kind of made that fair.
Yeah, those bats drop to the floor. The pseudo dragon is like sitting there, just going like, "Please, just don't."
Let's cheese it.
But I didn't kill. Oh, it's not dead. Excellent. Sheath swords.
That's very loudly not dead.
Yeah. So, do you want to get moving towards the chimney then?
Yeah, chimney. Fireplace.
You know the
Fireplace.
windows are open too, right? We can just all bolt in every direction.
That's true.
I mean, we
Scatter.
The first one I see. Is who?
Well,
Are we still going for the chimney?
C is the operative word
Oh,
there.
that's true. That's very true. Except that I am going to. Well, I can't cast See Invisible. Actually, I can't do that. I didn't take that
You
because
already
I'd be cheating.
cast.
Yeah. All right.
So what we're gonna do is you can, Evan, you can get 30 feet out that window right away. Right. That's all above board. I'm gonna just slot you in at the end of initiative, Aram.
Yep. He just, without being able to see them, he just tries to cast Gust of Wind. So he's just blasting Gust of Wind towards the house, around the windows, trying just to get one of them without being able to see them.
Bastard, of course you pull out a spell that I don't have immediately in front of me.
I can pull it up for you because I am a prepared player. Gust of Wind, a line of strong wind, 60 feet long and 10 feet wide, that blasts in your direction, in a direction you choose for the spell's duration. Each creature that starts its turn in the line must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away
that's
from
mean.
you in a direction following the line. Any creature in the line must spend 2 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, yeah. Then we're gonna come around to the top. Mary, I believe that's. Do I have that right? Yeah, it's Mary first.
Yes. So I think she hesitates a moment when we are going to go out the chimney, and now we're going to go out the windows. So she will dive towards the window that's closest to number 3.
Yeah, and that's a good, clean escape. There's nothing going on at that side of the house. You're just out the door. And then what's the plan? Just straight into the woods? You assume that you're going to just reconvene?
Yeah, we'll regroup at a point. You know,
There's a rendezvous,
The tree over there with the squirrel who chatters too loudly. Yeah, the tree next to that. we're gonna
And
meet
it's not
up.
even the tree with the reference point on it. That's where we're going.
Right.
Yeah. Fantastic. So Mary bolts. Kelly.
Okay, so we're in me and Toadstool are in the laboratory still.
Absolutely.
And then the wizard is like at the front door?
Basically between the bench and the front door. Yeah.
Okay. But I don't know that because I can't see out that way.
Right.
I just heard him boom, so I assume he's near the front door. That's what I'm gonna assume.
Yeah.
So I heard chimney and then I heard windows, but my assumption is the back of the house is probably better than the front of the house because he's probably at the front of the house. So I'm gonna grab Toadstool's hand and just start. I'm gonna book it for the window in the like room with the fireplace. That window. I'm gonna book it out that window. And
Sounds good. So on a double move, you can absolutely make that. And I'm just going to say that Toadstool is moving with you for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's so frustrated right now. Such a frustrated wizard.
Can
he's
we have
frustrated.
said that like once the dragon fell asleep, I like made sure its head was like had a pillow under it and tucked his wings in. And said, I'm sorry I stabbed you, and then run away.
Tore a few
absolutely.
pages out of a book to crumple up a pillow.
Yeah.
I was going to go with just like it flopped down, like you were right next to the dining room table. So the head flopped onto the wood and you just kind of like grab the horns and like shift, put it down on the carpet.
Just make sure it doesn't have like a stiff neck when it wakes up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've got one more thing I could try before they all get away out of desperation.
Well, it's Evan's turn.
Oh, please,
right?
please go ahead.
So I flew out the window, but then realized there was a thing to take.
So
also
you you're gonna make a strength saving throw,
right?
Which I will probably fail. My goodness.
So you're rolling at a -4.
Come on, Pixie. See that nat 20.
That is an 8 in total. So yeah, you go like from inside the room to 15 feet outside the house to like just inside the window again, just kind of like doing that full lean forward into the wind, and it's just not going.
Okay, well that's fine because my intention is to go back towards the sleep room real quick.
Does
But
Sparkle
first-
lose concentration on invisibility? Not to be the bad guy, but
I mean, probably.
I don't know, because you lose concentration if you cast another concentration spell or if you take damage.
Right.
Yeah.
I believe those are the only two conditions, and we haven't fulfilled either.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, be
Sparkle going full tilt at the wind is just going to shout at the wizard, "Hey, loser! Where is your mind?" And then cast confusion on the wizard before zooming back.
Oh no!
To grab the spigot gourd.
All right, what
See
am I
how that
rolling?
buys?
I'm assuming
So
it's
that's
an
gonna be-
intelligence save, right?
I believe it's a wisdom.
Oh, it's a wisdom save. Okay. Okay. So it's +4. So.
Well, that's
not great, right? Yeah, that is kind of not a great stat. 1 second.
No, +4 is still fantastic.
Oh, 17 plus 4 is 21. Not today, Pixies.
That's too bad. That's too bad.
Get out of my mind, Pixies.
Actually, you also have advantage because it's an enchantment spell and you're an elf.
That's true. Didn't need it though. That good of an elf.
How much do I get for the Pixies reference, though?
Steel tread.
That's a bonus, right?
Super good. Yep.
I'll give you inspiration for that.
Yep.
I want a Rom to lose.
Yeah. Who doesn't?
Well, then I'm just flying in the direction the wind is blowing me anyways.
Yeah. All right. So you get clear into, basically, you end your turn on top of that chest, essentially. Aram, you saw both those pixies.
Yeah.
One of them, is out the back window because you threw all the windows and doors open, so you have a clear line of sight down that entry hallway. You also just watched one come in through your lab and back into your bedroom.
Yes.
Which is rude.
It's so rude. That is incredibly rude. But I need to. Okay, so I'm mad now. I'm super, super mad. But I need to stop them. But I don't have a lot of really offensive spells. But I do have one. I'm going to cast Pyrotechnics, which is the one that I have the best line of sight on.
You're going to have to stalk into the cabin, and then basically you're going to wind up standing in your study and either getting Kelly out the window or looking into the bedroom and getting Evan.
All right, so I would say in the bedroom I can still deal with. They're still in the house. The one going out the window, I'm gonna hit. Basically, a lantern next to you explodes in fireworks, and you now have to make a Constitution saving throw or be blinded until your next turn.
What? No.
So, the good news is you have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
Yep.
So,
DC
you do get
15.
Let's see. Okay.
DC 13.
1 second.
Sorry, 13.
So that's the first roll,
Right.
which is good. But then
Right.
we're gonna see if we do any better, just in case.
I've already won. Let's see if I win better.
Yeah, let's see if I
Yes.
win better.
Yeah, yes.
But just in case it's like
just
a
to be mean
critical-
about it.
Yeah, just in case it's a nat 20 or anything. Which it's not, but I still did great.
Still
Would've been
yeah,
funny.
Yeah. I'm still wonderful.
Yeah. It starts going off and you just immediately you hear spells going on and then it's just nope.
Now it's just fireworks surrounding you. Now it's just an Instagram.
I take a pic. No, I'm just kidding. You need to get some hobbies.
Pixies! I think that's all I can do for this round.
Yeah, I mean, you moved, you took an action,
Yeah.
unless you got a weird bonus action on something. Then...
I do not.
Yeah.
Start an herb garden.
Harry, is that your turn? Is taunting him with his lack
I
of
think
culinary
so.
expertise? Fantastic.
Season your food, asshole!
Everything tastes like shit because you're bad at food. Just try a little bit.
Get a goat.
There's more things than salt. Get a goat. Is that what you shouted? Get a goat?
Yeah, goat cheese.
Yeah, goat cheese.
Get
Come
a
on.
goat.
It's delicious
loser.
on eggs.
Weirdo. All right, Kelly, you're up.
Okay, so
Great escape, or you going in for the combat?
going in for the combat. because
Wow.
This.
Wow.
I'm at the window. So that it's easy, to just if I need to. But
Yeah.
because I have a move action and an action, so it's cool. So I'm gonna try and turn at the wizard, and I'm gonna be like, not nice at all. And then I'm gonna cast polymorph on him.
No.
And I'm gonna try
No.
and turn him into a goat.
Oh, you're gonna get him his goat. Gonna make him his own goat. What's my saving throw?
All right, I believe it's still wisdom.
It's
I'm double
wisdom.
checking right now.
Yeah, and my spell say DC is a 12 as a pixie.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, it worked.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no.
I'm gonna say that this is no effect. It's just the same sound as the spell magic, the same little, and then there's just a goat.
Oh, but he's
Instantaneous.
an incredibly grumpy goat. He is the grumpiest goat you've ever seen. It's a lot of stomps with his front feet and a lot of grrr. He's mad.
Oh, fantastic.
And then Twinkle's like, "That's what you get," and then she leaves out the window.
Brrr. If,
Evan, you
if,
heard it.
He's actually a goat.
if a goat could scream curses up on their back like hooves, that's what the goat would be doing right now. Exactly.
Evan, you heard a tremendous explosion, and then you turned around, and then there was a very small pop, and then there was a goat.
Cool.
It's your turn.
Well, so here's the thing. I'm taking stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm concerned with. I see a goat, great. As far as I'm convinced, this velvet bag is just a Crown Royale bag, so I've tied that around my neck as a cape. I've grabbed the gourd, and I'm out the window.
Wait, just for clarity, because that Crown Royale bag does have 3 for your head size emeralds in it. Are you dumping those out? That's no value. I need a cape.
That's the best.
Or are you taking them with you?
No, the cape.
Yeah.
That's the important part.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's
you,
amazing.
You cape up. You just make sure it's sitting comfortably between the wings so that it doesn't interfere with the flight. That's just both hands trying to feet wrapped around the top of the thing.
You got a cape and a weird thing.
The final thing the goat hears before the pixies, all of the pixies disappear, is, I have a cape and a weird thing. And then just gently, quietly from the other room. As your dragon just snores away and does absolutely nothing to help the situation.
Nothing.
It goes like, you suck at wizarding. And she like fades away.
The three of you convene. You have your alchemy jug with you now. And Aram is left to be sad.
I'm so sad. You guys smoked me. Yeah, that was. You guys absolutely smoked
I
me.
already have so many chairs. Like I took the one from our boss.
He does have a lot of chairs.
Wait, what with the cape?
Aram, I'm gonna pass it back to you. Do you want to do your denouement, your debrief with the commander?
Yeah, I think that she would greet you all as you came back, and she would soften for a moment as she flew down, and she just wraps arms around this pixie, and she brushes her hair back, and she's like, "Sister, I have told you many times, you have to be careful. Go home." And she.
But is she a princess? Is she a princess?
Yes, she's a princess.
Oh.
Okay, but we're not supposed to talk about it. Yes,
we know it.
One of the
we know it.
27 princesses from this glade. Yes. But listen, you all did very, very well, and thank you. She flies down to each of you one by one, and she reaches into her bag, and she pulls out a sheet, and she peels off 3 gold stickers, and she puts little gold stars on all of your badges. I'm very impressed, Pixies.
We got promoted.
Yes.
Does that mean I get to stab things more?
Yeah.
Yes, you can stab.
You got to stab things on this mission too.
And now,
Yeah, it was great.
she's already like regretting, like any outward sign of affection towards the 3 of you. Yes, Pixies, you've all done very well.
Can we make a point that both Mushroom and then Twinkle get together and we get an herb basket together and we drop it off at the wizard's doorstep at some point?
Yes, please.
While he's away, and then it just says season on a note. It just says season. That's all it says.
I love it. I think that's excellent. Yeah.
Also, I think at the end of that debrief, Sparkle just pulls one of those corks out, and it spurts Gatorade all over our boss.
That's perfect. Just ends in a freeze frame. Yeah. All right, excellent. Well, we are right up against our time. So thank you all. This has been wonderful. It's our first live Kill Every Monster, so I hope we got through it mostly okay.
Semi-intact.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you everybody who stuck around with us, everyone who donated, who's trying to help Darby out. It's fantastic.
Yes,
every dollar is appreciated. Thank you all so much.
And actually, I think we got another one while we were talking, if I'm right, because it looks like there is a 20. Yes, there's a 20-pound donation from James. Is that a new one? I believe it's a new one. Yeah.
If we already hit that one, we're still grateful, James.
Thanks
you
again.
still did good.
We're also at 4,444 pounds right now, which is a nice number, but don't keep us there long. Give us more. Give us more now. All right, so I'm going to cut the feed. We're going to be offline for a minute, maybe 2 minutes tops, as I hand it over to my good friend Matt Brown, who is going to be in with some friends of his from Split the Party podcast. My brain is breaking. From Split the Party podcast and stream, and they're going to do some miniature painting. So a nice, calm, chill way to end the first half of our 24-hour stream. Thank you all so much, and we will see you all next time for Kill Every... Yeah, hang on. Ready to do it?
We're doing that?
Ready? Okay, ready?
You do it all together, all of us.
Yeah, and we'll all see you next time for Kill Every Monster.